Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Broward County Convention Center here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, for the third and final day of Beach Brawl 2015. We are setting up for game 24 of the weekend. This game is going to feature the North Star Roller Girls taking on the Charlotte Roller Girls. And for those of you tuning in on WFTDA.tv, welcome as well. Hope that your weather is just as beautiful as we've got down here in southern Florida. A quick run through the North Star roster while we're waiting. Number 1 is Amputator. Number 101, Giggity Giggity. 115, Jurisprudence. 1300, Katarina Hit. Number 15, GG Wiz. Number 245, Stabby Cat. 314, Rude Barb. 37 is Misa Ornery. 45, Scarlet Raven. 58, Salt. 88, Tesseract. Number 99 is Ida Killer. M5 is Mythbusty. And 0157 is She Coli.
That's right, and the lineup for Charlotte Roller Girls, Charlotte All-Stars is number 106, Rita Manita. Number 11, Oive Maria. Number 12, Ed. Number 18, Give 'em Helvetica. Jet Cemetery, it looks like we're getting started already, so looks like we've got number 2, Carmen Get Me. 228, Hell Hath No Fury. 38, Vibrant Thing. 40, Sean Shank Redemption. 42, Total Disaster. 6, Rosy Cheeks. 72, Scarcastic Glitch. Number 8008, Cal Q Hater. And number 88, Star Spangled Banger.
That first jam featured Rita Manita taking on Katarina Hit. Rita Manita picking up lead. Jammer status, calling off the jam after 2 quick points. My name is Wilhelm Scream, and I'll be part of your broadcast team.
And I'm Hazenberg, and with us is Cecil B. Buff Daddy.
Taking the jam line now is number 40 in black and purple. That is Sean Shank Redemption. She's jamming against 0157 for North Star. That is She Coli, and She Coli grabs lead jammers.
That's one of my favorite derby names of all time right now. She Coli. That's super cool.
And Sean Shank Redemption pushing the issue, getting tangled up with Coli.
Yeah, both these jammers going head-to-head here on every turn. We'll see how it sorts out once they get through the pack. Oh, and the Charlotte Jammer forced to call it off to prevent Brent North Star from getting any points.
Just a couple jams in. We've got a score of 2-0 for Charlotte. 28 and a half minutes left to go in the first half. We've got GG Wiz on the jam line for the North Stars. And for Charlotte, that is number 42, Total Disaster. North Star grabs lead, jammer status once again. GG Wiz knifing through on the inside. Looking to break the goose egg that North Star has on the board right now.
Indeed, this has been a fast and furious matchup so far. Not a lot of points on the board, but we are only a couple of minutes in. Looks like that was 4 points for North Star right there, which brings them into the lead, even if only just barely. But really, when the scores are 4 and 2, it's really only a matter of time before we have another lead change.
We got number 99, Ida Kilder, on the jam line for the Supernovas. Number 228 for the Charlotte All-Stars, Hell Hath No Fury.
As a native North Carolinian, I've been excited about this match all weekend, and now I am very not disappointed here. And Hell Hath No Fury is your lead jammer.
Ida Kilder also out of the pack, going to try and chase down Fury. She's relatively quickly closed the gap. Fury started out with about a third of a track lead, now down to just a few feet, and Ida's going to force Fury to jam. No points being awarded. We're going to keep it 4-2 in this low-scoring game. 26 and a half minutes to go, and we've got some sponsor messages.
Beach Brawl 2015 brought to you in part by chicksandbowls.com. Our entire motivation is to encourage and inspire women and men to get into skate parks on their roller skates. chicksandbowls.com.
All right. Thank you, CCB Pup Daddy, for that one. Couple little facts here. North Star Roller Girls were undefeated in WFDA sanctioned play prior to this tournament, whereas Charlotte has gone 3-on-3. And Charlotte's Jammer currently in the lead. Looks like that's number 106, Rita Mann.
North Star hemorrhaging blockers to the penalty box. Looks like both Jurisprudence and Salty Maud spending some time in the penalty box. With a smaller pack to contend with, gets 4 points, keeps GG scoreless. That is going to mean another lead change in this low-scoring game, 4-6, 25-20 left in the first half.
And now it looks like we've got Sean Shank Redemption on the line for Charlotte here, up against Katarina Hitt for North Star.
Sean Shank Redemption getting knocked to the ground by Scarlet Raven and Stabby Cat at the front. Looks like Sean Shank Redemption picking up a penalty on that. There's a low block call. That is going to put North Star on a power jam. And Katarina Hitt going to try and push her way past number 6 at the front. That was Rosie Cheeks. Katarina does, completing her initial pass and grabbing lead jammer for North Star.
North Star's got some work to do. Katarina Hitt trying to force her way through the pack here. But those Charlotte girls are big and tough. And then they're forced to let her go. She grabs a full 5-point grand slam right there.
The Katarina Hitt a very strong jammer, very physical, and she's able to push her way and bowl her way through the Charlotte wall, grabbing the 5 points. That's going to put North Star back on top. Score is now 9-6 in this seesaw battle.
North Star starting off with a power jam once again with Ally on the line. But it looks like Charlotte's jammer is ready to jump back in the mix as soon as she gets the signal from her jam timer, or from her penalty timer, rather.
Even in the pack, Ida Killer outside line for She Coli, then stepping back. Coli pushing, getting tangled up a little bit with Vibrant Thing.
And Sean Shank Redemption back on the track and trying to get that green and white wall there, which she does.
She Coli has grabbed lead jammer status, is in scoring position, going to get a couple of points, call off the jam.
Looks like that was no points for anybody on that jam.
Still waiting a signal from the jam rep. We'll get some sponsorship.
Beach Brawl 2015 brought to you in part by Derby Vixen. Your skates were expensive and they're valuable to you. Why not protect them with Derby Vixen toe guards? Made by hand and with care and precision you won't find anywhere else. Made by a skater for skaters, Derby Vixen toe guards.
That was 2 points that last jam for She Coli, bringing the score 11-6 in black, wearing the star. That is going to be number 42. In white, wearing the star, number 45, Scarlet Raven. And total disaster. It's been assessed a track cut. Scarlet Raven on a power jam and is lead jammer.
Yeah, she really needs to try to grab as many points as she can here. Because points wins the game. Isn't that right, Cotton? A little dodgeball for y'all.
Charlotte penalty kill being very strong, really slowing down Scarlet Raven's attempts to get through the pack. And Scarlet Raven got lured into that track cut. She was trying very hard, but a good, smart move by the Charlotte defense, forcing that track cut penalty. That's going to flip the power jam onto the other side.
Yeah, total disaster. Back on the track here, needing to make up some points. And looks like one of the Charlotte blockers, number 38, Vibrant Thing, got sent off for a low block. Or is it a forearm?
That was a forearm call, and we mentioned the penalty kill of Charlotte. Now the penalty kill of North Star. Total disaster still on her initial pass, and the defense just shutting her down completely. Good job of that defense. That is going to be Salty Maw, Jurisprudence, GG Wiz, and Mythbusty out there stifling Raven out of the penalty box, and that's a grand slam picked up.
Looking at this performance right now, it's easy to see how these Minnesota girls have gone undefeated this year.
They're undefeated going into Midwest Brouhaha last weekend. Ran into a little bit of a wood chipper. Had some close games against Brew City and Treasure Valley, but did 3. They're currently this weekend's. Looks like another track cut being assessed to Scarlet Raven.
Right at the end of the jam there, too. Which means that Charlotte is starting this one out in a full 30-second power jam with number 228, Hell Hath No Fury, on the line.
And Scarlet Raven did grab 8 points in that pass, making the score 19-6. And out of the penalty box, heading right back in, is number 38 for Charlotte, Vibrant Thing.
And Hell Hath No Fury working hard to try to push the entire North Star wall in front of her with just her face.
But again, the North Star defense, their penalty kill. That's now Ida Kilder tangling with Hell Hath No Fury. Ida a play penalty. Stabby Cat has to let her go, and Hell Hath No Fury grabs lead jammer for Charlotte.
Yeah, she got out too far ahead, and they were forced to let her go because they failed to bridge. Oh, Hell Hath No Fury takes a rough spill in turn 4, calls it off. Looks like she might have gotten a hit in the mouth there.
The Amputator providing that last line of defense, knocking Hell Hath No Fury down. Fury did grab 4 for Charlotte. First time they've scored in 4 jams, bringing their score 19-10.
Still a very tight bout so far as number 15, GG Wiz, takes the line for the Supernovas. And number 106, Rita Manita for Charlotte. Both teams contending with tough pack defense. But Rita Manita gets out first and is your lead jammer.
Now that is GG Wiz for the North Star Roller Girls. Rita Manita still pinned back for Charlotte. Rita Manita final completing her initial pass, getting her way past She Coli. GG Wiz in scoring position. Gets bumped by Maria. 4 points. Looks like she's going to call it off at that point. North Star is now 23-10 in the lead. 18 minutes to go.
GG was really taking hit after hit there on those turns. Sounds like she could maybe use some new skate gear, which is a perfect lead into a little sponsor time.
5-second skate gear, custom helmets, logos, and artistic designs specifically geared for roller derby. They can make something fun and personalized for you. Whether you want a custom helmet, scrimmage stencil, badass tank, or even an amazing work of art for your derby cave, 5secondskategear.com.
Katarina Hit and Sean Shank Redemption on the jam line. Sean Shank Redemption, lead jammer for Charlotte.
And North Star initial pass. That is number 1300, Katarina Hit.
M5 Mythbusty being assessed a penalty for a back block call. Katarina Hit knifing through. Looks like she's going to steal some points away from Charlotte. Sean Shank Redemption not calling off the jam quite quick enough. Looks like 3 points picked up by Charlotte, 2 for North Star.
Looks like Katarina Hit disagreed with that a little bit. I thought she just wanted to wave at us, Wilhelm.
Setting up the jam line, we've 7 She Coli against number 42, Total Disaster.
And 0157, She Coli for North Star.
She Coli got bumped down to the back of the pack, gets back up, and she has completed her initial pass first. She is lead jammer. Total Disaster now also through the pack.
Oh, beautiful apex jump for Shikolai. She grabs a big handful of points and then calls it off when she lands. Gorgeous work right there. And now we got 228 Hell Hath No Fury on the line for Charlotte up against, once again, Scarlet Raven, number 45 for the Supernovas.
Scarlet Raven trying to bump Hell Hath No Fury to the outside right away. Fury pushing slowed down at the front by Giggity Giggity.
Oh, Hell Hath No Fury struggling hard against a 2-wall here. She took a fall and got back up, and they got out past the zone of engagement and were forced to let her go. That makes Hell Hath No Fury your lead.
Scarlet Raven out of the pack as well. Seeing Charlotte pretty much using a 4-jammer rotation. North Star using a fairly deep rotation. They've got a lot of triple threats, jammers, blockers, pivots out there.
I really appreciate how Hell Hath No Fury goes really big on her call-outs there. She wants to make sure everybody sees what she's doing, and that is absolutely the right thing to do.
And speaking of triple threats, taking the jammer star this time for North Star's number 99, Ida Kilder. She'll be jamming against number 106, Rita Maneater.
Charlotte's been putting the same few girls on the jam line pretty much continuously here.
That's going to be lead jammer going to North Star. Ida Kilder, 99 in white. And Rita Maneater not having any luck, getting bumped to the outside by Shikolai. Ida Kilder bumped down by Oive Maria into the infield.
Yeah, she got recycled pretty far back. She dashes right on through to grab herself a big handful of points as a full 5-point grand slam. Meanwhile, Rita Maneater has just finished her initial pass. Oh, and an attempted apex jump that went out of bounds. She called it off.
Good job sealing off that opportunity by Vibrant Thing and number 6, Rosy Cheeks, preventing Ida from landing the apex jump. Looks like there was a total of 7 grabbed by Ida. Going to bring the score 36-17.
Charlotte's really got a lot of work to do if they want to try to catch up on this, but as we all know, a 19-point lead is absolutely nothing. You can make that up in one jam easily.
Sean Shank Redemption jamming against Gigi Wiz. Looks like Gigi Wiz being assessed a track cut call. That's going to turn this into a power jam for Charlotte. Opportunity for them to get back into this game, knock down that 19-point lead.
Sean Shank Redemption got recycled way back, but it doesn't look like it's even slowing her down, and she has secured the lead jammer position. A much-needed power jam for Charlotte.
Right now, Sean Shank Redemption cutting through, grabs 5 points, fighting her way past Stabby Cat, Tesseract, and Ampucator.
A few more passes like that, and then North Star lead is going to evaporate. And it looks like North Star is determined not to let that happen. Some beautiful pack work happening right here in front of our announcer nest.
And some good recycling, making sure both teams doing good recycling to make sure they keep someone in front of the pack.
To the box. So it was 3 points for Charlotte there and no points for North Star.
Spring score 9-0 in this jam, 36-26, 11-20 to go.
And now I got number 42, Master on the line for Charlotte. Up against number 1300, Katarina Hit for the Star. Oh, and Katarina Hit is your lead jammer.
And she's now on a power jam for North Star as well. Total disaster being assessed a track cut penalty.
Oh.
Chance for North Star to get back the 19-point lead they had. Maybe add some more to it. Katarina Hit already grabbing 5.
Yep, Jam Ref Wonder Zeeb having a hard time following her around as she goes through the pack.
In the last jam, Sean Shank Redemption became the first jammer to score double digits. Katarina Hit just in this jam alone. That's 10 on this power jam.
She's already more than negated that last profitable Charlotte jam.
Katarina Petition got another 2 points on that final scoring pass, a total of 12 on the pass, bringing the score 48-26.
And now we got Hell Hath No Fury on the line for Charlotte up against E. coli for the North Star Supernovas. And they are off to a rough and tumble start here with She Coli making her way toward the front of the pack, struggling through a big black wall.
She Coli does grab lead jammer status, pushing her way through the wall. Hell Hath No Fury through. North Star losing Ida Kilder services for 30 seconds.
I hear lots of frickin' cowbell in the audience. And She Coli juking her way to the front and taking a hit on turn 2.
It's like Coli picked up 3, Fury grabbing 2.
And I'm going to go to Cecil here for a little sponsor love.
Beach Brawl 2015 brought to you in part by Passion Parties, bringing passion to life. Our purpose, our passion. It's great custom jewelry from Passion by TLC.yourpassionconsultant.com.
Scarlet Raven and Ida taking the jam line.
Our fellow announcer, Scarlett O'Hurt, told me yesterday that she loves hearing read that ad.
Lead jammer status going to Rita Maneater. Charlotte Roller Girls All-Stars in the purple and black. Nice little spin move on the inside by Rita, grabbing 5 points, completing her pass.
Very beautiful jam work happening right here.
North Star losing Ida Kilder to a penalty. Oive Maria for Charlotte, also in the penalty box.
Looks like Rita made it on through, and number 88 Star Spangled Banger on. Number 888 Tessa Rack on North Star assessed a penalty there.
Scarlet Raven having a world of trouble with the Charlotte wall. Rita Maneater has already picked up 15 points in this jam. Looks like she's going to grab some more.
And Rita Maneater just casually stepping around the the North Star defenders to grab another big 5 points. This has been a monstrous jam for her, 20 points so far. If this jam gets any more monstrous, it'll rise from its grave and thirst for the blood of the living. Am I right?
Good agility by Rita Maneater. No points awarded to North Star. Looks like another 3 added to Charlotte. That's going to knock the score up at 51.
It's tied up, ladies and gentlemen.
Beach Brawl 2015 brought to you in part by Oregon. A percentage of every purchase supports roller derby. Visit them at hollydresson, DRESSON.origamial.com. They're the ones with the custom jewelry. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't see the line over top of that. And the big ones, Bont Skates at Bont.com. Lighter, stronger, faster. Check out the new Quad Star Skate Carbon Fiber boots. They're the lightest on the market at Bont.com. Fester Custom Airbrushing, custom paint and airbrushing on just about anything or anywhere. Visit them right here at Beach Brawl 2015. Also in the Vendors Village, Bodywork by Kelly. They're taking care of all the massage therapy and kinesio taping for all the athletes here at Beach Brawl 2015.
And it looks like we're getting ready to get back to it as soon as the officials all resume their stations. Hopefully one of their alternate refs will come over and let us know what that was all about.
Well, that was just a team timeout being taken by North Star. A wise decision to take a team timeout after giving up far enough jam of the game. 23 points grabbed by Charlotte, knotting this game back up at 51.
Absolutely. That was totally monstrous. And now we are 42. Total disaster on the line for Charlotte.
She's jamming against number 1300, Katarina Hit. Katarina pushing at the front of the pack, getting around number 18, Give 'em Helvetica. Katarina Hit grabs lead jammer for North Star.
Oh, a lot of big hits over here in turn one, leading to a bunch of spills. Oh, and Total Disaster skips out front over one of the other players to complete her initial pass. Looks like Katarina Hit grabbed herself a big handful of points there, though, and called it off, which puts North Star back in the lead.
Score is 55-51. 6 minutes even left in the first half. We've got GG Wiz and Hell Hath No Fury on the jam line.
This has been such an exciting bout so far. Both these teams are so evenly matched. If they keep going back and forth like this, I might need an EMT at the end of it. But hopefully that's the only thing our medics have to do today. We like our medics to be entertained, but always idle.
Looks like a forearm penalty being assessed against Hell Hath No Fury. That's going to put GG Wiz on a power jam, but she's got a Charlotte Wall first. Gets knocked down. Then tangled up with Oive Maria, but bouncing back up to get lead jammer.
And this is absolutely the last thing Charlotte wanted to do right now was give North Star a power jam. But here we are anyway. And now one of Charlotte's blockers is off the field, giving North Star an even bigger advantage for this next jam.
And GG was calling it off after 3 points. Fury's full penalty time was served, so Charlotte's coming back with a jammer.
And it looks like they've got number 2, Carmen Get Me, who is on the line for the first time in this bout, up against 1300, number 1300 Katarina Witt for the Supernovas.
And Carmen Gimme pulled back all the way to turn number 4. Katarina Hit grabbing lead jammer for North Star.
Carmen Get Me getting recycled all the way over to turn 4 here. And Katarina also getting recycled, making contact with number 6, Rosie Cheeks, who knocks her out of bounds. Oh, no, it's number 38, Vibrant Thing, who knocked her out of bounds, and now they're going hip to hip.
And Carmen Get Me still on her initial pass, finally getting back at the front, but that is a low block call being assessed against Carmen Get Me. A power jam handed back to Katarina is already in scoring position. But a tough Charlotte Wall really slowing down Katarina Hit. She does complete the pass. That's 5 points.
Boy, that has got to be an exhausting jam trying to get through that big old sticky wall. There's some similar strategies to what Calio Rolling Rainbow has been using this weekend to secure their victories.
Katarina Hit getting another 4 points, 9-point scoring pass. The lead opening up a little bit again for North Star, 67-51, but there's not a lot of breathing room on the track.
No, indeed. One jam, as you guys have seen, can turn that all right around. And if you're joining time, you're watching live on WFTDA.tv. I'm Hazenberg, and with me is Wilhelm Scream and Cecil B. Puff Daddy. We are your commentators today. And you are watching Charlotte Roller Girls All-Stars versus North Star Roller Girls Supernovas. whose very own She Coli just got out front and made lead jammer.
Carmen Get Me being pushed out, pulled back, and has to enter behind Ida Kilder. Coli, 5 points for North Star.
And Charlotte's jammer still working on her initial pass, which she just completed. Well, they say that's Carmen Get Me again.
And looks like She Coli grabbing 4 points, but is assessed a track cut call. Carmen Get Me now on a power jam.
And this is currently a power jam for Charlotte, which they absolutely need to take advantage of.
And Charlotte also holding a 4-2 pack advantage. The only two blocks are Stabby Cat and Salty Mod. Salty Mod trying, but being assessed a high block call. 5 more points picked up by Carmen Get Me.
And it's a lovely grand slam there on the part of Carmen Get Me. Both jammers back on the track and scoring reciprocating points here, basically negating each other.
And Carmen Get Me with another 4 points on the pass. This is a full 2-minute jam enforced by the penalty against She Coli. Coli going to try and cut through. Both jammers out and around again. 4 points. Star, 4 points in the air for Charlotte.
Negation.
And the pack putting on some good speed as well, not allowing either jammer to catch up quickly. So we're going to score 13-18 in that jam, 80-69.
Beach Brawl 2015 brought to you in part by Roller Bones, wheels, accessories. Try before you buy here at Beach Brawl 2015 and ask them about their turbo wheels. And by Cheese Balls, bearings are hand prepared by skaters for skaters. 20% off all right here at Beach Brawl, or you can check them out at cheeseballs.com.
We've got Scarlet Raven jamming against Rita Manita. The last time these two faced was that big 29-point jam picked up Manita that knotted the game at 51.
Rita getting recycled way, way back. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, always recycle your bottles, your cans, and your jammers whenever possible.
And Gigi Wiz, a little trickery into a track cut. Rita not falling for it. Raven did grab lead jammer for North Star. She's going to try and get a couple of points. Calling off the jam as she collides with number 6, Rosie Cheeks. 2 more points for North Star, and that's going to bring us to halftime between these two teams. Score is 82-69 at the half.
That's correct. This has been a very exciting game so far. I've been enjoying watching these girls go back and forth, as you may have heard me, kind of say. But these are two teams I haven't actually seen compete before. So watching them try to feel each other out and try to get to know each other has been quite a process.
Yeah, and it's only in the two teams. We're going to see what happens when both go into the locker room, discuss their halftime strategies, and come out with a new plan in the second half. Some more deeper stats and analysis in just about 11 minutes or so. So stick around. You're watching WFTDA.tv, or you're also here in the Broward County Convention Center.
Hey everybody, this is Zach here from Rydell Skates, and we're here to talk to you today about an exciting new product we have. This is our R-Fit footbed. It's designed to help pain and reduce some soreness that people commonly get while skating. First, let's talk about the R-Fit footbed itself. It's a high-density foam with a soft top cover on it. It allows for a lot more cushion and support for a safer and more effective skating session. On the back side, there's Velcro components that allow you to attach adjustable arch supports and heel wedges to it, which is really where all the customization comes in. Installed in the footbed is a blue arch support, which is neutral. There's also a red arch support, which is for high arches, and an orange arch support, which is for low arches. Installation and swapping them out is really simple. All you need to do is just peel the Velcro off and then insert. The heel is another area of customization. You can use the included purple heel lift to elevate the heel in the boot, which can reduce heel slippage or shin splints. Or the included green heel wedge. It's angled, so depending on the way you install it, it can help correct pronation or supination issues. This metatarsal pad can be installed on the footbed to help reduce numbness in the toe and ball area of the foot. Getting the proper fit is really simple. What you'll need to do is take your existing skates, then all you need is. And for more information, you can always visit our website at www.roller.rydellskates.com.
Hey, this is Dan from S1 Helmets. We're in the testing lab today, testing helmets to see if they pass the multiple impact certification test. We're going to be testing 3 helmets today. The helmet with EVA foam and a terry cloth liner, the hockey helmet with triple EVA foam, the S1 Lifer helmet with EPS fusion foam. All 3 of these helmets are marketed as multiple impact helmets. We're going to test all of them today and see which ones actually pass the test. The multiple impact test is when we drop a helmet to achieve a velocity of 4.57 meters per second. This simulates a 10-mile-an-hour impact or a 4-foot drop. The same helmet is tested 3 times in the the helmet must reduce the energy pulse to under 300 Gs each time. Anything over 300 Gs can result in a traumatic brain injury or a severe concussion. In summary, the soft foam helmet with EVA foam and the hockey helmet with triple foam did not pass the multiple impact. The S1 Lifer helmet with EPS fusion foam did pass the multiple impact test.
When you play roller derby, you're just kind of like, why am I doing this? This is so weird. Essentially have this unpaid second job, which I spend all my first job money to do, and then you go to, you go to playoffs and you go to any game, and you're like, oh yeah, this is what. My name's Steph Maney. I skate for the London Roller Girls, and S1 is part of my uniform.
If you're watching at home, this is the first bout of day 3 of the 2015 tournament right here in beautiful Fort Lauderdale, Florida at the Broward County Convention. We're currently in the halftime of the North Star Roller Girls versus Charlotte Roller Girls bout. Both teams fierce competitors here. My name is Hazenberg. With me today, Scream. Wilhelm, what do you think of this match so far?
Well, it's been a back and forth seesaw battle between these two teams. We've got a 13-point separation at halftime. Score is 82-69. It's setting up for an interesting second half as well. Looking at some of the statistics, North Star snagged lead jammer 15 times compared to 8 for Charlotte. So they've had, the lead jam percentage more of the time. Penalties relatively even, 16-12. Both teams with one player sitting on 4 penalties at this point. It's Ida Kilder for North Star, Vibrant Thing for Charlotte. Power plays given up. North Star's given up 3. Charlotte's given up 5. So that's also relatively even. It really is the lead jammer percentage, but that one huge 29-point jam is why this game is so close right now. Looking at the points being picked up overall, I'm sorry, that was a 23-point jam. That was the big one, putting the skater at a total of 29. And that skater with 29 for Charlotte is Arita Manita. She is the leading scorer for Charlotte. Coming in second is Carmen Get Me. She's got 18 points. And then Shawshank Redemption with 12. She was the first Charlotte jammer to cross the double-digit mark total for the game. She hasn't jammed in 8 jams. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're just holding her for the second half, or what's going on with that. She was replaced by Carmen Get Me, so in the jammer rotation, so still a net win, but interesting that she's been kind of pulled off the jammer line. On the flip side for North Star, Katarina Hit with 32 points, She Coli 22, Gigi Wiz in third with 11. So you're seeing part of why the game is so close. When just looking straight stats, ignore the lead jammer percentage, everything else is really pretty much neck and neck.
Absolutely. Do we have any skaters that are in danger of fouling out here as we enter into the second half?
Well, we've got the 2 sitting on 4. That's Ida Kill, different thing. Otherwise, no one else is even really looking close to that foul out point. Relatively clean game, all things considered, by both teams. Don't have a single mark on the whiteboard, and that's something to do look for as a point of pride. Of no matter what happens in the game, they skated clean. That's something they want to be able to carry home with them at the end of the day. And there's a number of skaters that have the ability right now, at least after the first half, to say that.
Looks like we've got about 30 seconds left in the halftime here before we get back into our action. Yeah, absolutely. Anytime a girl skates a game, that is something that she can, whether her team wins or loses, that's something she can hold her head high about. But do you think maybe because this is the third day of a tournament, they're all playing a little more cautiously?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily a caution thing. That one of the things that happens over the course of a tournament is you travel around, you get different ref crews, you get used to how the ref crew calls games, and I think players adjust to just the different officiating and just what the refs are seeing, because that is the big thing in Derby, along with a lot of other sports, is the ref's perception is what's going to lead to the call. And I think the skaters have gotten used to what these refs are seeing. And we'll see what happens in the second half. Katarina Hit on the jam line for North Star, and that is Rita Manita for Charlotte. Once again, if you're watching on WFTDA.TV, Charlotte in the purple and black, Katarina Hit and the North Stars in the white and green.
Yeah, Rita Manita unable to get around Katarina Hit and forced to call it off. So no points for anybody on that first jam of this half. It was a less than 30-second jam. And now we've got number 40, Shawshank Redemption, on the line for Charlotte, and number 0157, She Coli, on the line for the Supernovas.
Yeah, it's the first time the Shawshank Redemption has donned the star in 10 jams.
And She Coli off to an early start, grabs lead.
In the first half, She Coli was perfect, 5 for 5 on getting lead jammer. That's going to make it 6 for 6. Shawshank Redemption versus speed is going to try and force the issue with Coli.
Yep, she's right on her heels. Looks like 1 point for both teams on that one.
Beach Brawl 2015 brought to you in part by Green Monster. I'm sorry. GRNMSTR.com. It could be Greenmonster. Roller sports boots, laces, equipment bags for all roller girls. Green Monster, GRNMSTR.com.
Scarlet Raven and Carmen Get Me on the jam line. Number 45 in white, number 2 in black. Both being pinned back by the opposing walls thus far.
Less a jam and more of a brawl here in turn 1.
Carmen inside, outside, finding the off-track area on both sides. And Scarlet Raven knocked down. That's going to lead to a forearm penalty being assessed against the blocker. Scarlet Raven fighting through, completing her initial pass and picking up lead jammer. That blocker heading into the penalty box for Charlotte is number 6, Rosy Cheeks.
And a big 5 points for North Star right there.
A practically untouched Scarlet Raven very quickly through, completing the scoring pass. Carmen Get Me now out of the pack. Scarlet Raven, again, just Vibrant Thing having no recourse, no Scarlet Raven. 9 points on that jam, bringing the score 92-70. 27 minutes to go in this game.
I loved how she just casually juked right past Star Spangled Banger and then called it off. And now we've got number 228, Hell Hath No Fury, on the line for Charlotte. Up against, looks like number 99, Ida Gilder for Supernovas.
North Star holding a 4-3 pack advantage. Ida inside and through for lead jammer. Fury being tossed to the ground, disregarded by Katarina Hit and Giggity.
Just right on through and just dancing. It's like a dance over here.
Ida Killer already with 5 points. Fury now out of the pack. Initial pass completed. Ida going to try again. The apex between two have been good for Ida. Between 3 and 4, she's not able to land the jumps, so no additional points. Jam called off without Charlotte grabbing any, extending the lead 97-70. 25 and a half, or just under 26 to go.
Still an extremely close game, Derbily speaking. This number 106, Rita Maneater, lines up for Charlotte, up against number 15, Gigi Wiz for the Supernovas. Rita Maneater doing a jam line there.
Gets pushed to the inside, forced behind Jurisprudence. Then gets bumped out by Shikolai, lured back all the way to turn number 4. Gigi Wiz, lead jammer. That's 4 in a row for North Star. To put their mark on this game, trying to pull away and assert authority. 5 points in the air for Gigi Wiz.
Looks like Rita Maneater has finally completed her initial pass there. Just as Gigi Wiz grabs another big old handful of points.
Gigi getting a little instruction from the bench, calling off the jam with 9 points. North Star crossing the century mark, 106-70, 24 and a half left in this game.
And now we've got number 40, Shawshank Redemption, on the line for Charlotte, up against number 1300, Katarina Hit for the Supernovas.
Charlotte holding a 4-2 pack advantage. That's going to help Shawshank Redemption get through, grab a lead jammer status.
And don't forget to come back to Track C at noon as Emerald City takes on Carolina Roller Girls.
Katarina Hit pushing her way through as well, getting around Vibrant Thing to complete her initial. Shawshank Redemption quickly calling off the jam after 4 points.
Also have North Texas versus Lehigh Valley starting at 11 on our other track, Track D. So still lots and lots of derby action for y'all today out there in the audience. And GG Wiz on the line for the Supernovas, and it looks like Carmen Get Me for Charlotte.
Carmen Get Me bounced to the outfield right away, pulled back by Ida Kilder and Misa Ornery. GG Wiz has grabbed lead jammer status, gets tangled up with Sarcastic Glitch.
Carmen Get Me really pouring on the speed here to try to catch up to GG.
GG forced to call the jam off. Tangle up with Carmen Get Me after the whistle's blowing. GG not happy with that.
Beach Brawl 2015 presented by Kurgene Sports and RollerSkateUSA.com. Skate supplies that carries all of your skate supplies right here. Or again, visit them at RollerSkateUSA.com.
Thank you very much, Cecil B. Puff Daddy. As we start, looks like we've got maybe a timeout. Nope, timeout's over.
Looks like it was an official timeout. GG Wiz being assessed.
Still a timeout?
It appears to be an insubordination call being assessed to GG Wiz at that last jam end. So that means that North Star is going to start out down their jammer. And they're down a blocker as well. Charlotte on a power jam. That is going to be Hell Hath No Fury taking the jam line for Charlotte.
This is a much-needed scoring opportunity for Charlotte here. They've got to really rock out a monstrous one here in the next 30 seconds if they want to build it, if they want to come back to closing off that lead, which they're not going to do because Hell Hath No Fury has done looks like that's a forearm penalty.
That will release GG Wiz from the penalty box. GG still having an opportunity to pick up lead jammer status if she can get through the pack cleanly. She does so and is declared lead jammer. GG picking up lead jam 2 in a row. She was 3 for 4 in the first half on lead jammer.
She'd already served most of that insubordination penalty, which means that Hell Hath No Fury will be back on the track and in the mix.
GG being slowed down. Good blocking by Rosie Cheeks and number 42 Total Disaster. 5 points grabbed by GG Wiz as that jam comes to its conclusion. 111-74 is the score. GG Wiz now hitting 25 points individually for the game.
It's a heck of a thing when you come back from an insubordination penalty to completely dominate a jam.
We're going to set up with Ida Kilder on the jam line against Rita Manita, 99 in white, 106 in black.
Here's a little cheering between these squad mates.
Ida lead jammer. And there's a track cut call being assessed against Rita Manita.
Oh, no.
Luck not going in the way of Charlotte. That is going to put North Star on a power jam. Their penalty kill right now, stifling Ida Kilder's attempt to complete a scoring pass. And at the front, that is number 6, as we've seen many times. Rosie Cheeks doing a good job in the way. Looks like a play penalty being assessed against number 30, Stubborn Thing.
Yeah, meanwhile, the North Star Jammer trying to get through again. Hitting that sticky wall and bouncing right through it.
The Star Spangled Banger trying to push Ida out. Ida just strength holding her skate on the line, not over the line. It's going to complete a 10-point jam and a timeout being called by Charlotte.
It's time for more Cecil B. Puff Daddy.
Lucky you. Nesquik proudly supports a healthy lifestyle, and that, of course, means physical activity. Whether you can hardly or roller derby camp, or if you're a roller derby champ for that matter, it's important to refuel your body with a post-workout. Recover right with a Nesquik. Nesquik contains obviously things that don't allow you to talk, but I'll try that again. Nesquik contains 8 grams of protein, electrolytes, calcium, vitamins A and D, and absolutely no high fructose corn syrup. Not to mention, it tastes delicious. Come check out the Nesquik Oasis and get your free sample at Beach Brawl 2015. Also, Beach Brawl 2015 brought by sugarandoats.com, run by Nina here in Fort Lauderdale, a certified cruelty-free and eco-friendly skier care line. Formulated with the products of the purest oils, organic certified, and cocoa butters, and completely all natural ingredients from sugarandoats.com.
She Coli jamming for North Star. One thing we've noticed, looking already at the stats, North Star's picked up 39 points in this half compared to 5 for Charlotte. Charlotte's only been able to score in 2 jams so far. So North Star's defense locking things down and their offense putting some points on the board. Coli is out and is lead jammer in scoring position. That is a pass.
With the Charlotte Jammer literally right on her heels here.
Jam's called off, no additional points. North Star is going to walk away a 4-0 jam on that, bringing the score 125-74, 19 minutes to go in the first half or second half of action between these two teams.
And as we're getting back into this next jam, we've got number 40, Shawshank Redemption, on the line for Charlotte up against, let's see who's number
1300, Katarina Hit for the North Stars.
And Shawshank Redemption is your lead jammer.
Katarina Hit not far behind, about a half a track distance, but is clear of the pack and looks like Oive Maria into the penalty box one more time for Charlotte. Shawshank Redemption is going to snag.
See, did she get points?
She did call off the jam, and we're waiting on a signal from her jam ref. 0 points awarded to Katarina Hit.
It looks like we've got Carmen Get Me on the line for Charlotte up against She Coli for the Supernovas.
And 1 lonely point picked up by Shawshank Redemption. Katarina Hit's been held scoreless so far in the second half.
And Carmen Get Me slides right through on the inside to become your lead jammer.
And that's going to mark the first time that She Coli did not get lead jammer status. Carmen Get Me going to try and turn on a burst of speed. We got a 4-2 pack advantage for North Star.
Carmen Get Me almost her own blocker, Miss Calculator.
Carmen Get Me is going to grab 3 points.
Took a nice nibble on that jam. And now we've got Hell Hath No Fury up against number 45, Scarlet Raven, on the line.
North Star still holding a pack advantage for a brief moment. Scarlet Raven grabbing lead jammer status. Breaking up a little two jam streak for Charlotte. Fury giggity at the front of the pack. Also GG Wiz up there. Fury finally fighting around, but Raven is in the scoring position. Gets lured into a track cut penalty. That is going to send Scarlet Raven into the penalty box. Hell Hath No Fury now on a power jam. It's going to be a full 2-minute jam.
For Hell Hath No Fury has absolutely got to get up front to take advantage of. And she's having a really rough time against 3 of the North Star blockers. And she managed to get through and grab herself a big 5-point grand slam.
Fighting at the front with Misa Ornery, Giggity, and GG Wiz. Rude Bar being pinned back by Total Disaster. Also Rosy Cheeks. Star Spangled Banger, Oive Maria. Good isolation of the North Star blocker.
Hell Hath No Fury's bench screaming at her to call it, but she goes for it and gets the grand slam.
That's 10 points. Scarlet Raven is out of the penalty box. And she was on a scoring pass when she went into the box originally. Now she's dealing with Rosy Cheeks. Good blocking by Rosy Cheeks. Scarlet Raven picking up the foot, staying on the track. That's going to be 4 points for North Star. And the star has been passed off to Oive Maria. Only 2 up before that star.
Yeah, Oive Maria now carrying the star. Oive Maria sliding right. A big old handful of points. Or maybe not. Yep, big old handful of points. Looked like referee Wonder Zebra wasn't too sure for a second there.
Total of 8 to 16 on that jam. Score is now 133 to 94.
Number 106, Rita Manita on the line and dancing like up a storm. 'Cause that's how Charlotte do. Up against number 99, Ida Killed Her for North Star.
Ida Killed Her push towards the outfield. First recycle back. Rita Manita being pinned back in the front of the pack behind the North Star wall. Rita Manita through and lead jammer for Charlotte.
Looks like that dance was a pre-celebration.
Rita Manita dancing the outside line, getting around Mythbusty and Katarina Hit. Ida Killed Her also out of the pack. 4 points grabbed by Charlotte.
And it looks like Rita grabbed some. Oh, she didn't get any points on that one. And she called it off. No points for anybody on that jam. Oh, no. 4 for Charlotte.
Well, if you're not scoring points on jams, maybe you ought to check out AdamWheels.com. The boom wheels. Try before you buy Juke alloyed wheels. With Swiss bearings, you can save $54. They're just $150 here at Beach Brawl. Check them out online, AdamWheels.com.
That's right. Now we got Shawshank Redemption on jamming for Charlotte up against, let's see, who was that?
That's number 15, GG Wiz. Shawshank Redemption, lead jammer for Charlotte. Charlotte putting together a good couple of jams the last 5. They've had 4 lead jammer statuses. Shawshank Redemption push the outfield. Amputator blocking Oive Maria into Shawshank Redemption, pushing both off the track. 2 points grabbed by Charlotte before that jam called off. That's going to let them across the century mark. 133 to 101 in this low-scoring game in roller derby. We've got just under 12 and a half to go.
Yeah, it's still, it may seem like a substantial lead in other sports, but in derby, that's still anybody's game. 1 or 2 good jams, turn it right back around.
Katarina Hit jamming for North Star. That is Carmen Getcha jamming for Charlotte.
And it looks like Carmen Get Me got out front and is lead jammer. Or maybe not. Oh, she got recycled all the way back after getting lead.
And picked up lead jammer stats, but a good block by Giggity as the last line of defense. Pushing Carmen Getcha to the outfield. Carmen forced a call off the jam after never recompleting her initial pass. 0 points awarded.
If you can't outskate him, you can at least negate him.
So there was one given to Katarina Hit. That's going to be her first point of the second half.
And Hell Hath No Fury on the line for Charlotte up against number 99, Ida Killed Her for North.
Fury bouncing into Salty Maw, getting thrown down right away. Ida Killed Her at the front, getting through, getting around, and picking up lead jammer status. That was Oive Maria that Ida Killed Her fought her way past. And Ida Killed Her sliding off of another hit at the front of the wall. That's 5 points. That was Calculator that was trying to slow down Ida Killed Her before that grand slam picked up.
Big old handful of points. Yes, indeed. Oh, looks like we had a tough spill right there, but they're all back on their feet. And the most exhausting thing to do in roller derby is all the falling down and getting back up. we've seen girls take hit after hit after hit and just keep getting up, and it's enough to wear anyone out.
Ida Killer looking and grabbing a few more points. Grabs another 5-point pass, 15 on that gem. 1 point picked up by Charlotte after they passed the star off to Rosy Cheeks.
Just under 10 minutes left in the half here. Charlotte's going to have to grab almost 50 points if they want to make this up, which is still mathematically possible. So we will see how it goes.
Scarlet Raven and Rita Manita jamming. And Rita Manita, we saw in the first half, has the ability to pick up a lot of points very quickly. Had a big 23-point jam. Still the highest point total of any single jam in this game.
Recycled way, way, way back and trying to fight her way through a 4-wall, which allows North Star to get lead jammer.
Good. And looks like a back block call against Rita Manita. That's going to send her into the penalty. Scarlet Raven on a power jam.
Ooh, this is absolutely the priciest thing you can do right now this late in the game.
Scarlet Raven through point scoring pass. Derby proving why Derby is 1 point better than baseball. Our Grand Slams are worth 5.
Absolutely. Actually, I saw a 6-point Grand Slam last year.
5 more points, making a total of 10. The 6-point pass, very difficult to achieve. I haven't seen it yet this weekend, but we might see it. We've got a few more games yet coming up with the remainder of today here at Beach Brawl. If you do see it, make sure you use the hashtag GCDG Beach Brawl and brag to all your friends that you saw a unicorn.
That's right. You can also hashtag Hazenberg if you really wanted to send a little announcer love my way. You can also hashtag if you want to send Cecil B. Pup Daddy here a little love.
Ida Killer finishing off this power jam for North Star, but good defense at the front of the pack. Ida running into number 18, Give 'em Helvetica.
Beautiful bridging happening here by North Star rather. I verbally confused them with North Shore Roller Derby, one of my favorite leagues in Louisiana.
And a low block call being assessed against Ida Killer. Meanwhile, on the Charlotte side, that star has been passed to number 11, Oive Maria. She has all of the powers of the jammers, all of the responsibilities, and all of the targeting against her. North Star trying to pin her back right now. They're in a penalty kill situation. Charlotte trying to maximize the power jam, but the North Star defense and Misa Ornery.
Oh, beautiful,
last line,
beautiful.
Oive Maria does complete the pass. That's 5 points picked up for Charlotte.
That is how it's done. See that gorgeous side.
Oive Maria now pushed to the infield. That's by Rude Barb. And Charlotte having to step back from playing offense and trying to help their jammer through. Now they've got to play defense because Ida Killer is back in the fray. Oive Maria takes a hit from Misa. Ida Killer pushed to the infield. Lots of action right here in the apex between turns 3 and 4. Very good positioning by both teams. Not a lot of huge hits, but strong positioning play. Just holding those jammers back, pinning them as long as they can. Oive Maria out, but Misa Ornery in the way now. Brings the jam to an end. 5 more points picked up by Oive Maria. Ida Killer did grab 4.
Score is currently 162-12. Charlotte still not gaining any significant advantage here or nibbling at that lead with just over 5 minutes left in the bout. They're going to have to score as much as they can if they want to at least even it up. And now we've got number 40, Shawshank Redemption, on the line for Charlotte, and number 01, Chi Colai for the Supernovas.
Shawshank Redemption finds an opening on the outside, grabbing lead jammer status for Charlotte. She Coli tangling with number 6, Rosy Cheeks, and that's going to be a high block call against Coli. It's going to put Charlotte on a power. Redemption's already in scoring position.
Shawshank Redemption having no luck getting through all 4 of these great big North Star blockers.
And Mythbusty and Salty Mod tandem at the front of the pack. They have to let her go. That's going to allow 5 points to be picked up by the Charlotte All-Stars. But a good job killing off a good portion of She Coli's penalty time. Then Shawshank Redemption through Star Spangled Banger, just taking out the entire North Star wall.
Here prowling the sidelines going, where's an injury? I need an injury.
The penalty box and has completed her pass. Shawshank Redemption once again tank the blockers in white. She's going to complete a pass, call off the jam. 5 more points picked up, 15-point jam. It's going to bring the scores a little bit tighter, 162 to 127.
And this gives us a moment to go to our old friend Cecil B. Puff Daddy right here.
Women with Pride. You can find them at pridecenterflorida.org. Women with dedicated Pride Center initiative providing education, outreach, and linkage services and programming for the South Florida LGBT community.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cecil. And we've got Carmen Get Me on the jamming for Charlotte up against, who is?
For 1300, Katarina hit for North Star. Both jammers push towards the infield. Katarina hit pushing at the front, grabbing lead jammer status. And a misconduct call against Carmen Get Me. Power
Ouch.
jam handed to North Star.
A little misconduct is never good on the track.
5 Katarina hit. She is looking to add some more total. Misa Ornery trying to pistol her way and break up a little bit of the Charlotte pack. Katarina hit, now pushing through, grabbing another 5-point scoring pass.
Less than 3 minutes left in this bout. Both teams trying their hardest to increase their scores as much as they can, because every point counts when the Whip-Did rankings are assessed after this.
We've got a score of 172 to 127. If you ignore the ones, it's a palindromic score. But you can't ignore the ones because they are important. 172, 127. She Coli to finish off this power jam for North Star.
And it looks like Carmen Get Me is back on the track and trying to spin around her opponents here.
She Coli does pick up lead jammer status. Carmen Get Me she's picking up a lot of abuse from the tandem of Ida Kilder and Mythbusty. It's not having a lot of luck. Mythbusty now pushing Carmen Get Me to the infield. Ida Kilder on her way to the penalty box. She Coli in scoring position. Bouncing off of Rosy Cheeks. Rosy Cheeks seems like she's been everywhere today as a defender. Coli with 5 points, and the star for Charlotte has been passed off to Oive Maria.
Oive Maria has the star now for Charlotte.
Yeah, Oive Coli to try and make a big hit, and then dodging, throwing Coli off the track. Coli calling off the jam. Team timeout being called. I believe that is a team timeout being called by Charlotte.
Mr. 305 might say here in the, I forget what the area code is here in Fort Lauderdale Nightclub, the official after-hours party spot for Beach Brawl, located at 111 South 2nd Avenue. Come join us. It's going to be time tonight. And Beach Brawl brought to you in part by Sishu Mouth Guards, an astonishingly thin, obnoxiously bright boomerang-shaped hunk of technology, revolutionizing mouthguards across the universe by offering more protection and less mouthguard. Complete high-tech Sishu guards are the ultimate mouth shields. You thought you once thought too good to be true, and announcers like to use them to get them to talk correctly. That's Sishu Mouthguard. Check them out here at Beach Brawl 2015.
And when it comes down to it, you only have one set of adult teeth. So, what are you going to do? What are you going to protect them with? The cheap mouth guard or the more expensive but higher quality one? It's way cheaper than a dentist bill. That's
Score is 177-127 coming out of the timeout. We've got 1 minute, 17 seconds left on the clock. We've got Scarlet Raven and Rita Manita on the jam line. Rita Manita grabbing lead. Jammer status for Charlotte. Scarlet Raven pinned back. Rita Manita going to turn on a little burst of speed. Pack relatively stationary. Longer to catch up very quickly.
Big 5 points for Charlotte there. Much needed in these final minutes of the game. Final minute, rather. This will likely be the final jam of the bout.
Scarlet Raven completing her initial pass. Finally, Rosy Cheeks picking up a high block call. Rita Manita looking at the jam ref. Doesn't see in front of her. Tesseract almost taking Rita Manita down. Rita forced to call off the jam after 4 more points and called with 28 seconds left on the clock. 177-130. Team timeout picked up by Charlotte.
I hold in my hand the last sponsor read. Between what you are eating and what you should be eating. Have more energy, feel better, get sick less often. Come to the Juice Plus booth here at Beach Brawl 2015 and learn how you can get some free Juice Plus and learn how you can get it free for your children for 4 years from the folks at Juice Plus. And we've got a raffle going on here in the arena today. Tickets are $3 each, 2 for the electronic and travel package still up for grabs, and the grand prize of a 32-inch HD TV. You must be present to win, but all tickets will be put in the drawing for the grand prize. You can purchase them at the raffle at the arena or from the girls walking around selling the raffle tickets.
We've got 41 points separating the two teams. We are out of the team time. A little bit of track maintenance being done as well. It is still within reach, but it's going to take a huge. They're going to send out number 228, Hell Hath No Fury, to the jam line. Her counterpart in white, number 1300, Katarina Hit, going to try and prevent Charlotte from getting a huge 41-plus point jam.
And for those of you who are here in the arena, I want to hear you making some noise to be a favorite team here. Roller Girls thrive on props, and they need all the love you can send their way.
Katarina Hit knifing through on the inside. North Star controlling the clock because Katarina Hit is lead jammer. She swoops around out in the open, taking a leisurely Sunday skate around the apex between turns 3 and 4. Going to cut through in the pack. Untouched for...
Both jammers totally hip to hip. Their bench is screaming at them. The level of noise in this
Katarina Hit's going to draw a track cut against Hell Hath No Fury.
Oh, no.
Katarina Hit has already grabbed 5 points as well, and she's now on a power jam. Katarina Hit playing a little defense and luring Hell Hath No Fury. Gets bounced to the outside by number 6, Rosy Cheeks. The North Stars are going to have number 6 in their nightmares. It's been everywhere on the track. Rosy Cheeks again pushing on Katarina Hit. Katarina Hit trying to show some good strength of her own. Staying toe stops on the track. Going to complete another scoring pass. Another 5 points gathered up by Katarina Hit.
And the time clock has completely run out. Only 40 seconds left remaining on the jam clock. This will be the end of the game.
Katarina ending the jam. Another 2 points gathered up. 12-point jam bringing us to the unofficial final 189-136. North Star coming out on top.
And as always, we encourage everyone to come trackside for our victory lap here. And we want to thank everyone who was watching on W.TV. My name is Hazenberg. This is Wilhelm Scream. And we've got Cecil B. Pup Daddy, who's getting ready to go to his next call. Go Bayside.
So we can see we're waiting the official final. Looking at the stats, leading scorer for Charlotte, was Rita Manita, picking up 42 total. Katarina Hit can't drive 55, but she can score 55 to be the lead scorer of the game and really bringing it out at the end, getting that lead jammer status in the final jam to control the clock with only 28 seconds left at the start, giving North Star the victory. Still make sure we've got the right number. The unofficial final, once again, 189 to 136. Stick around because there's more action coming up all weekend long right here from Beach Brawl 2015. Over on the other track, North Texas versus Lehigh Valley is currently in progress. You can join the announce team of Mr. Glitter and Bulldog as they are calling that game.
They should be on their halftime right now.
And coming up next on this track, next game here is going to be Emerald City and Carolina, brought to you by Vixen and Sirens. We have an official final here, 189-136, all weekend long to Beach Brawl 2015. This is the final day of action from beautiful Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Final countdown.
Morning, Fort Lauderdale. And I even say an even earlier morning for our viewers from Eugene, Oregon. Welcome back to day 3 of Beach Brawl 2015. My name is Kenny Sirens. With me, joining me on the mic is
Vixen to Brawl.
We will have the pleasure of bringing to you the second game on this track, being the Emerald City Roller Girl out of Eugene, Oregon, ranked number 51 in WFTDA rankings, versus the Carolina Roller Girls All-Stars out of Raleigh, WFTDA ranking 72. Go ahead and give you some of the rosters for our two teams. Vixen, if you want to go ahead and give me Emerald City.
Oh, I'm on Emerald City. Oh, okay. And for the Emerald City Roller Girls, we have number 10, Genesis O'Sin, number 12, Ariel, number 123, Psychotic Rage, number 1771, Gemini, number 192, The Stranger, number 2, Neil, 262, Wonder Dread, 32, Swaff, number 47, Miss Kitty LaRue, 49, Powwow, number 51, Coop, number 7, Ogden, number 76, Rise, and 83, Rex Havoc.
Emerald City will be wearing the black and green, while the Carolina Roller Girls will be wearing the white and black. We'll go down their roster, being number 10, The Antichrist, number 121, Electrocution, number 1492, Princess, number 185, Sling and Grits, number 2, Diesel, number 301, Dot Bomber, number 313, JoJo Gadget, number 33, Grim Carry, number 42, Ava Gore, number 609, Merciless, number 7, Aurora Thunder, number 750, Fanny Pack-a-Punch, number 86, Ginger Clobbers, and number 88, The Ish.
Emerald City has had a fantastic weekend here at Beach Brawl. They took on New Zealand's and crushed them 208-75. Last night's bout against Gold Coast, Emerald City won 367-43.
Well, Emerald City's no stranger to big tournaments, as they host the Big O, usually in May. I believe it was in May of this year. They hosted the Big O in Eugene, Oregon. So they're no stranger to this big tournament environment.
And started out the season ranked number 2 in WFTDA, but with their 5 out of 6 wins, 5 wins out of 6 bouts this season so far, that's pushed them up rising up 31 points in the rankings.
Well, that will definitely drop you in the rankings. The more wins that you can put under your belt, the lower you will drop in the rankings.
Carolina's also had a strong season so far, winning 5 of their 6 bouts too, and they've come up 20 points. Right now they're ranked in WFTDA at 72.
Looking like we're about 10 seconds away from getting started. Both teams are on the track. We'll have Ginger Clobbers, Carolina, going up against Ogden for Emerald City.
Carolina up on the back line there. Oh, we've already got a penalty in the first jam, a false start. Looks like that jammer just had to give clearance to Carolina's jammer. She is back through though, and Ogden is lead jammer for Emerald City.
Well, I had the privilege of watching Carolina play against Pirate City yesterday. It was actually kind of a tale of two teams when they played Pirate City. Pirate City was seeming to get the best of Carolina in the first half, but apparently something was said to Carolina in the locker room, and they came out as a completely different team. Ginger Clobbers was one of the high jammers for the first half. Actually, throughout the entire game, accumulated quite a bit of points. So you can watch Ginger Clobbers. She's going to carry Carolina for most of this game.
You also have to give a little bit of a pass to Pirate City, having played about 2 hours before, and they are here from New Zealand. I can't even imagine how they're adjusting to the time change.
Absolutely. So you got the Antichrist out there for Carolina versus Wonder Dread. Wonder Dread has picked up lead jam status. She's coming around on her scoring pass. Natural grand slam, 5 points, 1 point being the jammer, still on the track.
And D is joining Slinging Grits in the penalty box. And we've got a forearm penalty thrown on Nia. She will join Carolina in the penalty box. Dread really trying to fight her way through. Carolina's had some nice strong walls so far this morning. Hopefully they can keep up the good work.
So we had some penalties issued at the end of that jam. We'll try and work it all out. I believe I saw Diesel get called for a track cut. So we'll start off with 2 blockers in the box for Carolina, 1 blocker in the box for Emerald City. Psychotic Rage taking the jammer star for Emerald City, going up against the one and only Ginger Clobbers.
Emerald City starting off strong. That was a 20-point jam last go round. Aerial strike breaks through. She is lead jammer for Emerald City. Just sailing along the inside line with only 2 blockers for Carolina. They're just not really able to do much to hold her back. We've got Ava Gore on the line for Carolina, and she is up against number 32, Swolf.
Goes out and picks up lead jammer status. Ava Gore in the center of the pack, fighting to try and get through. She manages to get through the last blocker.
Meanwhile, we've and Grits headed back to the penalty box along with Emerald City's aerial strike.
Emerald City managing to pick up 8 points on that jam, holding Carolina to 0. So we have a 31-1 early in this game. Just 5 minutes into this game.
Tell you, like the panty stash strategy, it certainly gets me confused up here on the announcer stage, not really knowing where the heck did that jammer go.
Ginger Clobbers going up against Ogden again. I can tell you from watching Carolina in the past, Emerald City is going to get a steady dose of Ginger Clobbers. It seemed like every other jam during the Pirate City game she was out there. She manages to pick up lead jam, and she just never seems to get tired.
Is Carolina's first lead jammer of this bout so far. Emerald City's number 1771 Gemini in the box for a penalty.
Ginger Clobbers fighting a strong Emerald City wall. get through the final blocker and calls it.
Ginger Clobbers getting 5 points, bringing Carolina Roller Girls score up to 6 versus Emerald City 10. .262. Wonder Dread jamming for Emerald City, and she is up against the Antichrist. And Carolina grabbing that second lead jammer status. The Antichrist keeping an eye on Emerald City's jammer. Emerald City racing ahead, hoping to keep Carolina's jammer from scoring any points.
Well, right now I'm going to give the mic on over to Hazenberg and have him help us out and announce some of our sponsors helping us pay the bills.
Well, that's right. I'm going to Bowls, chicksandbowls.com. Their entire motivation is to encourage and inspire women and men to get into skate parks on their roller skates. Their founder, Lady Trample, is here at Beach Brawl with her team, Pirate City Roller Girls. I believe they are playing later today, so be sure to watch out for that. And I'm handing it back to Kenny now.
Thank you, sir. Back to the action on the track. Fanny Pack-a-Punch taking the star for Carolina versus Psychotic Rage on Emerald City Roller Girls. Fanny Pack-a-Punch managing to pick up lead jammer status, but she gets knocked to the inside. She gets knocked to the inside, recycled to the back of the pack. Now she fights through on the outside. Now the jammers get a little back and forth battle. Psychotic Rage knocking Fanny Pack-a-Punch out to the outside of the track. And then she goes to battle against the Carolina blockers. She gets knocked out and recycled to the back as Fanny Pack-a-Punch gets through. Psychotic Rage with a apex jump there in between turns 2 and 3. Fanny sees Psychotic gaining on her, decides to call the jam, decides to try and limit the amount of points that Psychotic gets, and she does so the best way that she can by limiting her to 0 points. You can't limit someone less than that.
Carolina seems to be warming up now. That's 5 points that Carolina's jammer grabbed this last jam. And we've got Emerald City leading 32 to Carolina's 12.
Ava Gore out there with the jammer star on her helmet for Carolina, going up against Swaff for Emerald City. Swaff meeting a 2-wall at the front, manages to get through on the outside, picks up lead jammer, but right in her back pocket is Ava Gore. That's the best way to battle a lead jammer, is to get right in her back pocket. So now we're going to have a battle of speed between the jammers as both jammers approach the back of the pack. Swaff gets held up by the Antichrist and Diesel, and I believe that Ava Gore was able to slide in there and pick up some point. Nope, she did not. It's a 0-0 jam.
And it seems like these teams are sending their blockers to the box in pairs, one for Carolina and one for Emerald City each time.
We're going to have Wonder Dread for Emerald City up against Ginger Clobbers.
Wonder Dread choosing to stay way back from that jammer line and take a running start.
Aurora Thunder tries to knock Wonder Dread out. Wonder Dread recycles back to the track, tries again, and then she manages to squeeze through, picks up lead jam. So she'll be out on her scoring pass. Ginger Clobber still trying to beat that last jammer. That last jammer being Coop, the captain of Emerald City. Coop's out of play, so has to let Ginger by. Ginger now trying to catch up with Wonder Dread. Now we've got the pack maintaining a jammer-type speed. Here comes Wonder Dread trying to get some points. Carolina girls trying to keep in front of her.
Yeah, we got Emerald City number 2 being held back in the back behind Carolina. She was able to get free. Emerald City just trying to move that pack as fast as they can to keep Carolina from scoring, and it seems to have worked.
Well, that whole jam was like a fast skate at the roller rink when you grew up. All the skaters were trying to skate as quick as they can to keep in front of the opposing jammer.
Emerald City puts 2 points up on the board to Carolina's 0, and we're looking at Emerald City's 34 to Carolina's 12. So far, not a lot of points being scored each jam. It's going to try to chip this game away.
Well, now that we've got a timeout, we'll go ahead and back to see what we can talk about some of our sponsors.
You know, one of our sponsors I like talking about the most is Derby Vixen. Your skates are expensive. You need to protect them. Why not protect them with some custom-made, amazing toe guards? They're all made with hand care and precision. You can visit derbyvixen.etsy.com. You can find her on Facebook, Twitter. She's got standard designs always available, and she can do customs by request. Made by a skater for skaters. derbyvixen.etsy.com. We've also got 5-second skate gear in the house. They also do custom stuff. 5secondskategear.com. Custom helmets, logos, other artistic designs. All derby culture all the time.
Thank you, sir. We'll go back to the action on the track. Fanny Pack-a-Punch going up against Ogden.
Fanny Pack-a-Punch heading to the inside, jigging back to the, outside, back in the inside. She grabs that lead jammer status.
Well, Fanny Pack-a-Punch is going to be out on a power jam. Ogden gets called for a track cut, sent to the penalty box. We'll see if Carolina can take advantage of this power jam to try and crawl back into this. 34 to 16 right now.
Emerald City's powwow really making it challenging for Punch to get through, but she manages and gets 5 more points.
Another one of Emerald City's blockers gets sent to the box, so now she has 3 skaters to deal with out there, but those 3 skaters those 3 skaters being Coop, Gemini, holding her back.
And Carolina's Diesel heading to the box after really doing her best to break through the wall and give a bit of a hole for Ogden to sneak through. I swear, I think I need more coffee.
She managed to pick up 15 points on that, so she definitely took advantage of that power jam, brought it down to now a 7-point difference between these two teams. And we have a timeout, and you know what timeout means.
That means it's time to talk about some cool stuff with Hazenberg. Roller derby is a sport that's all about passion. The players, the volunteers like us, all of our officials, everyone here is passionate about what they do, and often you're passionate about what you're with, and if that's the case, you want to get with passion parties. Go to passion.tlc.yourpassionconsultant.com. They bring passion to life. And if you want to get your someone special, a little something special, you can go to hollydresson.origamiOwl.com to get some cool custom jewelry made. And every percentage of every purchase you make there supports a local roller derby. How cool is that?
Listen, if it involves roller derby, it doesn't get much. Ginger Clobber is going to be out against number 32, Swaff. Definite difference between these two jammers, as Swaff seems to be more of a methodic. Clobbers is just a rough. Swaff gets called for what appears to be a forearm. She gets sent to the box. That's going to give Ginger Clobbers a power jam. Just as I say that, she escapes from the pack. Appears to have an official stoppage in play for that due to a possible skater injury. Well, it's a good time to talk about some of our volunteers now. Right now we have volunteers on the track of our NSOs, we have our officials, and very important, some of our volunteers that are walking around in the red shirts being our medics. They make this sport as safe as it can possibly be.
Slinging Grits on the line for the first time. Oh, second time for Carolina. No, she's not on the line. She's just next to the gymmer. I said I need some more coffee. Antichrist for Carolina.
But you did get a wave from Slinging Grits. That's cool.
That's right. She's an awesome player.
Well, the Antichrist will start off with the Emerald City Jammer in the box being swole.
I watched Emerald City play last night and against Gold. They kept it pretty clean. Not a tremendous amount of penalties to be making up for it today.
Well, you've got a strong four wall for Emerald City up at the front of the pack there, keeping the Antichrist back.
Yeah, the Carolina All-Stars are going to hang back and let their jammer push that wall of green ahead and just try to get them out of play. Meanwhile, we've got some bridging going on. The Antichrist with a track cut penalty, and she is going to sit in the box and give Emerald City a chance for power jam.
Well, Swole gave us a little shoulder shake as she passed the announcer's table here, seeing that she's going to be out on a power jam. Three blockers being Dot, Ava Gore were holding back Swole there for a second.
5 points up on the board for Swaff.
Well, Swaff gets knocked to the inside of the track, and she can hear her bench calling her for to call it as the Carolina Jammer had re-entered the pack and was approaching the back of the pack on a scoring pass. Got Psychotic Rage going up against Ginger Clobbers. The 13th jam, 42-27 in favor of Emerald City.
Psychotic Rage dancing back and forth across that track, but she manages to break through and she grabs lead jammer.
Ginger Clobbers being tied up in the middle of the pack, but she manages to escape on the outside. Psychotic Rage in the pack, picking up points. Ginger Clobbers trying to get around. Psychotic Rage gets called for a for a back block. Sent to the penalty box. It's going to give Ginger Clobbers a power jam. Which I'm going to tell you, this is not the jammer that you want to give a power jam to with only 10 points separating your two teams. Ginger's already got 5 points in her pocket as she comes around for more.
Emerald City doing a great job recycling. But Ginger Clobbers managed to get through for 5 more points, closing that gap. Meanwhile, we have a Carolina's number 313, JoJo Gadget, in the box.
Well, Carolina tried to set up for Psychotic Rage as she re-entered the pack. She squeezed by all the blockers on the outside. Princess America tried one last chance at her, and she missed. Psychotic Rage is out there picking up some points. Natural grand slam there.
And Carolina's jammer, Ginger Clobbers, going to the box.
Yeah, they're calling her for a track cut.
And we are having a reverse power jam situation here. Psychotic Rage being held back by Electrocution and Grim Carry.
So that jam showed us both teams jammers spending some time in the box.
Emerald City grabs 19 that go round. Carolina with 14. And we've got 61 Emerald City to Carolina's 41. So far, this game is much closer than I was expecting it to be.
Well, I knew it was going to be close. I'd managed to watch the jammers from both teams, and then both teams have very, very talented jammers. So I knew that there were going to be some points put up on the board. It was just a matter of whether the blockers were going to be able to block the opposing jammers. Wonder Dread out there for Emerald City up against Ginger Clobbers.
Slinging Grits, slinging that jammer out to the outside line, rewinding her back. She still is not through on her initial pass. Carolina's just doing a fabulous job of reforming their walls.
The Ginger re-entered the pack. She's being held back by a Emerald City. They're trying to knock her out. Several of the blockers believe they had her out and tried to recycle her back, but the official said no, she stayed in. Still behind her four wall, being held back by co-captain Neal.
And we've got a low block penalty called on Slinging Grits. She's going to serve some time in the box. And a forearm penalty on Wonder Dread. Once again, we have a power jam situation.
So we have Carolina on a power jam, still being held back behind a very strong wall of black and green. That was Neil and Rex Havoc that were holding that the Antichrist, who's now replaced the Jammer Star on her helmet.
Got 3 blockers for Emerald City. Ginger Clobbers doing her best all by her back Emerald City's jammer, being joined by Slinging Grits.
Well, we did have a panty pass there from Ginger Clobbers, who started off as the jammer, handed it off to the Antichrist.
Slinging Grits on the track for just a few seconds before she committed a multiplayer block, and she is back in the penalty box. Still having 3 Carolina girls in the box. 1 blocker going to try to hold back Ogden.
Well, Fanny Pack-a-Punch starts off as the jammer, and as soon as the whistle blows, she goes ahead and she hands the head covering over off to number 313, JoJo Gadget, who manages to get out. Ogden was keeping skate for skate with JoJo Gadget, and JoJo decided she was going to call it, believing that she was not going to be able to outrun the Emerald City skater. Well, coming to the line now, Princess America, number 1492, going up against Swolf.
Emerald City at 65, Carolina Roller Girls 45. And Swaff breaks through, grabbing that lead jammer status. Meanwhile, Princess America is being held back by that Emerald City wall.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now that Princess America, key reasons why Carolina was able to come back against Pirate City yesterday. She put up point after point after point on several jams. I believe points on her first jam.
And we have a star pass, and unfortunately, number 313, JoJo Gadget, created a track cut. So we will have a power jam situation for Swaff. And she's called that jam off, grabbing 15 points, bringing us to Emerald City's 80 to Carolina's 45.
We got a timeout being called by. During that time, I can hand the mic over to our bill payer.
That's right, and I'm here to talk to you about Bont Skates from Bont.com. Made lighter, stronger, and faster. They got a brand new car skate, which is made out of carbon fiber. This is the same stuff they use to make race cars and stealth fighters, and they are apparently the lightest boots on the market. They were here Friday and Saturday, so if you're here today and you missed them yesterday or the day before, you kind of missed your chance, but you can always go to Bont.com to check that out. We got Fester Custom Airbrushing in the building. They do custom paint airbrushing on just about anything or anywhere. Challenge accepted. We've also got body work by Kelly in the house. They're doing massage therapy and kinesio taping, which after 3 long days of derby, let me tell you, just about everybody needs. All I've had to do is talk, and I could go for a massage right about now. And it looks like we're getting back to it, so here you go.
Thank you, sir. Just in time to some derby action. Number 123, Psychotic Rage, going to be going up on the line unopposed as the Carolina Blockers sits in the penalty box. That jammer is going to be, I believe it's JoJo Gadget waiting in there. Psychotic Rage passing around on her toe stops. Catches eye contact with her coach. Tells her, keep going, keep going. I believe that's going to be Coach Tim Buck Yu on the bench there for Emerald City.
Just another power jam.
Psychotic Rage getting called for what appears to be a forearm sent to the penalty box. That's going to release the Carolina jammer. That being JoJo Gadget.
JoJo Gadget with an illegal procedure. Headed back to the penalty box. Gonna replace Emerald City's jammer so she can get back out and score some points with that power jam.
To be a revolving door on the box with our jammers. I don't know whether they're giving away free ice cream or something in there, but for some odd reason our jammers want to go into the box. And as I speak, Psychotic Rage gets sent to the box again, releasing JoJo.
We're having musical jammer chairs. All 4 blockers for Emerald City on the track, keeping an eye on JoJo Gadget. She's going to try to muscle her way to the inside, heads to the outside, stays up and absorbs that hit, and she is through. Emerald City grabbing 5 points, bringing them to a score of 85, and Roller Girls 45.
Well, coming to the line for Carolina is number 2, Diesel. Yet another jammer that was so key in Carolina back against Pirates tonight. Diesel going up against number 262, Wonder Dread.
Diesel trying to wedge her way in between that solid Emerald City wall, not having much effect with that. Neal is a tremendous blocker, however, she did draw a penalty that go round and time in the penalty box. Nice little hop, middle of the track for Diesel, and she puts on the board for Emerald City.
Well, Diesel escaped shortly after Wonder Dread and did everything that she could to try and catch that pack. That jam got called just before she re-entered the pack, and she wasn't able to pick up any points. 4 points for Wonder Dread. Ginger Clobber is going up against Ogden again. This battle will go on all night, and Ogden manages to pass on the inside. Touched. She picks up lead jammer status.
Yeah, Emerald City's number 1771, Gemini, setting a tremendous pick there and just opened up that line giving Ogden absolutely no problem with jammer. Ogden snagging 4 points and calling that jam off before Carolina has a chance to grab any.
So with just over 3.5 minutes left in this half, it's 93 to 4 in favor of the Emerald City Roller Girls of Eugene, Oregon.
Number 32, Emerald City Swaff on the line up against Swaff being knocked to the outside and rewound, but manages to squeak through and become the lead jammer.
Well, Ava Gore thought that she had knocked out Swaff, tried to recycle it to the back, was disappointed with the call by the officials.
Neal just doing her thing and really giving it 2 punch. However, she grabs a penalty and she is back to the box.
Carolina appears to be calling for an official review, and during that official review, I'll hand the mic off to Hazenberg.
And help you out, I will, because if you're looking for some new wheels, our good friends Rollerbones over here have their new turbo wheels, and you can take them for a free turbo test drive right here at Beach Brawl. You can also visit them online, I'm assuming. I don't have a website for them right here, but they sell all kinds of wheels and accessories, and they got a very good try before you buy policy. Cheese balls in the house. Their bearings are hand prepared by skaters for skaters. All their stuff is at 20% off all weekend. And if you're not here, you can go to cheeseballs.com. That's cheese with a Z.
If you go to Cheese Balls with an S,
I imagine you see some delicious snacks.
no, believe it or not, you end up wedding bands out of San Francisco. And if you don't believe me, check it out. Cheese Balls with an S. Yeah.
And again, the wedding band, not our sponsor. The roller bearing people, totally our sponsor. They have free stickers at their table, which is totally awesome. Looks like we're about to get a little word on the O here.
And after this bout here on track C, we have Nidaros Roller Derby from Norway taking on Birmingham's Tragic City Rollers.
Carolina was requesting that a track cut be called on the Emerald City Jammer, but it was decided that there would be no penalty issued because the person that had knocked her out was originally called for a penalty. Therefore, it was not a track cut.
And we've got Aurora Thunder and Grim Carey trying to hold back Emerald City's jammer. 2 blockers, just not quite enough to do the work. And Emerald City's lead jammer status.
Well, that was a pretty move by Psychotic Rage, passing around on the outside on her toe stops before she gets dropped to the inside by number 33, that being Grim Carey.
Emerald City crosses the century mark with a score of 101 to Carolina's 45. Diesel taking up jammer duties for Carolina, and she is up against Emerald City's Dread. Wonder Dread.
Well, there goes Diesel on the inside. Number 2, Diesel passing on the inside, picking up lead jam status. Building up a lot of speed in those skates. The entire pack tries to outrun her. Apex jump, turn number 3. She picks up her points and calls it. There is no prettier move in the sport of roller derby than that apex jump.
That was beautiful. That was a beautiful way to grab 4 points.
Diesel gets back to her bench and gets the appropriate love from her teammates as Fanny Pack-a-Punch goes up against Ogden.
Pack-a-Punch trying to distract everybody with a little bit of a shimmy before that whistle's blown. Got a bit of a scrum going on with Ogden being locked out with that nice, strong Carolina wall.
Well, the
Carolina seems to be able to keep those walls together when they want to, but not doing it quite enough.
Well, the pack was at a virtual standstill there between turns 1 and 2. Now it's starting to spread out a little bit as Ogden has emerged as the lead jammer. Fanny Pack-a-Punch trying to get out right behind her. Ogden has re-engaged the pack, has passed at least three Carolina jammers, blockers, and that's going to bring us to halftime. We'll see. Is halftime sponsored by anything?
Well, we can make it sponsored by Green Monster, grnmstr.com. They've got all kinds of cool roller sports stuff, boots, laces, equipment, and bags for all roller sports, not just derby. And they are right over here. I can see them from here. Green Monster, grnmonster.com.
Well, Vixen, what do you think of the first half? What's your opinion of the game so far?
Well, I was pretty excited there at the beginning. It was neck and neck, and now it seems to be slipping away from Carolina, and I'm going to attribute a lot of that to those power jams. Carolina's been spending a lot of time in the penalty box, and that is not doing them any favors.
No, well, both teams have really, really talented jammers, and we're seeing a lot of work being done. And now in the last couple jams, you've seen Diesel's gotten involved, and Princess America has gotten involved, and that's what happened at the end in the second half of the Pirate City game. They've used some of those. I don't want to call them smaller, but they're smaller in stature. Jammers, but they were definitely picking up points by the bunch load and getting them back into the lead against Pirates. So, but I agree with you. I definitely think that they need to spend a little bit less time in the penalty box, a little more wheels on the track, and then I think they'll just be fine. So hopefully they'll go into the locker room like they did yesterday, and that they'll give that same speech that they gave yesterday against Pirate City, and that other Carolina team will come out and try and chip away at this 104-49 lead.
All right. Well, for you folks at WFTDA.tv, we are going to take a little bit of a break, and we will see you back after halftime. I'm Vixen to Brawl.
I'm Kenny Sirens. We'll see you in a bit.
Hey everybody, this is Zach here from Rydell Skates, and we're here to talk to you today about an exciting new Fit footbed kit. It's designed to help alleviate pain and reduce some soreness people commonly get while skating. First, let's talk about the R-Fit footbed itself. It's a high-density foam with a cover on it. It allows for a lot more cushion and support for a safer and more effective skating session. Components that allow you to attach adjustable arch supports and heel wedges to it, which is really where all the customization comes in. Installed in the footbed is a blue arch neutral. There's also a red arch support, arches, and an orange arch support, which is for low arches. Installation and swapping them out is really simple. All you need to do is just peel the Velcro off and then install the new insert. The heel is another area of customization. You can use the included purple heel lift to elevate the heel on the boot. You can reduce heel slippage, irritation, or shin splints. Or you can use the included green heel lift. It's angled, so depending on the way you install it, it can help correct pronation or supination. This metatarsal is installed on the top side of the footbed to help reduce numbness in the toe and ball area of the foot. Getting the proper fit is simple. What you'll need to do is take your existing insole out of your skates. Then all you need to do is line the two up on www.roller.rydellskates.com.
Hey, this is Dan from S1 Helmets. We're in the testing lab today testing helmets to see if they pass the impact certification test. We're going to be testing 3 helmets today. A soft foam helmet with EVA terry cloth liner, the hockey helmet, triple density EVA foam, the S1 Lifer helmet with EPS fusion foam. 3 of these helmets are marketed as multiple impact helmets. We're going to test all of them today and actually pass the test. The multiple impact test is when we drop a helmet to achieve a velocity of 4.57 meters per second. This simulates a 10-mile-an-hour impact or a 4-foot drop. This is tested 3 times in the same location. The helmet must reduce the energy pulse to under 300 Gs each time. Anything over 300 Gs in a traumatic brain injury or a severe concussion. In summary, the soft foam helmet with EVA foam and helmet with triple density foam did not pass the multiple impact test. The Lifer helmet with foam did pass the multiple impact test.
Sometimes when you play roller derby, you're just kind of like, why am I doing this? This is so weird that I'm essentially have this unpaid second job, which I spend all my first job money to do. You go to playoffs and you go to champs, so you just go to any game and you're like, oh yeah, this is why I do this. My name's Steph Maney. I skate for the London Roller Girls, and S1 is part of my uniform.
And welcome back. Coming up on 4 minutes left in this halftime. A 104-49 game in favor of the Emerald City Roller Girls against the Carolina Roller Girls. We'll just go over a little scheduling that's been going on this track C. The next game will be at 2 o'clock. It'll be Nidaros Roller Derby versus Tragic City Roller. 4 o'clock will be Low Country High Rollers versus Centex Roller Girls. 6 o'clock will be the Charlottesville Derby Dames versus Crime City. Charlottesville being the location where my co-host is from right now. And 8 o'clock, Leeds Roller Dolls versus the Lehigh Valley Girl. On track D, at 1 o'clock, the host Gold Coast Derby Girls versus the Pirate City Rollers. The Vet City Roller Derby versus the Rock and Roller Queens of Columbia. 5 o'clock, we have the Fort Myers Derby Girls versus the Red Stick Roller Derby. I believe that's the next game I will announce. That's right, you're up with Hazenberg also, right? Yeah, that's right. And at 7 o'clock, we have the Kallio Rolling Rainbow from Helsinki, Finland against the Alamo City. And that will wrap up Beach Brawl 2015. But in this game, we've got some of the penalties that are going on. We've got the research of, you want to give us some of the research?
Yeah, it's been a pretty penalty-heavy first half. Emerald City racking up 23 penalties at halftime. Carolina with 25. What's been really interesting, Emerald City's, out of their 23 fouls, 9 of them have been forearm calls, whereas Carolina has just 1 forearm call.
Some of the skaters that we're looking at here that might be in some penalty trouble, leading the penalties for Carolina will be JoJo Gadget with 6, Slingin' Grits with 5, and Diesel with 4. And then for Emerald City, we're looking at Neil with 4, and then all tied with 3 being Psychotic Rage, Powwow, and Rex Havoc. So we'll be monitoring those penalties as we go along.
That's right. 7 penalties gets you fouled out of the bout. Carolina Roller Girls, Princess America, playing really clean, has not accrued any penalties yet, as well as Dot Bomber and Aurora. Fanny Pack-a-Punch also no penalties. Ginger Clobber's jamming quite a lot, but she's only got 1. And that was a track cut.
Well, as I was saying earlier at halftime, when I managed to call the Carolina Pirate City game yesterday, and it was very similar to this, where Pirate City had a rather large lead at halftime, and I don't know what they put in their Gatorade in the locker room for Carolina, but they came out as a completely different team, and that team was led by the first jammer we have on the line right now, number 2 Diesel and number 1492 Princess America. Those 2 skaters kind of put Carolina on their back yesterday, brought them back against Pirate City. Now, I had the pleasure of talking to some of the Carolina girls we happen to be staying in the same hotel, and I asked them, I said, what was said in the locker room? And basically, their coach said, hey, you need to do better. just do better. Play derby, do better.
That's all it took, huh? Maybe he said it in a really forceful way. Maybe he said he'd buy them all drinks on Sunday night or something after the tournament's over. And we are moving into second half of this bout. Carolina versus Emerald City. On the line for Emerald City, we have Psych and Diesel jamming for Carolina. Diesel being held back by that black wall. Psych breaks through and she is lead jammer.
Psychotic Rage gets through calls the jam. She picks up her 4 points.
She really had no trouble breaking. She didn't even have to break through that. Carolina just spread out all over the track, and she just found an easy way through to get those points.
Well, Ginger Clobber is out there, number 86 for Carolina, going up against number 262, that being Wonder Dread.
With 108, Carolina 49. Clobber's on the inside line, getting taken down. Meanwhile, Wonder Dread grabbing that lead jammer status. Slinging grits, knocking Wonder Dread to the ground and teaming up to try to hold her back. However, she breaks through, and we have a forearm penalty called on Wonder Dread.
So she gets sent to the box. That's going to give Ginger Clobbers a power jam. Once again, this is exactly what Carolina needs to try and cut into that growing lead by Emerald City. Ginger passes on the outside, virtually untouched, picking up 5 points. That's 4 on the track and 1 in the box. Here she's re-engaged the pack again, tries to keep her toes on turn number 3, but gets recycled to the back of the pack. Now she has to deal with a 2-wall at the front, being Aerial Strike and Reyes. Stranger coming to help her. Aerial Strike allowing Reyes and Stranger to continue to block her back, but she manages to escape. Now back out on the track, number 262, Wonder Dread. I'm going to try and limit some of the damage that Ginger Clobbers is doing right now. Clobbers gets knocked out by Aerial Strike and recycled all the way back into the straightaway between turns 1 and 2. Big hit there by Aerial Strike, knocking Ginger Clobbers to the outside.
Carolina grabbing 14 points that go round. A nice little addition to their score. Emerald City with 8.
Well, that's kind of the way that Carolina is going to have to crawl back into this. You know, it's just a matter of there needs to be more points on the screen, and less points on the left side of the screen. So
Ogden for Emerald City locked behind that Carolina wall. Meanwhile, Pack-a-Punch is lead jammer. She has no trouble taking that outside line, and she gets herself a grand slam.
well, that was a pretty move as she passed around on the outside on one skate.
Carolina's electrocution headed to the box with Ogden. Number 1771 Gemini is going to also keep Ogden company. So we are in a power jam situation for Carolina.
Well, Fanny Pack-a-Punch was one of those skaters that I was talking about earlier that I spoke to at the hotel where they were giving their advice in the locker room.
Grim Carey trying to break open that Emerald City wall. Meanwhile, Pack-a-Punch still fighting through 2 of Emerald City's blockers. They knock her to the inside. She has to come in at the back of the pack.
Well, that's going to be Coop and Gemini that she was dealing with in the front. Coop being one of the co-captains of Emerald City. Gemini just being just a heck of a good blocker.
JoJo Gadget in the penalty box.
And with that penalty being picked up by JoJo Gadget, that's going to be her 7th penalty. She has unfortunately fouled out of this game.
And she has to go sit in that timeout square at the end of the bench.
Well, that's definitely going to sting for Carolina because she is definitely one of the crucial blockers out there. And she also seems to be one of the pivots that participates in a lot of the panty passes.
Swaff jamming for Emerald City, and she is up against Diesel. Slinging grits, giving it to Swaff. They are not making it easy for her to break through, but she is going to go with those Carolina blockers ahead, and she is lead jammer. Meanwhile, Diesel with a track cut penalty going to the box. Emerald City has another power jam.
Diesel was another one of those jammers in a little bit of penalty trouble at halftime. She had 4 penalties at that in the first half.
That effort, Emerald 5 points, Carolina with 0. We're looking at Emerald City at 121 to Carolina 78. Psych jamming for Emerald City. And do we have the jammer back out? No, not yet. And she started with that power jam. Meanwhile, Diesel is back on the track, coming in behind that mighty wall of black. Carolina doing a great job of keeping Psych back. Again, if they've been pretty inconsistent this game. Every once in a while, they just pull it together, and then they're tremendous. We just need to see a little bit more of that and less penalties. As Diesel goes to the box, Psych with the power jam advantage.
Yeah, they got Diesel for a what they called was a track cut turn there on the inside of turn number 2. That's 2 quick penalties that Diesel has picked up in the second period. Psychotic Rage continues her assault on Carolina's blockers with 10 points in her pocket already, out on a power jam.
Electrocution, Princess America, and Aurora Thunder having to let Psychotic Rage through. Diesel back on the track, getting hit to the outside, rewound to turn 1.
Yeah, she took a shot there from Coop, knocked at the outside, and then Coop recycled her back into turn number 1.
And Aurora Thunder with a mighty hit, setting back Psychotic Rage. And that was a 24-point jam for Emerald City. Carolina putting 5 points. We got about 20 minutes left in this game. Emerald City at 145 to Carolina's 83.
The Ginger Clobbers is going to take the star for Carolina, going up against 2-6 Dread. These two have gone head-to-head all game long.
Wonder Dread just staying in the middle of the track, trying to muscle her way through. Grabs the outside line. Gets through on her initial pass. Carolina recycling those walls, but not able to hold her back. And Wonder Dread is lead jammer.
Ginger Clobber is going up against number 2 Neal and number 192 Stranger. She manages to defeat both of those blockers. Escapes the pack. But now in the middle of the pack is 262 Wonder Dread. She gets her hips past the blockers and picks up 4 points.
Emerald City just grabbing that jammer line first, and they are using up all of the space. Gonna give Pack-a-Punch a little bit of trouble, but should probably break through. Swaff jamming for Emerald. She gets up ahead first.
And that's Fanny Pack-a-Punch out there for Carolina. Fanny having some issues at the back of the pack with Pow Wow, Gemini, and finally she gets knocked out by number 10, Genesis Osin.
Yeah, just not able to stay on the track. She was on her tippy toes, but just lost enough balance to put her out of bounds. Swaff gonna try to find some purchase on the outside line, not managing to do so, so she's gonna head up to the middle of the Grim carry with a real strong hit.
Well, at the end of that jam, you had a star pass got handed off to Electrocution. She did her best to get around the track and try and get a couple points, but the jam got called off just as she reached the back of the pack. Let's go over to Hazenberg for some sponsors.
Yeah, you know, Nesquik proudly supports a healthy lifestyle, and that, of course, includes physical activity because like this jam, which we're going to get right back to, but Nesquik are here, so come check out the Nesquik Oasis and get your free sample. Brawl.
I've had a couple of those free samples, I'll say so. I drank yours.
And number 7, Ogden, is lead jammer. She is facing Slinging Grits. Seems to be keeping pace with her. However, she's going to have to let her go, and Ogden is through the pack. And number 2, Neal, with a multiplayer block, going to keep Slinging Grits company. Slinging Grits coming up. Well, let's see, that was her 6th foul of the game. Carolina cannot afford to have 2 of their players fouling out.
Ginger Clobber is going out there up against Psychotic Rage. And with that whistle, Psychotic Rage takes the inside on her toe stops, picks up lead jam status. She did that with relative ease, it appeared. And Ginger Clobber still stuck back in the pack. Here's Psychotic Rage trying, and she does so successfully. Picks up 5 points, 4 of the blockers, 1 jammer.
Started to look like a situation where Carolina was doing more offensive play than defensive, and when they do that, there's just no problem for a great jammer like Psychotic Rage to grab those points.
The thing that I have noticed is that it seems like, at least on this last jam, the last 2 passes, was that the blockers seemed to be preoccupied with trying to free Ginger Clobbers, that they missed the fact that the jammer was coming back up behind them, and jammer got through the last 2 times virtually untouched.
Yeah, I always feel sorry the jammer just struggling, but now you can see why they just let the jammer do her own thing and hope she can do the best that she can. So when that other jammer rolls around, you just have to be ready for her.
Well, you know, the hardest thing for us is you know, because we're fans ourselves, you know, when we don't have the mic in our hand, the hardest things for ourselves is not to say, well, look, and then
here she comes. And we have Wonder Dread in the box for Emerald City. So that's that power jam situation given to Carolina. And let's see if they can do something with it. and try to close the gap.
And that'll be a power jam on the shoulders of Fanny Pack-a-Punch. Oh, there's something unusual. Princess America seems to have been called for a penalty. That might be her first of the game. Well, as the Carolina Jammer re-enters the pack, we've now seen that there has been a star pass, and the Antichrist has now assumed the role of Jammer for Carolina.
Meanwhile, Wonder Dread taking advantage of inattention, and she got through easily. We got a track cut penalty on Wonder Dread. She's going to go back at the box, and let's give Carolina a chance at the power jam. Got quite a scrum out there.
Yeah, I did think that in that small little space right there, there's like 7 or 8 bodies. It was all just a big tight pack right there, just trying to trap the Jammer in the middle. That Jammer being the Antichrist.
The Antichrist really struggling to get through. She has not scored any points yet in this jam. Oh, the spell is broken, and she picks up 5. 5 hard-won points. Meanwhile, Emerald City gets 4. So we're looking at Emerald City 175, Carolina Roller Girls 88, and we have about just under 13 minutes left in this game. Ogden doing Jammer honors for Emerald City, and she is going to take on Ginger Clobbers. I was pretty impressed there how Ogden was able to squeeze through because they gave her just enough room to get through. Meanwhile, they're holding back Ginger Clobbers. And Ogden becomes lead jammer. Emerald City grabs 4 points for the ball. Carolina 0.
Psychotic Rage will start off with the Jammer Star for Emerald City. She will start off unopposed on a power jam. She will go up against number 88, the Ish, number 301, Dot Bomber, and 92, Princess America.
It's hard to see Princess America. She just crouches down on that line.
She does. She seems of the jams that way, down in like on a kind of a catcher's crouch position.
And we've got Psychotic Rage, lead jammer status once again. And we have another forearm penalty called on Emerald City's number 192.
That's the Stranger.
That's Emerald City at a blocker disadvantage with 2 in the box. That leaves 2 to take care of Diesel. Meanwhile, Swof has to take on 4 of Carolina's blockers. And it's a race to get through, and Swof wins. She is lead jammer for Emerald City. We got a low block penalty called on, or a block, out of play block called on number 121, Electrocution.
Well, now the Emerald City coach, that being Tim Buck Yu, was encouraging his skaters to skate as quick as they can to keep away from number 2, Diesel.
Emerald City with 2 points that go round, and Carolina 0. Emerald City at 185, Carolina Roller Girls 88. Pack-a-Punch on the line for Carolina. She is up against number 262, Wonder Dread. Emerald City still down 2 blockers. However, they are back on the track, ready to hold back Carolina's jammer. Again, Carolina distracted and doing a little more offense than defense, allowing Wonder Dread to get a grand slam. Electrocution now in possession of the star. Emerald City's just not going to make things easier for her.
Wonder Dread continues to rack up her points.
Carolina keeping an eye on Wonder Dread.
Wonder Dread's going to be out there on a power gem as electrocution got called for none other than a forearm.
Slinging grits, doing her best to hold back Wonder Dread. Wonder Dread gets knocked out of bounds, goes ahead and decides to call that jam off. Meanwhile, she racks up 19 points that go round. Carolina with 0.
That jam brought Emerald City up over the double century mark with 204 to Carolina's 88. And with that timeout, we will hand it over to Hazenberg and tell us some of our fabulous sponsors.
First thing we're going to do is talk about one that's just for the people here in the arena. We've got 3 raffles going right now. I don't know if they've given one of these packages away or not, but one of them is an electronic package. There's a travel package, a sports package. Tickets are $3 each or 2 for $5. The final drawing is going to be at 6 p.m. today on track D, but announced here on track C. You must be present to win. Every ticket that you buy also puts you in for the grand prize, which is a 32-inch HD TV. Boy, that'll be fun to stuff in the bus on the way home. Tickets from the merch table or from the women who are walking around selling them. So if you want some, find someone who's got some, get them. We also want to take a moment to thank Kurjan Sports, RollerskateUSA.com. They carry all your guys and from vendors here at Beach Brawl.
And we are back to the Derby with Psychotic Rage jamming for Emerald City. And she is going to start this off with as a power jam. We've got a track cut penalty called on Aurora Thunder. Looks like it took her a while to hear what that ref was saying. Meanwhile, Emerald City just grabbing those points. Psychotic Rage with 10 points so far. Grim Carry at Electrocution and Aurora Thunder holding back. Emerald City's jammer once again, they can pull it together and do a fantastic job, but they've been very inconsistent during this bout.
Well, the pack is spread out here between turns 3 and 4. The Antichrist.
I don't want to take that back. That was the Ish, not Aurora Thunder doing all that hard work. 5 more points for Psychotic Rage. 1 blocker up at the front to hold her back. Again, there's just too much offensive blocking. Not Psychotic Rage hit to the inside, being rewound back to turn 4. Takes three of those Carolina blockers to finally knock her out, and that jam is called.
Well, you had Genesis Osin and Gemini were giving the Antichrist a hard time, knocking her out to the inside several times and then recycling her to the back. So with just under 5.5 minutes left, we're looking at a 229-88 lead in favor of Emerald City. Ogden taking the star for Emerald City. Ginger Clobbers for Carolina.
And Ogden breaks 3, and she is lead jammer. Emerald City reforming front.
Had a big collision there in turn number 4 as Ginger Clobbers slid up underneath Slinging Grits, her own teammate. Thankfully, both skaters managed to get off the track on their own power.
Diesel up against number 32, Swaff. And we have a high block penalty on number 49, Powwow. And she is going to do some time in the box. And that is 5 points on the board for Emerald City. Carolina not scoring in the past several jams. Emerald City with 236, Carolina Roller Girls 88. Just over 3 minutes left in this bout. Pack-a-Punch taking on Wonder Dread. Wonder Dread squeaks through, and she is lead jammer.
Slinging Grits out there handing out some punishment. Ultimately knocked out Wonder Dread.
Ava Gore headed to the penalty box, and we have an official review.
During that official review, we will hand it on over to Hazenberg.
All right, now we're talking about one of my favorite sponsors, Sugar and Oats. Nina of Sugar and Oats is local to Fort Lauderdale. All of her skincare line is certified vegan, cruelty-free, and eco-friendly. All of her stuff is very carefully formulated using the purest plant-based oils, organic certified shea and cocoa butter, and completely all-natural skin-loving ingredients. Sugar and Oats, they're promising to get away from harsh chemicals, parabens, sodium lauryl sulfate, and palm oils because she loves the rainforest and the animals that live in them, and really, who doesn't? And everything's always cruelty-free and always vegan, including her line of if you're not lucky enough to be here and check out her stuff in person, you can go to sugarandoats.com and get your vegan on. We're all by Adam Wheels, adamwheels.com. They got Boom Wheels. You can try them before you buy them. You got Juke alloy wheels with Swiss bearings, heat. They've got a mounting service. If you spend $150, you will save $54. That's a heck of a great deal, isn't it? And the truth is, all the equipment that you buy for this sport is expensive, so it pays to get it maintained by a pro. And we're also sponsored by Women with Pride with PrideCenterFlorida.org. They're a dedicated Pride Center initiative providing education, outreach, and linkage services with programming for the South Florida LGBT community. We're getting back at it, so I'm handing this back over to Kenny.
All right, apparently there was an official review there where Carolina wanted a skating out of bounds penalty on Emerald City Jammer. It was decided that the Emerald Jammer was skating in a counterclockwise direction, therefore it was not a skating out of bounds and the penalty was not enforced.
And we've got Emerald City's Jammer penalty, and she is in the box, sitting alongside Carolina's Jammer. What's going on?
Hey, since we've got another timeout here, I'm going to go ahead and talk about our after party. The official after party for Beach Brawl 2015 will be at Sin Nightclub tonight. They'll have the Birdcage Drag Show, 2-for-1 drinks until midnight, and a free party bus to and from the club.
Well, apparently that timeout was to signify that number 2 Diesel for Carolina has fouled out. She took her place in the foul out box to our right. Gave a little wave to her teammates, and
That's the second Carolina player fouling out this game. So we have apple clobbers. Sorry, ginger clobber. Charlottesville Derby Dames has an apple clobbers. Ginger clobbers jamming for Carolina, starting out with a power jam. Meanwhile, Psychotic Rage back on the track, just finding openings all over the place, and she is lead jammer.
Ginger Clobber's having some issues with the Emerald City line. Now facing up against a 3-wall at the front of the pack. Rex Havoc kind of branched off to bridge, block her for a little bit longer, but then she manages to escape. So Ginger Clobber's out on a scoring pass.
And we have a back penalty on Psychotic Rage. Ginger Clobbers with the power jam. Finally able to break through that Emerald City wall, and she puts 5 points up on the board for a grand slam. Slinging grits, trying to make some openings there, and that seems to work. That's 5 more for Carolina.
There was a big, beautiful clearance there by the Antichrist that allowed Ginger Clobbers to get through as she took the Emerald City line to the inside of the track.
Clobbers going outside, but because the blocker fell, she does not have to come in behind. Meanwhile, this time she does, and she is going to all the way back to turn 3.
Well, at the end of that jam, the end of our game with an unofficial final of, looks like 248 to 103. 248 to 103 in favor of Emerald City. Once again, that is unofficial right now.
Carolina having a nice showing there right at the end with 50 that last jam. Not enough to close the gap, though.
Well, I think that Carolina went up against a very physical Emerald City team. Not that they were unprepared, but they had some issue keeping their blockers out of the penalty box. I'm aware of at least 2 skaters that fouled out for Carolina, one being Diesel and the second being JoJo Gadget. Apparently they were not able to pull out some of that magic that they pulled out of halftime from the first game against Paris City that I called them.
And coming up on Track C, we have the Norwegian team Nidaros Roller Derby taking on Birmingham's Tragic City, and that is at 2 o'clock. If you're watching from WFTDA.tv, you can switch feeds over to Track D Rollers. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Vixen to Brawl.
And I'm Kenny Sirens.
And I'm Hazenberg, and we are out.
So the good thing about here is that if we get it wrong the first time, they're going to call us. All right, you ready?
Good afternoon here in the Derby facility. Back at Beach Brawl 2015 from the Broward County Convention Center in beautiful Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I'm Smiling Stash Merkin. With me, I'll Be Damned and Mr. Kenny Sirens. We're going to be bringing you the next matchup, which will be the Tragic City versus the Nidaros Roller Derby All-Stars. We'll introduce Tragic City first. Number 0, Sookie Smackhouse. Number 104, Claw and Order. Number 1059, Get Off My Lawn. Number 13, I'm a Cutter. Number 150, Road Rage. Number 16, Eiffel Power. Number 1618, Whistlin' Dixie. Number 1943, Renegade Ruthie. Number 1989, Berlin Mall. Number 22, Suge Fight. Number 23, Vanilla Rice. Number 3, Mad Villain. Number 720, Bless Your Heart. Number D10, Original Sin. And I'll Be Damned, introduce us to Nidaros.
Yes, sir. We will start, but if I get cut off by the start of Derby, I will get right to you at the first break. But I'm here to introduce you to the Nidaros Roller Derby All-Stars. Number 11 is Brawley. Number 1113 is Yoshibichu. Number 13, Betty Bye Bye. 14, Pookie. 159, Sophie Nordheim. 217, Benny Kill. 22, Nancy Nosebleed. 3, Sprinterella. 333, Overkill. 5, Sassy Kickassy. 66, Agatha Krusty. 8011, Booty Badass. And 88, Noxette. And those are your Nidaros Roller Derby All-Stars out of Trondheim, Norway.
International bout about to get underway. We have Road Rage for Tragic City. Noxette for the Nidaros All-Stars. And we're underway. Tragic City versus Nidaros. And Noxette fights her way past Eiffel Power to earn lead jammer. Road Rage still trying to complete her initial pass, has to recycle herself inbounds on sides. And this will be a power jam for the Tragic City All-Stars as Noxette is going to the penalty box for a back block. Both of these teams performing extremely strong this weekend. Rage still trying to push her way through the Nidaros wall. It looks like Road Rage is on her way to the penalty box. Track cut.
One gets up, so there'll be an abbreviated stay for both jammers here and thing as Road Rage works her way out, and there she goes. Tragic City gets out to breaks her way through for another grand slam. Road Rage having a great weekend, Stash, here at Beach Brawl 2015.
I called Tragic City's game yesterday. I'll be damned. You're right. Tragic City playing very well. Nidaros also playing extremely well. Another grand slam. Noxette.
Ooh, lots of action going on. Looks like there might be a pin. Yep, that's what it is. Forearm. Big hit by number 16. That's Eiffel Power on Road Rage. Didn't hit Road Rage. Womp, 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 womp.
And that's the end of that jam. We have Mad Villain lining up. Who is that? Number 3? That's Sprinterella. No, I'm sorry, Sassy Kickassy. She was down. She was down so low I could not read her number, but Sassy Kickassy is the lead jammer. Mad Villain completes her initial no-scoring pass. Approaching the pack for her first pass, and 4 points for Sassy Kickassy. 4 points for Mad Villain. Mad Villain trying to get around, does. Grand slam for Tragic City, and Power Jam coming up as Sassy Kickassy is going to the box. This is an opportunity for Tragic City to even the gap on the scoreboard. 5 more points for Mad Villain. The Tragic City blockers standing out of the way, giving their jammer some room to work. Squeaks by on the inside for another grand slam. Tragic City making the most of this power jam. We have a lead change already. Mad Villain gets knocked out of bounds on turn 3. Must recycle herself. Power jam now over. Jammers knocking around. And look at Mad Villain just willed her way through on the inside. I'll be damned. How about that?
Wow, my goodness. She went to a dart, and it was on a straight line, almost deep in one side of the corner of the track, all the way across track, tiptoeing along that inline line, along that apex line. She didn't jump it, but she certainly walked the line, and now she's going back around with another grand slam.
And Mad Villain looking for more just as the jam expires. Tragic City's bench giving their jammer a high 5. Good change. Your score as it stands now, 29.
Yes, sir. They scored 29 points in that one jam as we set up to get ready. It's number 1943, Renegade Ruthie, going to jam against number 22. That's Nancy Nosebleed. You know, those Nidaros skaters really start really low.
They do that because they come out of the pack real fast. Nancy Nosebleed, lead jammer for Nidaros All-Stars. Grand slam for Nancy Nosebleed. Thank you. We have a star pass almost completed now. Star pass now completed to Claw and Order, just as the jam. Claw and Order kind of teasing the announcer, putting the helmet cover, starting to put the helmet cover on a couple of times. We'll line up and do it again. Vanilla Rice jamming for Tragic City. Knock set for the Nidaros All-Stars. Jam on. Vanilla Rice almost gets around on the outside, but is knocked out of bounds, must recycle herself. Meanwhile, the Tragic City blockers, led by Eiffel Power, just shutting down knock set and cause the get a power jam. Vanilla Rice on the power jam, on her way to the penalty box for a back block. Good work by the Tragic City defenders to draw that penalty. And I'll be damned, I won't lie for a second. I think it's a huge player on the Tragic City defense.
Absolutely, and that's not. And when you say that, that's not by size. That's just by her presence in the middle of the pack. Oh my goodness, really hitting on people. We now have 3 Nidaros skaters in the box. Oh, my
And
goodness.
another one coming for a forearm.
Vanilla Rice slowly skating back around to take off her thing. Man, what a jam she had as she was released. It was ice, baby.
And we have yet another. Looks like this one is going to be back and forth all the way. Nidaros 38, Tragic City 34. Kenny Sirens take care of some business, sir.
We're going to talk a little bit about chicksandbowls.com. Their entire motivation is to encourage and inspire women and men to get into skate parks on their roller skates. Founded by Lady Trample. Chicksandbowls.com. That's Lady Trample of your Pirate City Roller Girls. We can also do some Fender custom airbrushing, custom paint and airbrushing on just about anything or on any. Little body work by Kelly, massage therapy, taping.
Thank you there, Ken Sirens. Taking care of paying some bills for us because, we got a bunch of sponsors that come here and help us out throwing this giant tournament. Lauderdale, that's Beach Brawl 2015. I had the honor of being here for Beach Brawl 2014 as well. It's really something to come see these international teams join and get into play some of the teams, and we learn so much about them. As now, Mad Villain steps to the line, back to the line for Tragic City. Oh my goodness, she blitzes to the outside. What a great job getting lead jam for Mad Villain.
Power jam now over. Nidaros jammer out of the box. That's knock set. Mad Villain rings up her 4 points and calls it off.
Yeah, this should turn out. Right now, it's after 5 jams. We're tied at 38-38.
Look at that. We are tied up.
So far, they've both, one team would put 10 points together and then turn around. It's been wavy in both directions, and that's good. And I hope it stays that way because we'll wind up having a great game by the end. But one thing I've noticed about Nidaros is they seem fundamentally sound skating. They start low, they stay low. So low that when they're on the jammer line, we can barely read their numbers.
That's right, Al, but we have Sassy Kickassy, your lead jammer for Nidaros. Renegade Ruthie trying to complete her initial no-scoring pass for Tragic City. And we have
Renegade Ruthie going there for a track cut as Sassy Kickassy of a power jam situation once again for Nidaros. Just what they needed to try to open up this game a little bit as they were knotted 38-38 before this jam. Dealing with penalties so far in this game, which is not uncommon from all the. I don't know if it's the different styles of reffing and trying to get used to them, but we've had a lot of penalties. That and the new rule best forearm issues. We're having a lot of forearms called this.
Indeed. And just as you say that, number D10, Original Sin, off to the box for a forearm. Meanwhile, Sassy Kickassy points.
Sorry, sir.
Sassy Kickassy against Eiffel Power. Turned her to the inside, got by. Grand slam for Nidaros.
Sassy Kickassy now color purple as Tragic City going with that three skater wall. They put a real mean 3 wall up there to hold back Sassy until their jammer could get back around and re-engage, and it's called off the jam. Just a second ago, we said it was 30 stash, and no sooner did we speak and talk about how they've been back and forth as Nidaros puts a 26-point jam.
Good jam by Nidaros. The city of Trondheim in Norway must be up and cheering. And hello to everybody else watching out. Glad you tuned in. This is promising to be a very good game.
As we have an official timeout, let's see if we can get Ken Sirens to pay some bills for us.
Talk about 5-second skate gear, custom helmets, logos, and other artistic designs specifically geared for our sport of roller derby. They can make something fun and personalized for you, whether you want a custom helmet, a scrimmage stencil, a badass tank top, or even an amazing work of art for your derby cave. Contact 5-second skate gear. That's 5secondskategear.com.
You know, 5-second skate gear is run by Furious George from Dub City. She skated yesterday, and she is actually working on a custom beach brawl painting that she's doing right now that is going to be raffled off here tomorrow at about 5 o'clock. So those of you in-house, go over to 5-second skate gear and get a ticket to win that custom beach brawl painting that she is working on as we speak.
Thank you, Kenny Sirens. Thank you, Al B. Looks like we have a little track maintenance issue underway.
You know, Stash, now they're working on the track. Seems to me that last time we worked together, it was in the beautiful Sunshine State, was it not?
It certainly was, Al. Certainly was. Had a good time at Frankie Panky last year. Saw some good derby. Going to see some good derby today. Our last day of Beach Brawl.
Yes, sir. We were lucky. Ken Siren and I both announced for Tampa Roller Derby. We host Frankie Panky every year, and Stash graced us with his presence last year.
Well, the Acadiana Roller Girls let me out for the weekend to come visit you. Looks like we're ready to get underway here. Road Rage jamming for Tragic City, but we have Nancy Nosebleed pushing through the pack and earning lead jammer. Meanwhile, Road Rage has to recycle herself inbounds. And that's a big grand slam del Grande for Nancy Nosebleed. And should be another one. Yes, it is. Just turning on the juice. And it looks like we have a high block.
Magic City, as number 22, Nancy Nosebleed for Nidros, goes into a power jam situation now.
Right now, Nancy Nosebleed having a heart. Finally does get around the three wall led by Eiffel Power. And this is one thing, Al, I noticed in the game I called last night for Tragic City. Eiffel Power, unless she draws a penalty, she never leaves the track. She's out there nearly every jam. And she is dominant on the defense. Power jam now over. Road Rage back on the track, completing her initial no scoring pass. Road Rage looking for a little daylight on turn. Can't find it through the wall of orange, and the jam comes to an end.
We're sitting at 88-40 here with 14 and a half minutes left in the first period. That was a 24-point jam. We were tied 38-38, and we had a 29-point jam followed by a 24-point jam. Now we're getting set up, but this one is going to start at a power jam situation for Tragic City with Mad Villain at the helm.
We'll see what Coach Colonel Sanders has up his sleeve to try and make the comeback against the Nidaros All-Stars. Right now, is Mad Villain fighting her way through and getting lead jammer. Mad Villain gets through on the outside, gets her grand slam, none for Nidaros. Good heads-up play by Mad Villain. Knew the power jam was over, got through on the outside on one skate. Called it off, got her 5 points, 88-45. Your score.
Yeah, great job, like you said, of track awareness there by Mad Villain. It's not always just getting the points, but to call the timeout at the correct time to where you can keep your opponent from getting points. Road Race tries to go on the inside to get around. I mean, Renegade Ruthie, I apologize. And she gets through.
Noxette trying to get around the 3-wall of Tragic City. Finally does. Not before getting a goodbye greeting from, I think it was Claw and Order. Noxette gets 4 points on that jam.
Yeah, she was trying to signal that timeout, and had that look like it took a little bit longer to get wanted it to, but she did a good job calling it before any points can be scored. As Nidaros now 92 to Tragic City 45. 23 for Purple, Vanilla Rice.
Here we have Sassy Kickassy for Nidaros. Vanilla Rice jamming for Tragic City. Both jammers looking for a little. Sassy Kickassy finally finds her way through, earns lead jammer as she looks. Recycles herself inbounds. Onside, little mini apex hop, completes her score initial pass. No points for Tragic City. 5 grand slam for the Nidaros All-Stars.
Mad Villain stepping to the jammer line against number 22, Nancy Nosebleed. And Tragic City really at the point, it's certainly early and there's plenty of time, but I'm telling you right now, Tragic City is thinking nothing but to put the brakes on this skid that's been happening by Nidaros. Mad Villain blows to the inside. Nancy Nosebleed goes on the outside, and it's Mad Villain to the inside of the track, does a 360. Gosh, what a move as she puts the pedal to the middle, runs road skates and everything, and now it's a race around but to the re-engage to the pack. Tragic City engaging, goes on the outside and calls off the jam. What a spin move by Mad Villain, really showing the agility and the great skate work to spin and get through and get it called off before the points were scored.
And also excellent defensive play by Benny Kill on the Nidaros. Used her teammate to knock the Tragic City jammer out of bounds as we line up to do the next jam.
And that's important by Tragic City. You don't have to get 25, 30, 20, you don't have to get those big points. It's more important to get points that the other team is not getting. They get in, grab your 4, and call it off and chip it away at this lead, and it can still be done. There's plenty of time as number 88, Noxette, tries to get through for Nidaros. Ruthie goes back to work for Tragic City. She's forced back out of bounds as Noxette comes around for her point pass. Renegade Ruthie still trying to get through, making her way through that wall of red, and she is having fits back there. Look at the Nidaros blockers 3-wall up and just reform those walls. Huge fall on the inside. Oh my goodness, Stash.
Noxette going airborne, does not stick the landing, has to recycle. Meanwhile, Renegade Ruthie having quite an issue trying to get through the Nidaros wall. And Noxette, another grand slam for the Nidaros All-Stars.
Wow. Great footwork again. That's great putting those skates out of teams, even teams that I'm relatively familiar with, that seem to be doing a lot of really good footwork and working on. And that just goes to show you the importance of toe stops in modern.
We had a panty pass. The jammer of record for Tragic City is now Claw and Order. To no avail. No points for Tragic City. Looks like, yes, 5-point grand slam for Nidaros on that last pass.
Road Rage going to work for Tragic City. Number 5, Sassy Kick Assy, ready to go to work for Nadiros. Sassy Kick Assy dives down on the inside, working her way through that wall of purple. Again, and wow. Great job by Road Rage as she gets by. I was just fixing the free wall of Nadiros when she on the outside. Great job.
Tragic City is sort of from my area. I've seen him play. Road Rage has great acceleration off the jam line. Kenny Sirens, tell us what you have for us, sir.
We'll go with cheeseballs.com. That's cheese with a Z. Bearings are hand prepared by skaters for skaters. We're going 20% off all weekend. That's cheeseballs.com.
Here we have Nancy Nosebleed for Nidaros. Mad Villain for Tragic City. And
Nancy Nosebleed gets lead as Mad Villain now is free. Both jammers through for their point pass. Looks like a 3-on-2 pack in favor of Nidros, sorry. Side big hit, and again it's Eiffel Power.
I was going to say Nidros had a 3-on-2 pack advantage, but one of that two on Tragic City was Eiffel Power, and you don't skate around her without she having to say something about it.
Looked for a second like she was going to leave the track, but you know what? She did a U-turn and came right back on again. Just like you said, if she's not in the box, she's on the floor.
I'm pretty sure she's a Terminator.
I'll be back.
We have Noxette for Nidaros.
Renegade Ruthie for Tragic City, and it's Noxette again. I'm anxious to see her half statistics coming out of this one because it certainly seems like every time I see her name called, she's got a lead jammer status by a referee being pointed to her.
And we have a star pass. Claw and Order receives the jammer panty, but to no avail. Nidaros calls off the jam. And your score, Nidaros All-Stars 124, Tragic City Rollers 49. Nidaros starting to pull away a little bit on the scoreboard, Al.
Yeah, I feel like we might have offended Nidaros when we said it was going to be a close game as it was tied 38-38. That's what I get for opening my mouth, huh?
I guess.
Road Rage stepping to the line for the dressed in purple for Tragic City. For the red team, it's number 5, Sassy, going for Nadiros. And look, Road Rage. Road Rage turns around. She gets lead jam for Tragic City as they're still trying to cut into this lead. They don't have to get them all at once, but they do need to start getting points and moving in that direction.
Nidaros jammer clears the pack for a grand slam, and she'll have a power jam coming up. Will sit in the penalty box and give the Nidaros All-Stars a power jam, but there is once again Eiffel Power knocking her out of bounds, forcing her to recycle, burn time off the penalty clock. We have a star pass this time for the Nidaros All-Stars. Your jammer of record now, 113, Yoshi beat you. And she flies right through the pack. Grand slam. The Nidaros fans up in the stands applauding. Nidaros Yoshi beat you. Tried to jump around on the outside. Eiffel Power one more time said, Power jam now over. Road Rage out of the box. Trying to score some points for Tragic City. Running into a 3 The Nidaros defenders simply not giving any quarter to Road Rage. Meanwhile, grand slam for the Nidaros All-Stars. Yoshi Bichu ringing up the points. Looked like we had a star pass for Tragic City at the end of that. Berlin Mall took the star and rang up 4 quick points for Tragic City. And we have a timeout on the track.
With the official timeout, we're going to use that to pay some bills. Those of you out in the Derbyverse, please make sure you go by Bont.com. That's right, go to Bont.com. They have lighter, stronger, and faster. They are no longer in the arena as they left to go north a little bit here in the Sunshine State. There's a big Sunshine rivalry going down this evening between Jacksonville and Tampa.
I heard about that.
That's right. So Bont is going up there to represent there, but they were here Friday and Saturday. But make sure you go to their website, Bont.com, and check out the new Quad Stars. The carbon fiber boots are the lightest on the market today.
And this is a team timeout called by Tragic City. Their first of the game. 3:06 to go in the first period. Tragic City 53, Nidaros Roller Derby 147. The Nidaros All-Stars pulling away on the scoreboard. We'll see what ladies from Birmingham have to say about this. Mad Villain on the jam line for Tragic City. Nancy Nosebleed for Nidaros. And Tragic City, Mad Villain, your lead jammer. And she'll have a power jam. The Nidaros jammer going off to the penalty box for a back block. That is Nancy Nosebleed will be sitting and serving a penalty. This is just what the Tragic City All-Stars wanted going into the locker room. And no, that's not what they wanted. This is a penalty against Mad Villain, also for a back block. Just as they were trying to pick up a little momentum at the end of the period, the back block occurred. And we got a conga line going in and out, jammers going in and out of the penalty box. A forearm call on Nancy Nosebleed, which will spring Mad Villain out of the box. Mad Villain, nice little speed, good concentration, staying in bounds. Grand slam for Mad Villain of the Tragic City All-Stars. Mad Villain approaches the Nidaros wall, tries to get around. Good speed, good way to stay on her skates. Another grand slam. Al, this is what I thought was going to happen when that first penalty got called. Nidaros getting a little bit. And it looks like we have injury on.
That's number 5. That's number 5, Sassy Kickassy. For those of you out in the Derbyverse, she went hard right in front of and she looks like she landed directly on that tailbone. It was a hard hit. We heard it from up here. We're trying to keep low so that we don't disturb the medics here in the venue and let them do their business, but we would like to just keep you guys posted in the Derbyverse. We will certainly give you more of a update as we get more information, as the skaters have been asked to go ahead and leave the track.
Our medics looking after. And now that hit happened right in front of us. It was a very hard hit. No penalty called. Sassy Kickassy up on her skates. Good sign, she's skating off. Crowd gives her a hand.
I assure you that, like you said, it happened right in front of us, and it made a noise. the human body should not make that much noise striking anything, anywhere. Even a soft part of your body shouldn't be. But she hit directly right there on her tailbone, and it had to be. I can just imagine the tingle that went up and down her spine. So she did get up. She walked out. She skated off on her own power.
Fine.
So that's a good sign, because when she first went down, she hit hard and it was loud, and you almost immediately go ooh, and it takes your breath away. But you know what? Derby is a very rough sport, and that's why we have all these great sponsors that we've been announcing to you guys, because it takes good equipment and Derby, and that's why we have such an emphasis on safety. Still have an official timeout.
And
So those of you in the arena, stop by Rollerbones Reels and Accessories, and this weekend you can get a free turbo test ride. Just stop by Rollerbones. Stash, what are we doing now?
we're back to play. Renegade Ruthie jamming for Tragic City. Noxette taking yet another jam for the Nidoros All-Stars, but this time it is Renegade Ruthie, your lead jammer. And that's the end of that jam. Tragic City scored 2 on that last pass. It looks like 3 for Nidoros. Under a minute to go in the first period. Your score 150, Tragic City 75.
As number 113, Yoshibichu. Number 23, Vanilla Rice, goes to the line for Tragic City. Yoshibichu goes down, comes right back up again, and that wall of purple looking good now as Eiffel Power puts the hit on Yoshibichu. At Yoshibichu, great job staying on her feet. She's marked lead jammer, but Vanilla Rice was right on her heels, and I think she looked back a little bit and kind of slid around turn 3.
And what was really kind of funny, as she was sliding down, she realized that Vanilla Rice was going to speed by her, had the presence of mind to call off that jam while she was falling.
She had not come to a stop yet. You're right. She would not come to a stop yet.
She was actually sliding on her face, calling off the jam. And that is halftime. Your score at halftime, Tragic City 75, the Nidoros All-Stars 150. And we will see you back here in about 10 minutes.
Yes, sir, we will. We'll be back for the second half shortly as we go get ready. Dash, what is your take on what we saw in the first half between Nidoros and Tragic City?
I think there was a lot of feeling out of the two defenses. I spoke with Colonel, the coach of the Tragic City All, told me that this was the bout that his players were looking forward to getting off the plane. We want to play our opponents from Norway. We want to play Nidoros. This is the game we're looking forward to.
Exactly, and that's kind of my tip. What I wrote down, I wrote a couple of notes, just my thoughts on the first half. Number one is penalties continue to be an issue here at and I think we have such a top-notch. I mean, we have the best of the best. We have a cream of the crop as the officials that have come here for this event. I mean, you look down I was looking down the roster of both the officials, skating and non-skating, and I mean, it's the referee all-stars that are here, and you just got to get used to how they're calling. So penalties continue to be an issue. We've had a lot of we've had a couple foul outs, and they continue to be an issue. And also, the international teams are surprising everyone. If you look, Nidoros has 0 games in 2015 so far, so nobody really knows what to expect. And I think that causes teams to overlook them. And as we learn more and more about some of these teams, I have a feeling after this weekend, a lot of the international teams are going to be skyrocketing in the rankings.
That would not surprise me at all, Al. The international teams have been tearing it up. here is Fort Lauderdale at Beach Brawl. And we will see what happens in the second period. But we'll sign off for right now. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. And we'll have the second half of this great derby bout.
Hey everybody, this is Zach here from Rydell Skates, and we're here to talk to you today about an exciting new product we have. This is our bed kit, designed to help alleviate pain and reduce some soreness that people commonly get while skating. First, let's talk about the RFit footbed itself. It's a high-density foam with a soft-top cover on it. It allows for a lot more cushion and support for a safer and more effective skating. On the back side, there's Velcro components that allow you to attach adjustable arch supports and heel wedges to it, which is really where all the customization comes in. Installed in the footbed is a blue arch support, which is neutral. There's also a red arch support, which is for high arches, and an orange arch support, which is for low arches. Installation and swapping them out is really simple. All you need to do is just Velcro off and then install the new insert. The heel is another area of customization. You can use the included to elevate the heel on the boot, which can reduce heel slippage, irritation, or shin splints. Or use the included green heel wedge. It's angled, so depending on the way you install it, it can help correct pronation issues. This pad can be installed on the top side of the footbed to help reduce numbness in the toe and ball area of the foot. Getting the proper fit is really simple. What you'll need to do is take your existing insole out. Then all you need is line the two up on top of each other and trace and trim to fit. The RFit footbed kit is available now at any of our authorized retailers. www.roller.rydellskates.com.
Hey, this is Dan. We're in the testing lab today, testing helmets to see if they pass the multiple impact certification test. Testing 3 helmets today: a soft foam, full density EVA foam, the S1 Lifer helmet with EPS Fusion foam. All 3 of these helmets are marketed as multiple impact helmets. We're going to test all of them today and see if they pass the test. The impact test is when we drop a helmet to achieve a velocity of 4.57 meters per second. This simulates a 10 mile an hour impact 4-foot drop. Tested 3 times in the same location. In summary, foam helmet with EVA foam and the hockey helmet with triple density foam did not pass the multiple test. The S1 Lifer helmet with EPS Fusion foam did pass the multiple impact test.
Sometimes when you play roller derby, you're just kind of like, why am I doing this? This is so weird that I'm essentially have this unpaid second job, which I spend all my money to do, and then you go to, you go to playoffs and you just go to any, like, oh yeah, this is why I do this. My name's Steph Maney. I skate for the Linden Roller Girls. Fun is part of my uniform.
leaders. Number 5, the name, 405, 52 points.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the second half of Nidaros and Tragic City. Both teams had a chance to get refreshed. All the announcers got a chance to go grab a drink and other things. And now we're back getting ready. Ken Siren, our track production guy on this bout, put together some information for me. As far as your lead jams, there were 19 jams in the first half. 1 had no lead jammer. 6, Tragic City had 6, and Nidaros had 12. Your scoring leaders for Nidaros is Sassy. She's 4 out of 5 leads with 52 points. Number 88, Noxette, is 4 out of 7 with 44 points. Number 22, Nancy Nosebleed, is 3 for 6 with 41 points. For Tragic City, number 3, Mad Villain, is 4 for 6, and she is the scoring leader of this game with 62 points. And a combined 16 points is scored by the rest of the Tragic City Jammers.
And thank you to Kenny Sirens for compiling that great data for us. Thank you, Al. We're the second half. Noxette jamming for Nidaros. Renegade Ruthie for Tragic City. Both jammers looking for a little daylight. Nidaros gets Renegade Ruthie out of bounds, which buys Noxette enough time to earn lead jammer. Something that the Nidaros defenders have been able to consistently do, knock Tragic City's jammer out of bounds, forcing her to recycle.
Yes, one goes in the box for Nidaros and 1 comes out. Oh my goodness. Still penalties. We're already starting off with penalty issues. Tragic City wanting to regroup and get together and cut into this lead, which, you know what, I'm sure they circled the wagons and they got everything. I'm sure that we will have a competitive second half. It's still certainly, look guys, it's 75 points is certainly not insurmountable. So anybody that's just counted out Tragic City, don't do it. But I feel like they need to get in here and get some momentum going. And right now they're going against this Shug Fight is skating for Nidaros, and Vanilla Rice is jamming for Tragic City. Shug Fight shoot through. She is your lead jammer, of course, as she comes.
Nosebleed on the jam for the Nidaros All-Stars. Vanilla Rice on the jam for Tragic City, and that jam comes to an end. And we'll line up and do it again. Looks like we have Sassy Kick Assy coming to the jam line for the Nidaros All-Stars.
I had the right number.
Yes. Bad Villain for Tragic City. Our jam timer says 5 seconds, and I believe him. Jam on.
Sassy Kick Assy coming back from that hard hit up here in the turn as we last to step back into the jammer line. She's really going against that Tragic City 3-wall as Mad Villain is back fighting with the 4-wall of Nidaros.
And
that's Mad Villain again with a lead jam for Tragic City. Unfortunately, Mad Villain can't jam every jam, Stash.
This time, oh, look at that. Mad Villain comes through the pack backwards. Points still count, though, and this time it is Tragic City. Tragic City's blockers holding up the Nidaros jammer as Original Sin goes to the box. good job harassing the Nidaros Jammer all the way around the track. Finally got called, but she will take that because they held her Jammer up while the Tragic City Jammer gained 4 points, which is exactly what Tragic City needs to do. Hold the Nidaros All-Stars down to not scoring while they could put some points on the board themselves.
Great job by Mad Villain that time, but I have one question. How in the heck did she stay on her feet up there?
It was amazing. We were both just looking at it go, did that just happen? Yes, it did.
Renegade Ruthie going to the jammer line for Tragic City. Number 88, that's Noxette, gets lead jammer for Nidaros.
Noxette been taking a lot of jams, very effective on the jam in this bout. Original Sin, fresh out of the box, gets in front of Noxette, and I believe, yes, give Original Sin a credit for causing Noxette to go to the penalty box, earning her team a power jam. Good play by the War Pony, D10 Original Sin.
We do have a star pass as Claw of Order gets it on, and she is going to take a power jam situation, and also 3 Nidaros skaters in the box. Eiffel Power going to the penalty box.
And yet another Nidaros skater, that is number 66, Agatha Krusty. So
Yoshi beat you, number 113, hollering, all right,
Yoshi beat you, just leveling Claw and Order. Completely legal open track hit, very pretty. And meanwhile, power jam over, knocks it out of the box, scoring points. Grand slam for Nidaros, and another. I'm sorry, my mistake. Only 4 on that last pass.
You know what we learned that jam? How 113 for Nidaros got her derby name, because, she beat you.
She beat you.
That was a huge hit that she hit right up here in front of us. So far, all the hardest hits are coming right here for us to see, Stash.
Right in front of us. We would like to thank Trondheim, Norway, for sending this team to us to have some great derby this afternoon. We'd also like to thank Birmingham. That's kind of near my stomping grounds of Lafayette, Louisiana. We see Tragic City quite a bit. Tragic City, always a quality team. Hard hitting, high scoring, just what you want out of a roller derby league.
Nancy Nosebleed and Vanilla Rice going to the jam as number 22, Nancy Nosebleed, gets lead jam status. Vanilla Rice still facing that Norwegian wall of Nidaros. Three Nidaros skaters going to the penalty box right now. As it leaves number 217, Benny Kill, all by her lonesome. Nancy Nosebleed tries to make it on the inside. Original Sin has something to say about that, but then there's a track cut, and that's all hitting and all teamwork by Get Off My Lawn and Original Sin. What a great job by Tragic City, trying to take advantage of all the skaters in the box. We have 3 Nidaros skaters in the box.
Tragic City's defense continues to shine. Vanilla Rice trying to get around the Nidaros defenders, does so. Completes her initial no-scoring pass. Meanwhile, Original Sin, Eiffel Power holding back. Nancy Nosebleed just not giving her any room whatsoever. Looks like Get Off My Lawn's in there too. I can't quite say. No, that's Renegade Ruthie. I got the wrong number. Finally, and it looks like Nancy Nosebleed is a little winded coming out of that pack. The Tragic City All-Stars giving the Norwegian Jammer all she can handle. And one more time.
Look at the wall work and the way they form the walls so quickly as Nidaros. That 3-wall by Nidaros literally had Vanilla Rice hung up in that corner almost at a full stop for 30 seconds or more. It was really something to see as both defensive walls group up to stop their jammers going through.
And I called the wrong number. That was Berlin Mall on the defense on that last flurry.
Number 5, Sassy Kick Assy for Nidaros, going to the jammer. As soon as I call her name, she goes to the penalty box, putting a power jam situation for Tragic City. That's number 3, Mad Villain. Once again, Mad Villain in a power jam situation, able to get points. And you know what? Tragic City skating hard, but look at Mad Villain. Oh my goodness.
Mad Villain, excellent, staying on her skates, just tracing the boundary, staying in bounds. Power jam for the Tragic City All-Stars. And one more time, Tragic City Grand Slam. And good track awareness by Mad Villain. Called that jam off before the Nidaros jammer could come out of the box, thereby I guess they did. She did come out of the box. Never mind. Yoshi Bichu was lining up on the jam line. Okay, no, I was right. There is a jammer in the penalty box. That play on. That is Renegade Ruthie. Renegade Ruthie knocked out of bounds. Power jam now over. Sassy Kick Assy, your lead jammer, but right now Renegade Ruthie out in front has to call off that jam.
All right, as we get ready for the next line, let's pay some bills, Siren.
Talk a little bit about Roller Bones, wheels, accessories. You're here today, you can try them before you can buy them and ask them specifically about their turbo wheels.
Yoshi Bichu step into the jammer line now as she goes up against Road Rage for Tragic City. Yoshi Bichu hits that 3-wall, and there's Eiffel Power turning around, trying to keep her at bay. She spins, and there she goes, Yoshi Bichu. And yes, that's what she did, and she is now lead jammer. Yoshi Bichu dives in on the inside, tries to get by. There's Eiffel Power, but then she does a little, able to jump, just kind of not really an apex jump, but she certainly jumped the turn, able to get on the inside of Eiffel Power, as Road Rage is once again battling that 3-wall, 4-wall by Nidaros.
Boy, I tell you, Yoshi Bichu came around turn 2 and ran face to face with Eiffel Power, and Eiffel Power said, look, I'm Gandalf and you shall not pass. Once again, Eiffel Power working the 3-wall. Nice work by Yoshi Bichu to get around, do a little spinorama to get around the Tragic City wall. Grand slam for Yoshi Bichu. Little apex jump over here on turn 3, did not stick the landing. Track cut for Yoshi Bichu. Power jam coming up for Claw and Order, the jammer for Tragic City. 17:40 to go. 196 to 105 your score. Nidaros on top, but power jam right now to the ladies from Tragic City.
Yes, sir, the star pass by Road Rage to Claw and Order, as she now becomes a jammer, trying to take advantage of the power jam situation. Still a 90-point deficit, lots of time. Look, folks, you guys in the Derbyverse, you know, points can be made up, but you got to start moving in the positive direction and keeping your other team from from scoring, and penalties keep nipping everybody in the bud behind. As now number 88, Knox Set, going to the jammer line. And you know what? I can't blame Tragic City a bit. They send number 3, Mad Villain. So
Mad Villain.
She is the lone bright spot on the jammer line, as she is currently 6 for 10. Siren, how about let's pay some bills?
All right, we'll go out. We'll talk about Derby Vixen. You know, your skates are expensive, and they're really valuable to you. Why not protect them with Derby Vixen toe stops? You know, Derby Vixen, she's one of our co-announcers. She makes each toe guard by hand with care and precision. You can find her on Facebook. You can find her on Twitter. And visit her at derbyvixen.etsy.com. Standard designs are always available, and custom are available by request. You know, those are toe stops made by a skater for skaters.
And after that official timeout, we are ready to get back to play. Knox Set jamming for the Nidaros All-Stars. Mad Villain for Tragic City. We've seen this matchup before. Jam underway. Both jammers looking for a little daylight. Blockers holding them fast. Mad Villain stuck toward the back of the pack. But Knox Set, despite a good play by Sookie Smackhouse, earns lead jammer. Knox Set calls that jam off. 3 points for Tragic City. 3 points for the Nidaros All-Stars that last jam. And we'll line up and do it again.
Nancy Nosebleed stepping to the line for Nidaros as number 1943. That's Renegade Ruthie going to work for Tragic City. Tragic City certainly needing to put together a little bit of a run, try to get everything going. But there's Nancy Nosebleed going on the outside, and oh my goodness, what a burst of speed and power to get through that wall of Tragic City. City did a good job grouping up, walling up, getting ready, but she just shot right through him. Now she's able to stay.
Nice staying in bounds. Yeah, you're right, I'll be damned. Nancy Nosebleed just came around turn 1, turned on the jets, and was able to shoot through the pack. And that's the end of that jam.
Wow. I mean,
excellent play here.
Just the way she hit the pack. I mean, I really feel like Tragic City that time, they walled up in that far corner, looked like they had a good defensive stand, and Nancy Nosebleed just had the power and the speed and just blast through the line. As we come to an official timeout, how about we take just a second to pay some bills?
Well, if you guys are here or if you are in the general area, I strongly suggest that you join us at Sin Nightclub tonight. That's at 111 Southwest 2nd Avenue. It is the official after-hours party spot for Beach Brawl. Let me tell you something. If you haven't been to an after party after a roller derby event, and I call it an event, you have not been to an event, period. This is Sin Nightclub. It is CYN Nightclub.
You know, it would be a sin to miss that. You're welcome. I'm here all week, folks. I'm here all week.
Can you take his microphone away?
All right, number 5.
Al, you keep making jokes like that, I'm grounding you on the mic. You're grounded, young man.
Sassy Kick-Assy goes to work against Vanilla Rice. But we still have an official timeout.
Official timeout still continues. Looks like it's wrapping up. Our fine NSOs. And while we have a quick second, I want to say a thank you to our fine medics who have been doing a good job for us all weekend.
Yeah. And they have really had to work hard, too, because we've had a couple of really...
Unfortunately, we've had some injuries. Yes, you're right. Jam on. Sassy Kick-Assy for Nidaros. Vanilla Rice, City. And Vanilla Rice is your lead jammer. Even Kick-Assy is ahead of her. Vanilla Rice calls that jam off. No points scored.
You know, speaking of the medics that we talked about just a second ago, they really have had to work hard. We've had a couple of situations. Luckily, I think Glock Strap from Red Stick Roller Derby went, and I believe she broke her lower leg. Is that correct?
I haven't heard officially what had happened, but I think she does have a broken leg, and she's resting comfortably, and she's getting the very best of care. And I understand the medics went and visited her in the hospital after the tournament yesterday. So our medics, yes, and we are back to action.
That's number 3, Mad Villain for Tragic City, the lone bright spot, and she calls off. Getting just 3 points. You know what? 3's better than 0, especially if the other team gets none. But back to the medics real quick. Glock Strap, she went to the hospital. Everybody went and checked on her. Lucky Ale from Bogota, Colombia, she was carried out on a stretcher Friday morning.
I called that game.
And was back on the track Friday night at 8 o'clock.
You are right, sir. I called that game. She took a bit of a hard fall, and I think they wanted to check her out just out of an abundance of caution. But
absolutely.
Like roller derby girls, we know they are tough. They are a tough breed, and right now, the tough breed who has lead jammer is Nancy Nosebleed, the jammer for Tragic City. Renegade Ruthie. And Nancy Nosebleed calls that off. Special hello and shout out to our viewers on the internet at WFTDA TV, watching us on the interwebs. They're seeing a great game. I'm sure the city of Birmingham and the Trondheim, Norway are all watching this. And they are watching Sassy Kick-Assy jamming against Price. And Sassy Kick-Assy fights her way through the tenacious Birmingham Tragic City All-Stars 3-wall to earn lead jammer. And that's the end of that jam. Get off my lawn, doing a good job holding Sassy Kick-Assy back.
We do need to take just a second to say good evening. Good evening to those in Trondheim, Norway, because it is 9:15 in the evening there, by the way.
Oh, I'm sure they'll stay up a little late to watch their roller derby ladies on the internet. And right now, Noxette, who has just been, I think she's a Terminator unit. She has taken almost every lot of jams, and she just still looks fresh as a daisy. Great conditioning these Nidaros All-Stars must take. Noxette finding a little room on the inside. 5-point grand slam for Noxette. Mad Villain completing her initial pass. Approaching the Nidaros wall of orange. But the jam is called off.
Yes, that one's called off. Looks like we're going to have a review. So there'd be a great time to ask Mr. Siren to pay some bills.
I strongly suggest when you have a chance, not now, but when you have a chance, to go on pridecenterflorida.org. That is for Women with Pride. Women with Pride, a dedicated Pride Center initiative providing education, outreach, linkage services, and programming for the South Florida LGBT community. That is pridecenterflorida.org. Also take a second to talk about Roller Bones for wheels, where you can try it before you buy it here at the beautiful Broward County Convention Center. Ask about their turbo wheels. Speaking about wheels, we can talk about one of our perennial sponsors. That's Atom.wheels.com, ATOM wheels.com, specializing in boom wheels. You can also try it before you buy it. Talking about their Juke alloy wheels with they're $150 this weekend, where you save $54 just by purchasing them here.
Thank you, Kenny Sirens.
You know, one of the other nice sponsors, there's been a 6 foot, at least 6 foot, I'm short, so I look up to everything, but at least a 6 foot bunny walking around here for Nestle. And they've been advertising for their Nest Quick, because that provides a healthy lifestyle that they would like you to include some sort of physical activity, such as roller derby. You can recover right with a Nesquik shake. It provides 8 grams of protein, electrolytes, calcium, vitamins A and D. Gotta love the A and D vitamins. And absolutely no high fructose corn syrup. Not to mention it tastes delicious. Come check out the Nesquik Oasis and get your free sample here at Beach Brawl 2015.
Yes, sir, you're right about that. I actually, yesterday, we've been here all weekend calling a lot of games. Got a little bit of sluggish towards the end of the day yesterday.
We have an official review underway. It looks like some of the players from Nidaros has been joined. Is it Kallio? Is that Kallio over there? Just from Helsinki. Looks like I see some rainbows. I'm not sure if it's Kallio or not, coming out to cheer for their neighbors. And it looks like we're back to getting ready to get back to play. Renegade Ruthie jamming against Nancy Nosebleed. And Nancy Nosebleed giving a smile to the fans in the stands. On the official review, it appears there was a question about an illegal block, which there was not one, so the call stands on the track from our fine crew of Team Zebra. Jam on. This is once again Noxette
and Vanilla Rice.
Both jammers looking for a little daylight. Noxette muscles her way through. The Nidaros fans are clapping. And right now, Noxette has to the one-woman wall that is Eiffel Power. Eiffel Power and the Tragic City blockers slowing the Nidaros jammer down. Just cascading on her. And that looks like Vanilla. That should fight getting called for a fight was in some penalty trouble at halftime. I'm wondering if she has fouled out now. This would be a ban for the Birmingham team. Should fight, key blocker on Tragic City's defense, but right now Tragic City has a power jam. And that is Brawley, and expressed frustration as she was skating off to the penalty box. I can't believe I did that. As if to say, power jam now over. And look at this, Noxette gets herself a grand slam and gives the fans in the stands a little team timeout called by Tragic City. 2:43 to 111. Kenny Sirens, what have you got for us, sir?
We'll talk a little bit about Sugar and Oats. Sugar and Oats is run by Nina, who is local to Florida. Sugar and Oats sells certified vegan and cruelty-free and eco skincare. Their promise is to stay away from harsh chemicals, parabens, sodium lauryl sulfate, sure I mutilated that one, and palm oils, because we love our rainforests and the animals that live in them. Also, everything is always cruelty-free, never tested on animals, and always vegan. Specializing in vegan soups. That's sugarandoats.com, all spelt out. Sugarandoats.com. Thank you, Nina.
Thank you, Kenny Sirens. Team timeout about ready to action. Mad Villain jamming for Tragic City. And Yoshi B jamming for the Nidaros All-Stars. Mad Villain twisting, turning, fighting her way, earns lead jammer status. Mad Villain approaching the pack, looking for some points, trying to keep her, good job keeping her skates moving. Got through the pack, earned her 4 and called that jam off. Good heads up roller derby. She has had excellent track awareness, I'll be damned.
Yes, she has. And she is currently, you talking about Mad Villain?
Mad Villain, yes, sir.
She is currently 6 of 10 at the jammer line for 87 points. She is tied with the lead for 87 points for this bout with Noxette, who 87 bouts and 8 for 12 at the jammer line. That's the crack production staff work of Ken the Man Sirens.
Excellent job, Kenny Sirens. Good producing. Meanwhile, we have...
great job staying in bounds by Nancy Nosebleed to take lead jammer status. Oh my goodness. She was almost out of bounds, kind of stopped on a dime, able to keep her balance, comes back up, and then she gets through to complete the complete pass through. Oh my goodness, what a great job to get lead jam. Now she's going through, and boom, quick as that, it's 5 in the sky as she gets a grand slam for Nidaros.
Good defensive work by Eiffel Power's Original Sin. Sookie Smackhouse and Claw and Order down the Nidaros jammer, but she finally fights her way through. Grand slam. This is a power jam for the Nidaros All-Stars. Tragic City has its A team out there on the defense. 2:58 to 115 with coming up on 4 minutes to go in this bout. Power jam now over. Renegade Ruthie out of the box. Fighting back.
With this jam, Nancy Nosebleed just took the scoring lead for the game at 13 with 89 points.
Nancy Nosebleed turning in a solid performance. And this is the first game I've called for Nidaros, Al, but I have seen a few of their games so far in this tournament doing their hometown proud, making a great showing here at Beach Brawl 15. Road Rage jamming for Tragic City. Noxette trying to juke her. Yes, she got called for a penalty. That is a low block. Power jam for the Tragic City All-Stars. Road Rage, your lead jammer.
Great opportunity for Road Rage and Tragic City, as this Nidaros line has held them to just 4 points in the last 7 jams.
I see some Tragic City fans up there waving their hats. Come on, make some noise, Tragic City. You got a power jam. You got to cheer for your players.
That seems like it should be an old Prince song. Tragic City, can't you see? Never mind.
Road Rage can't seem to push her way through the Nidaros 4 wall. Standing resolute. And Noxette out of the penalty box completes her initial no-point pass. Eiffel Power trying to line up Noxette. Noxette cut back to the inside. 5 points for the Nidaros All-Stars. Road Rage has to recycle herself inbounds on sides. Still having trouble solving the Nidaros 4 wall. That is Betty Kill. Betty Bye-Bye. And Booty Badass absolutely just shutting down Tragic City's jammer. I like to give the blockers some shout-outs when I can, Al, because that was some excellent play by the Nidaros defense.
Yes, before, like I had mentioned, they had held in the last 7 jams, held Tragic City to 4 points. And if we look, I haven't done the whole second half stats looking over them, but you see a whole lot in the jam point slot, Tragic City. So it's they started out going back and forth, but Tragic City certainly needed to come out and establish themselves to try to cut into that lead, and instead the Nidaros skaters just continue to their blocking line, and that is not uncommon with all these international teams. I have been extremely impressed with the communication and the wall up abilities of all the blockers of most of these international teams. I mean, when you hear a lot of chatter coming from the track, and so many times announcer booth as it goes by us, we can't understand it. That just means there's a lot of communication going on in a language that you don't understand.
They're talking, and not only Nidaros, Kenny Sirens, what you got for us?
Just going on to what Al was just talking about, throughout the second half of this game, the Nidaros defense has held Tragic City to 0 points on 12 jams just in this second half.
Thank you, Kenny Sirens. Excellent job with the stat work this bout. Thank you much, sir. Team timeout called by Tragic City. Their second. And you're right, Al. The international teams have come into this tournament and impressed everyone. Mostly because a lot of these international teams, especially the European teams, play each other. But to get a real bump in the WIFT rankings, they have to come to the States and play some of the leagues in the United States. Just to make some ground in the rankings. Playback on, we have Sassy Kickassy, your lead jammer. Mad Villain, jamming for Tragic City, hot on her wheels. And Sassy Kickassy doing a little dance.
Sassy Kickassy doing just that, kicking ass and spreading sass.
That's it. It's living up to her name. She had a good jam. Called that jam off, and we'll line up and do it again.
Oh, here you go. Number 2 and 3 scores for the game, prospectively. Noxette going up against Mad Villain. This one ought to be good. As to close out this game, Mad Villain would certainly like to close it out on a happy note as she blitzes on the outside. Oh my goodness, trying to work her way through. Nidros gets a huge hit, sends her back on the inside of the track. She's got to be recycled back. But then again, it's Noxette. Noxette going to lead jam status, trying to put the icing on this one for Nidros. Mad Villain gets through. She shows around. Noxette tries to get around. She's got that 3-wall of Sin, Berlin Mall, and Eiffel Power. Noxette goes down, and folks, we got an unofficial final of Nidros Roller Derby 288, Tragic City Roller Derbies 119. What an exciting game we got to see today, Stash.
I agree totally, Al. I'm glad you were here to make this call. Also to Kenny Sirens. Looks like Nidros is going to take the win. They are huddled up and celebrating.
Shout out to the officials of this game. Thank you very much for being here. Did a great job. Shout out to the medics. Shout out to the NSOs. And how about for the winners, their victory lap? Give it up for Nidros Roller Derby.
The city of Trondheim, Norway is celebrating their roller derby heroes. Meanwhile, the city of Birmingham saluting their Tragic City All-Stars. Turned in a very respectable bout against these high-powered Norwegian team, and looks like the players are congratulating each other. We're going to wrap things up from here. For those of you watching on WFTDA TV, stay tuned. At 4 o'clock, you will have Low Country versus Centex. And that ought to be a fine bout because Low Country and Centex both played excellent games last night, Al.
Yes, they did. Very Centex against their in-state rivals here yesterday and had a couple other games. Both of them having great tournament weekends. This one ought to be really exciting to watch, so make sure you're back here at 4 o'clock. In the meantime, slip back over there to track and check out the track going on there. I apologize, I don't have the schedule going right in front of me to tell you what is going on.
I can tell you that right now. What's going on now? Right now, Vet City is playing the Rock and Roller Queens from Bogota, Colombia, another fine international team. I called one of their bouts on Friday. Excellent.
To be at every beach brawl. They were here last year as well at the inaugural.
Wonderful.
So check them out, but come back over here at 4 o'clock. Folks, I'm Al Be Damn. Thank you to our stat guru, Ken Sirens. Stash, as always, brother, it's a pleasure.
I'll be damned. Always a pleasure to work with you. And we'll be signing off for now. Come back at 4 o'clock for more action.
There, ho there, I'm as happy as can be. It is a glorious day in sunny Fort Lauderdale, Florida. My name's Pastor Mike. I am joined once again by my esteemed colleague, the one, the only, Cecil B. Puff Daddy. How you doing, brother?
Great to be with you once again from the Broward County Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale. If you're watching us on WFTDA.tv, it's time for more roller derby action as the Low Country High Rollers take on the HOT All-Stars from Centex in Temple, Texas.
Telling you, man, this is going to be a good one. I've been looking forward to this one ever since the matchups came out, and again, for a couple of different reasons. Number one, Low Country's in my backyard. I get to see them and call them on occasion, a couple times a year anyway. Had the luxury, if you will, of calling them here last year for Beach Brawl 2014, and again yesterday for Beach Brawl 2015 versus Tragic City. Impressive win there for them. First time with the opportunity to call for Centex. Looking forward to seeing what the HOT All-Stars bring to the table today.
And one of the things about Centex is they get to play some of the difficult competition in Texas because you have such legendary teams and the teams that are on the rise, like the Dallas Derby Devils, Assassination City that's been around for an awfully long time. And there's a lot of good small leagues down there. Centex gets a lot of great competition in Texas.
You know, I've heard of a couple of those teams.
Really?
Yeah, just one or two anyway.
The ones down in Austin you hear about every now and then.
That's once and again. And we are looking for some really, really high-flying action today. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a hard one. And we should probably run down the rosters, tell them who's who in the zoo. So, Cecil B., you want to start off with Low Country?
Indeed we will. From Charleston, South Carolina, 105 is Lex McCuster. Number 11 is Magically Malicious. 1964, Ringo Stardust. Number 2 is Betsy Poop. 22 is Catalyst. 25, Aphrodite Superstar. 2 and 1, Powerpuff Curls. 313, Detroit Funk. 44, Blazin' Asian. Number 777, Aaron N. Carino. 79 is Fort Knox. 85, Morgana. 859, Do Tasmania. And 864, Nikki Drew Blood.
On the other side of the equation for the HOT All-Stars of Centex, we've got 06, Annie Oops. Number 2, Jack and Jill. 202, Jojo Jit. Number 24, Mental Case. 333, Misbehavin' Raven. 360 is Vicious Cycle. Number 4, Taco. 411, Chloe. Number 42, Mad D. 636, Z. 70, Guilty. Number 95, April. And number 99, Lizzie Misfit. Now, let me ask you, Cecil B., I know that you are a student of the game. I know that you have broken this down 17 ways till Sunday. It's Sunday. So do me a favor, walk us through it. What are you expecting? Who are you watching? Who are you paying attention to in this one?
Well, for Low Country, it's got to definitely be Powerpuff Girls playing her last ever game with Low Country before she transfers down to Tampa. One of those moves takes you to where you need to be. She's going to be studying for her PhD at UCF. That's pretty darn impressive.
And a whole lot of initials. Her PhD at UCF, PDQ. Go for it.
And for the HOT All-Stars, which stands for Hot of Texas, you have to look at the mother of the team, a mom of 5, grandmother of 4, Z. She had a 26 and a 14-point jam against the one team that both of these teams have played, and that is Nidaros. And Nidaros, one of the toughest defensive teams we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They've been tough, and we saw them here last year. They were tough then. Very, very strong both ways. We are only seconds away, so we'll go ahead and line this thing up. Ready to rock and roll is the game number 30. How is that even possible? 30 games in the weekend, and we're not close to done. Game number 30 here on track number 2, and we are ready to rock and roll.
And it is indeed Powerpuff Curls going up against Z. It is Centex in the red, Low Country in the black.
5 seconds, and they are gone, Daddy, gone. Here we go. Firstly, Jammer's going to go very, very quickly to Z. She's got control and a big lot of room to work with. Powerpuff Girls comes out of the back, but almost a half lap behind. She's got a lot of room to make up, but I'll tell you what, if anybody can do it, Powerpuff Girls can fly, Daddy, fly. She's going to have an opportunity as that big 4 wall in the front, black jerseys everywhere, slam the door shut. That jam's going to get called off. That's going to be a 0-2 affair. 2 points for Centex, nothing doing on the other side.
And Z, the founder of Centex Roller Girls, also the coach. So when you talk about strategy, she's going to be one that will know exactly what needs to be done.
And you're going to hear a lot of communication on the floor as well, I suspect.
It's Lizzie Misfit for the Centex Roller Girls going up against 777 Aaron N. Carino, one of the top jammers for Low Country.
Yeah, we saw Aaron N. Carino yesterday in the game against Tragic City. There we go, against Tragic City, and just absolutely dominant at the jammer stripe. Did an incredible job, put a ton of points on the board, and she's got another opportunity to start off strong right here as Aaron N. Carino not only out first and out front, but she's the only jammer out at this point. Locked out, and I mean completely locked out with that gigantic four wall in the middle of the pack. Aaron N. Carino's got her 5 spot, and finally now, just this moment, Lizzie Misfit comes out. But man, oh man, 35 seconds into the jam before she's even able to find daylight. Aaron N. Carino calls the jam before with another 4 points on the board, so make it 9 out of 9 to open.
Catalyst, Aphrodite Superstar, Magically Malicious, and Do Tasmania, the Black Wall for the high rollers of the Low Country.
I'm telling you, man, if I had a battering ram and a 9mm in my pocket, I don't think I want to go anywhere near those 4 on the track.
Fort Knox jamming for Low Country, and in for Centex 411, that's Chloe.
Big black wall in the back, red up front. We got whistles coming, but a first, now there you go. Lead jammer status going back again. It's Low Country High Rollers in control, and a nice job there. Detroit Funk. Oh, she never saw that one coming. Chloe got just blasted by Fort Knox on the way out. Took a nice big shot to that left shoulder area. Just a little love tap, if you will. Fort Knox out and about, scoring run for 5 big points. And a penalty coming now. It's a track cut penalty. That's going to go against Centex. That's going to go against their jammer. That's going to go against Chloe. And a power jam begins.
And a great opportunity for Fort Knox with 3 Centex players in the box. Only 2 lone blockers out there having to do all the business, but doing quite well there. Vicious Cycle with a great hit to start things off. Fort Knox going 1-on-2. The pack is trying to bridge, but she gets on by as the last line of defense. 42, Mad D.
I'll tell you what, she'll take the 5 points, but that was probably the hardest 5 points she'd scored all tournament long. That was a big blast in the back. Well, right over here, just before turn number 3, Vicious Cycle just put a big hit on.
15 points on the jam for Fort Knox to give the Low Country a 24-2 lead.
Low Country likes to jump out quick, likes to jump out early. If they can get that lead in the first place, they are not going to be very happy relinquishing it. So they're going to go ahead and push the tempo all the way through, I can assure you. We're going to get ourselves a little power start opportunity here. That's going to go for Nikki Drewblood very, very quickly. She's out and about. I mean, again, a 2-on-3 opportunity for them. She finds daylight quickly and really quick comes back to the pack to make herself available for some points.
Annie Oops with a great block to send her flying to the inside, but Nikki Drewblood able to get around and score her first 5 on the Grand Slam.
Out and about now, both jammers looking for the points opportunities as we finally get to a point now with Chloe out and about. But the 4 points is all you're going to get. Call it 4, call it off. That's that. And a 4-0 run to shut it out.
And yesterday we mentioned Nikki Drewblood, the utility jammer for the Low Country High Rollers. She's able to get out there just when they need that extra spark of energy.
But we're right back where we started at this point. For all intents and purposes, Z and Powerpuff Girls back at the jammer stripe. Side by side, hip to hip, cheek to cheek, ready to rock and roll. 5 seconds, and we'll see what happens. Right now, a 33-2 run. 25 minutes to play and some change. Off to the races we go. Hop, skip, and a jump, looking for the inside line, and she's got it. It's Powerpuff Girls, lead jammer, and a bunch. Oh, 1 to beat, and she's not going to get there. Lex McCusker does a nice job of bringing her back out of play. Both players coming out. They'll have to cycle back into the back of the pack, but in the meantime, guess what and guess who? Very, very quickly, Powerpuff Girls has come back to the line. She's faced by a huge 3, then 2, now 1, now none. Inside move and then hit it quick.
And Powerpuff Girls scoring a quick 4 on that to extend the Low Country lead to 37-2.
24 and a half to play, 37-2 lead, and I'm telling you, another opportunity right here. Number 99, Lizzie Misfit, going up against Erin Encarino. We'll see how this one plays out, but again, it's going to be a 3-on-3 opportunity. Plays into the hands of Low Country, again with the lead, playing from behind. Centex finds their way to the front of the line, but oh my goodness, look at that. Up on the toe stops, quickety-quick, inside line. Man, I'll tell you what, vision. It's the one word that just keeps coming up, vision. Pops through a hole, finds it, sees it, and exploits it.
And it's that sprinter start that allows Erin Encarino to get those quick lines so quickly. And those toe stops, she must be replacing them an awful lot because they have the traction of some track spikes out there today.
Well, I'll tell you, you know what? We don't have to tell our viewing audience at home on WFTDA.tv to watch the jammers. They're already doing that. But watch this jammer. I'm telling you, watch the body movement, watch the body control. It's the up and down, it's the side to side, it's the left to right lateral motion, but watch the body and watch the head. It's just a thing of beauty when she gets going.
Erin Carino knocked to the inside by 24 mental. Recycle for Carino, taking it back. A cutting the track penalty called up against 202 JoJo Jit. Take a seat, Carino will call it off. Let's see how many points are added to an already big jam. It's 15 points for Low Country, 52-2 the score here early as we take a timeout for chicksinbowls.com. Our entire motivation is to encourage and inspire women and men to get into skate parks and get on their roller skates. Their founder, Lady Trample, is right here at Beach Brawl. You can visit her on the vendor concourse or visit them online at chicksinbowls.com.
Fort Knox on the opportunity right now. It's a power start for her. No back call. They got to let her go. They reform very quickly, and away she goes. Fort Knox with the lead jammer status. More whistles coming. It's going to be a multiplayer block coming now. That's going to go against April. She'll take a seat for HOT All-Stars. Another big opportunity. And listen, we're going to have to keep track of this. We're going to have to pay attention to it, but the penalties are going to be a big issue in this game if Centex themselves under control. Too many penalties too early, and they're leading to points. That's going to be the story of the game if it continues like this.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't even think I've seen a Low Country player in the penalty box so far. Maybe just one.
Yeah, one, maybe two. There was a 3-on-2 opportunity earlier about 3 jams ago, so there was one opportunity there. I'm not sure about a second, but certainly the one. Either way, we have seen the power jam opportunities going Low Country's way. And listen, you do not give a team like Low Country that kind of opportunity. You just can't. You got to cut down on the penalties, and I guarantee you that's going to be the very first thing they're talking about on the sideline right now. It just has to be.
Nikki Drew Blood for the High Rollers. For the HOT All-Stars, it's Chloe. Nikki Drew Blood having to recycle way back past Mental Case. Up at the front, great blocking going on. Recycling going on. No, a cutting of the track called. And again, it will be a Low Country power jam with Nikki Drew.
Around from the opposite side of the track to go into the box did Chloe. So with an opportunity here, Nikki Drew Blood's going to go ahead and have a little extended play, but she's going to be forced inside line. She'll have to come back and recycle, but there's another penalty coming, and guess what? It's another red jersey heading to the box. So now, big opportunity, a 5-point play. And look at this. Look at this. Not one, but 2 red jerseys. That's going to go against Mental Case and on April, who had just come back out of the box. So again, we'll have to keep track. Listen, penalties kill, man. They always do. They always have. They always will.
And timeout is called by Centex. It gives you the opportunity to hear about 5-second skate gear at 5secondskategear.com. Custom helmets, logos, and other artistic designs geared for roller derby. They can make something fun and personalized for you, whether you want a custom helmet, a pencil, a badass tank, or even amazing work of art for your derby cave. You can check it out here at Vendor Village at 5-Second Skate Gear. It's the last day. 5 Skate Gear or at 5secondgear.com.
I want to know how 5-Second Skate Gear knows that I have an amazing. Have they been in my home?
They're actually raffling off a beautiful painting that was done during Beach Brawl.
I saw that. Very cool. And it would go very well in my derby cave. The challenge, though, is I want to know how I know that I have one.
Well, let's talk a little bit of strategy here. Nikki Drew Blood calling off the last jam a little bit early, you might think, but it's leaving the one, the only, the Powerpuff Girls at 2 and 1 with power jam, but only 2 blockers out there for quite a while.
Yeah, listen, a 4-on-2 advantage is going to really, really lend itself to what she does best, and that is escape. She's got it, and she's out very, very quickly. Now, the question is, how quickly can she get through that pack one more time before those blockers start to reappear? So right now, very easy work of that second pack. 5 high, and a little thumb jiggle tells you got all 5 of them.
Chloe is re-engaged for All-Stars, trying to get past 194. That would be 1964 Ringo Stardust.
And a big flip of the penalty box right now is out for Centex. 1 goes in for the Low Country High Rollers. So LCHR looking for an opportunity here, but they're going to do it on a 3-on-4 now. But again, if you're going to do it, Powerpuff Girls, look at that movement. Man, oh, skates, puts them up, puts them down, inside move, and she finds the line for another 5 spot.
And not only was that impressive, but the fact that she stopped literally on a dime before making that move just shows the versatility of Powerpuff Girls.
Big, big cut. We got a wing call and a forearm call coming out. I'm not sure who got which. It doesn't make a difference. They're both Low Country High Rollers. One's going to go against Ringo, the other against Magically Malicious. Both will sit. So a little change in the game. And all of a sudden another penalty is going to come off. That's at the very end going to go against Centex. That's going to go against number 2, Jack and Jill. She'll sit, I believe. We'll take a quick look. Finds a little contact at the very back end of that one.
Meanwhile, while we're talking all about that, Powerpuff Girls 19 points to make it 80-2.
Deceptive. It's just so quick. They just pour out the points. We'll see what they can do right now. It's Reno at the jammer stripe. She's joined this time around by number 6. There she is, Annie Oops. Holy cow. That's what happens when you're dyslexic and can't read. Got a multiplayer block. Aphrodite Superstar is going to go ahead and pay the penalty for that one. But now we got ourselves a foot race, and the pack speed begins to pick up. We'll see if they go all out. Both jammers out. And that one's going to get called off quickly. No bother.
And once again, this is coming into play once again because the Low Country High Rollers, working with less players than optimal, call off the jam, give yourself a time to reset, make the blockers of Centex do a little bit of extra work to make sure that they have to engage with Fort Knox, the new jammer, and it takes more time off the penalties.
Taking a look at the rosters real quick as very, very quickly Fort Knox gets off the blocks with Lizzie Misfit. Side by side with her, and Lizzie Misfit grabs lead jammer status. Fort Knox doesn't lose too many of them, and she's not too happy about it. She's going to give chase, but she's going to have a lot of room to make up right now as Lizzie Misfit already back in the engagement zone, and nothing to stop her until Ringo says, no, sir. Locks her down tight, forces her out of play. She's going to get the penalty on the forearm. Doesn't love it, but I'll tell you what, good penalty to take if that's the one you're going to take.
And I got to tell you, that was like right there, the bass drum just knocking right on out. Stardust for Low Country. Well, that's got to make Coach Kaiser's sofa very happy.
Yeah, listen, if not for that block, that was a quick spot. I mean, she was going up and she was going around real quick. Completely unobstructed on that one.
And we've got an official timeout, which gives us the opportunity to tell you about Passion Parties, bringing your passion to life. Our purpose, our passion at passionbytlc.consultant.com. Ready to go once again with 8. Nikki Drew Blood up against 42. That's Mad D for Centex, dressed in the red, while Low Country dressed in the black.
And we're going to do it from a micro start. A micro pack opportunity here. 2-on-2 for the line, and a whole lot of shoving. Now, have you ever seen a micro pack that physical before? You would expect someone to blast out of there coming through in a vengeance, but it was just mayhem in the middle of that pack, looking for a hole, looking for an opening. Nikki Drew Blood drew first blood. She's out. Jammer stat. to take a licking. Turn number 2 on the inside line, getting forced out. Another penalty coming. Multiplayer block penalty going against Aphrodite superstar. She'll sit. And a jammer penalty, a track cut. Kilt Trip says go to the box.
And it's Annie Oops, the one causing that penalty, as she had a big hit on Nikki Drewblood. So now basically we got a little pinballing going on. It's Magically Malicious taking down the jammer Mad D for Centex. Magically Malicious just spreading that body all the way across, allowing Do Tasmania to now. Pack about to get out of whack, and that's the only thing that keeps Mad keeping on going.
Yeah, 3, then 2, then 1. Do Tasmania, the last line of defense in the very, very front of that pack. They had it bridged out. Couple taps, couple hits, nothing she could do about it eventually, and bye. Once again, she comes back in. Mad D finds that 3-wall, takes over. A nice hop, skip, and a jump. Nikki Drewblood in the sin bin, grabbing 4 points and taking out.
And so many times when you have so many players coming back from the penalty box, there's a lot of distractions in the pack. And Nikki Drewblood took advantage of those perfectly to grab the points, and now she's going to get even more as the high rollers up to 9 points on this jam.
Yeah, another thumb wiggle from Kilt Trip says 5 points. So she'll count them up and then very, very quickly finds her way. Look at that. Are you kidding me? How did she step to the left that quickly? Took a hit, used the hit to force her own body the other direction. That's absorption, brother. You got to love that.
And moves that we would only see at an after party usually, and that after party will be at Sin Nightclub tonight, the official after hours party spot for Beach Brawl. It's at 111 Southwest 2nd Avenue. Shuttle buses will be taking off and coming back all night from the Renaissance Hotel.
That's why we call them Cecil B. Segway. Oh, man, that was impressive. I didn't even know where you were going. Never saw it coming. Hey, by the way, never saw it coming. There's roller derby action on the track. Hammer status coming back. The low country high rollers. Powerpuff Girls in control. Chloe locked in battle at the front of the pack. It's a 2-wall up front as the bridge continues. Bang, bang, bang. We're going to get a whistle now. A high block call. That's going to go against number 105. That's Lex McCusker. She'll take a seat. But again, the damage would have already been done. Long pause before Chloe was able to get out of the pack. We'll get that one called off from the inside middle of turn 3 and 4. But 4 points go back up on the board. Low country high rollers extend out. 4-0 that time, and now 98-16. We got ourselves a timeout.
15 brought to you in part by Origami Al, great looking gemstone jewelry. A percentage of every purchase supports local roller derby. Visit Holly Dressen at hollydressen.origamial. Lighter, stronger, faster. Check out the all-new Quad Starskate carbon fiber boots. They're the lightest on the market from Bont.com. And if you want to see some great airbrushing here in the vendor village here on site at Beach Brawl 2015, check out Fester Custom Airbrushing. Custom paint and airbrushing on just about anything or anywhere. And if you really need to work out those kinks, go by and see Kelly here in the vendor village. Bodywork by Kelly. Massage therapy and kinesio taping, as now it is 99. Misfit. She had a 15-point against Nidaros, one of the more successful jams against the team from Norway, going up against 777, one of the newest players on the high rollers of the low country. That's Aaron Encarino.
And let me tell you, Aaron Encarino got locked into battle with a big 3-wall and Z's going to take the penalty in the back end of that one. But in the meantime and in between time, Lizzie Misfit went her ways, and Aaron Encarino is going to go hers. Lead jammer status back over to Centex with an opportunity here. Up and goes. Holds off, but comes on strong. 4 points on the board for each jammer now, and no jammer. Good call off there at the end of the play.
Yeah, Lizzie Misfit came down a little bit hard off that apex. I think it kind of startled her a little bit, but great competition. Able to call off that jam And both teams getting 4 points on that one.
Well, I think that not quite sticking that apex at the back end is kind of what caused the delay. She just wasn't quite exactly sure if she was legal or not to be getting back up and running out. So took a little half delay, then ran it out. So right now we're going to be joined at the Jammer Stripe, Fort Knox for the Low Country High Rollers. On the other side of the equation, it's Annie Oops for the HOT All-Stars. Both Jammers are out looking for a spot, and a nice big hit there coming by Vicious Cycle to take Fort Knox out of this one, put her all the way back in the back of the pack. And in the meanwhile, doing what Annie Oops came to do, comes up against a great big body, and Aphrodite Superstar who says, "You're not going anywhere. Stay right here with me." And that jam's going to get called off right there, but not before. They'll take it back. No points on the board. Thought there might have been one snuck in there. Indeed. Centex going to grab 2 additional right there to cut in to a Low Country High Rollers 80-point lead.
To the jam line now, Nikki Drew Blood. We called her the utility jammer yesterday, but she's out there in the regular today, no doubt about that, going up against a lady from Wales in 411 Chloe.
And there she goes. I'll tell you what, I think we could take the utility jammer tag right on off of her. I think you can just go ahead and just throw her into the rotation. She has been absolutely dominant every time she gets up to the stripe. I'm not going to tell you she's 100%. She's not, but she's as close as anybody I've seen in this tournament, rocking it all the way through. We got a multiplayer block penalty being called right now. That's going to go against number 2, Betsy Poop. She'll take a seat to kind of give an opportunity now, a 4-on-2 pack advantage for Centex Roller Girls.
Z just laid the lumber on Nikki Drew Blood, and it was amazing to see her get back up. I mean, Z put a hit on worthy of a lineman in the NFL.
Now she's still up and she's still rolling. A 1 to beat at the top of the pack. And Chloe able to shrug off that last line of defense. In the meanwhile, Nikki Drew Blood is going to take an awkward fall there to call that one off, but that's going to be another 3 points on the board, I believe. Maybe, yes, sir, 3 it is. So a 109.26 after a 7-4 jam. We're almost at that 10-minute mark.
And isn't it appropriate that the big hits on Nikki Drew Blood by Vicious Cycle number 360? Oh, by the way, she owns an insurance company, so she can take it after.
There you go. You're in good hands. Your hips, not so much.
99. That's Lizzie Misfit going up against Power 2-1, and a big hit courtesy of Mental Case makes Powerpuff Girls have to go back and recycle, and Powerpuff engage the blockers, and Lizzie Misfit will take all that opportunity as she is your lead jammer.
Yeah, she's got a head start opportunity here. We'll see what she can do with it. There's a big wall. Oh, Aphrodite Superstar went down. A forearm penalty. Man, oh man. I'll tell you what, when you see Aphrodite Superstar go down and a couple of the other blockers and they're all shifted to the outside line, you thought, man, oh man, she's got a free reign. But nope. That's a forearm penalty. She'll take a seat and a power jam opportunity begins.
And a bunch of sisterly Aphrodite Superstar and her sister. That would be Powerpuff Girls. They call them the sisters. And Powerpuff Girls smashes her way to another 5 in the sky.
And, of course, that pack is going to come to a dead stop right here, dead center in front of us. Great position for us. And a one-on-one battle at the back of the pack. Nice job there. Powerpuff Girls and Z. And Z's going to come all the way back to the front saying, hey, give me another opportunity. I want to hit her again. Rage Appropriate says, no, ma'am, you're going to go into the box. And now a back block penalty is going to come, and that's going to go against Lizzie Misfit. She's going to take a seat. That's a jammer penalty and an opportunity now for Powerpuff Girls, who says, wait, did you say power jam? Let me go to the outside line and explode. 5 points on the board, and she wants more. She says, man, the power jam hadn't even started yet. Give me a second. Let's go.
20 seconds left in the jam for Powerpuff Girls, as she's met with a few blockers in red, but the blockers in black, including Aphrodite Superstar, come up to help her break through for 5 more as we're down to the final seconds of jam number 13 in the first half.
Comes up against that big wall in the back. A multiplayer block is going to be called just as the whistle's blew. Let's take a look and see who's going to get called for that one. My suspicion is that's going to go against number 95, April, for the HOT All-Stars. We'll take a look and make sure. That's where it's going to go.
22 points on the jam by Powerpuff. 131 to 29, and credit Centex picking up 3.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Please.
How did Powerpuff Girls get 22 points on that?
Very quietly, actually, because there was so much going on within the pack.
Out of nowhere, Erin Encarino has done what she came to do, bolted out to a big lead, grabbed herself lead jammer status, grabbed herself some points, and said, let me go get some more. That's 4 already, and a big collision right in the second straightaway, and now we're going to have another penalty coming. It's going to fit. That's going to be another opportunity on the power jam. 4 high, and now Erin Encarino, a 4-on-2 power jam opportunity on this pass.
And it's so interesting to watch the low country high roller blockers almost surround the blockers, leaving them helpless as Erin Encarino just comes on around for another 5.
Well, I'm telling you, she doesn't need a big gap. All she needs is a hole. If she can find a little crease in the seam, she's going to go through it just like that. She found it, she exploited it, called it off, and saved the power jam for the next jammer. Nicely done.
And let me ask you the serious question. How did she get 17 on that for a 148-29 lead?
I'm not even sure how she got through the first one, to be honest with you.
Hey, it could be courtesy of Roller Bones, wheels, accessories. Before you buy right here at Beach Brawl 2015, ask about the turbo wheels from Roller Bones.
The Fort Knox is going to have the power start opportunity now. It's a 4-on-4 start for them. All those black jerseys stop in the back. 4, now 3, now 2 to beat. Nice job of recycling. Bring another body into the front. A multiplayer block penalty coming against Dude Tasmania. She'll sit, and now, back block penalty coming. That back block penalty is going to fit right back to whence she came. That's the sin bin, and she's going to sit. Another power now. Fort Knox running it. It's a 2. The pack being bridged out by number 24, Mental Case. 2, then 1, and gone. Last line of defense there. Guilty with an opportunity. Could not rein her in. 5 high and more coming.
3 blockers for each team remaining in the pack. Fort Knox goes through her 3, and now here comes some offensive blocking on their way, but they'll just stop right there, keeping the pack intact and allowing for more points for Fort Knox.
Well, and I love waits for the no pack call, and then all of a sudden everybody up on their toe stops and running to get up there again. It creates some help if they need it. No help needed. She went through and did it all by herself, but again, got a
jamming for the first time tonight for the low country high rollers at number 44, Blazing Asian. She's a member of the U.S. Air Force. Double tough from the low country, going up against Annie Oops, who's, well, maybe not an Air Force person, but a mom of 2, grandmother of 3. She's got a lot of work to do herself.
Yeah, I'm not sure who I'd put my money on this one. We'll have to wait and see. Gotta love the military, but a mother of 2 and a grandmother as well. Man, I'll tell you what. Off to the races goes one Blazing Asian. She's got herself lead jammer status. She's not going to get any help from Nikki Drewblood, who's going to take a seat. She's also going to be down 1, Lex McCusker, who has also now been called for another penalty, and a big hit there coming into turn number 3 on Blazing Asian. She's just getting blasted around like a pinball.
The pivot JoJo Jid is the one doing most of the blasting, and that leaves an opening for Annie Oops to get on out. Blazing Asian shortly behind there. 4-wall setup for Centex, only 2 for Low Country.
Yeah, Vicious Cycle had an opportunity there. Took a couple of good shots on her as her body was turned. I mean, all legal hits, but just found that exact right spot. Couldn't get her down to the ground, and she was able to escape it, but still good work all the way around.
And just as we were talking about the micro pack, both teams now at full strength, as the lead jammer still belongs to Centex. She's just going to calm herself down a little bit. As we've gone the full 2 minutes, I'm going to calm myself down a little bit here too.
Nikki Drewblood took the penalty at the back end of that play. She was none too happy about it. She had the big arms spread wide, said, "Who, me? What did I do?"
And Coach Kaiser Sofa taking the opportunity to talk a little bit to the men and women in the zebra stripes He's going to get off the track really quickly because we're ready to him, as it will be Powerpuff Girls going up against 411. That's Chloe.
Powerpuff Girls quickly escapes the pack. She's gone, daddy gone, and looking for a whole lot more. She's going to have an opportunity and push out a play on Chloe. Got a forearm call coming, and that's back block now on Chloe, so she's going to sit, but she's got a long way to go to get to the penalty box. So long Powerpuff Girls opportunity, and look at that. She just threw her body. That was like a Superman punch without the punch. What was that?
Thank you, Roman Reigns. Anyway, going through Powerpuff Girls, one of the things she does so well is she will just stop on the track, wait for everything to take its place, just wait for that exact moment that somebody turns around and then takes the hole and takes it away.
Well, I'll tell you what.
More points here.
Yeah, listen, she threw her body forward and all of a sudden caught her skates up underneath it and said, well, we may as well start rolling. Why not? Points. She's got 10 already and looking for more as she comes back to re-engage the pack. They're going to force her out of play on the back end. And out she goes, hop, skip, and a jump for 4. Nice play in the back of the pack over there when you take a look for 3-1-3 Detroit Funk on the block on Chloe to force her back out of play and recycle. Chloe now having a good opportunity. She's out and clear. Nice job there to squeeze through. My apologies.
She's still on her initial scoring pass. Powerpuff Girls is just going to take her time. As we head to the final minute of half number 1. Ladies from the South, the high country, the low country high rollers, 185, Centex 37, as we have a timeout called on the just the opportunity to talk about cheese balls. No, they aren't things that you have for a snack. They're bearings that are hand prepared by skaters for skaters. If you're here at Beach Brawl, you get 20% off all weekend. Or check them out if you're watching on WFTDA.tv at cheeseballs.com. And then one of our fellow announcers is the Derby Vixen. Your skates were expensive. They're valuable to you. Why not protect them with the Derby Vixen toe guards? She makes every toe guard by hand with a care and precision you won't find anywhere else. Visit derbyvixen.etsy.com. You can also visit them on Facebook and Twitter. Standard designs always available. Customs by request. Made by a skater for skaters, Derby Vixen. And greenmonster.com. But if you put all that in there, you'll probably get something about the Boston Red Sox. So you're going to want to spell it this way. GRNMSTR.com. Roller sports, boots, laces, equipment bags, everything you need from greenmonster.com. And have to recover from a tough derby bout, of course you want to go to Nesquik. Proudly supports a healthy lifestyle, and that, of course, physical activity. Whether you can hardly roller skate, that would be me, or you're a roller derby champ, it's important to refuel your body post-workout, or your post-body workout, in my case. Recover right with a Nesquik. Nesquik contains 8 grams of protein, electrolytes, calcium, vitamins A and D, and absolutely no high fructose corn syrup. Not to mention, it tastes delicious. Nesquik Oasis and get your free sample at Beach Brawl 2015 NESTLES. Nesquik. Very best.
So rich, so quick, you can't drink it slow.
Chocolate.
I'm telling you, I wish you were here last year. I really do, because something very important when you were mentioning cheeseballs.com. You mentioned that they are not a snack you pop in your mouth. Had I known that last year, that would have saved amazing dental work bills. Because let me tell you something. I grabbed a handful and just started munching away, and the next thing you know, I got broken chiclets all over my face.
Oh, Lordy.
Craziness.
Hey, it's good that the dental surgery took. Anyway, let's talk about Nina, who can also help you with good, healthy things for your skincare line, but we'll tell you more about her after we get the official review. While Pasta gets the deets on that, SugarNotes.com, certified vegan, cruel friendly skincare line formulated with the best and purest plant-based oils, organic certified shea and cocoa butters, and completely all-natural skin-loving ingredients. Check here at Beach Brawl or at sugarandoats.com.
So real quickly on that review, Centex was questioning some what they believed were late hits. The referees gathered together. They said, no, that's positional blocking. There were no late hits. Centex loses that review.
But one of those things that it does is it puts it in the mind of the officials, and they will always be watching out for that. So they may have lost the review, but they may have gained some strategy in there.
Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see if that helps them out. In the meantime, here's what we've got. A lead jammer in Aaron Encarino. Mad D is in front of her, but that's not going to last very long. We'll get that jam called off. No points on the board that time around, so quick reset. 189-37, a 4-point pass originally for the Low Country High Rollers on the scoring pass by Aaron Encarino. And one would expect, if only we wait long enough, that we will eventually, potentially, possibly, maybe now hear that whistle signifying the half. Or a half, and nobody seemed to see it. I didn't want to give it away, but that's where we are. We are at the half. Currently, the Low Country High Rollers in control of this one. 189-37 over the Centex Roller Girls HOT All-Stars. What you expected?
About what I expected. We said Powerpuff Girls was going to play a key role, and she has. Aaron Encarino doing quite well. Z had some great success early along with Lizzie Misfit, but it's those penalties that may come back to haunt Centex in half number 2.
Well, we will go down trackside here during the halftime festivities, and we will collect all of the penalty wrangling information you could possibly want. We'll give you a quick update on those penalties and those skaters who are in penalty situations that may potentially affect the second half. We'll be back with that in 14 minutes.
And you're listening to the one announced team that's for words. Pass the mic and Cecil B. Puff Daddy on Beach Brawl 2015.
Dude, I think we should just travel the world together and just go.
Hi everybody, this is Zach here from Rydell Skates, and we're here to talk to you today about an exciting new product we have, the Footbed Kit. It's designed to help alleviate soreness that people commonly get while skating. First, let's talk about the RFit Footbed itself. It's a high-density foam with a soft top cover on it. It allows for a lot more cushion and support for a safer and more effective skating session. On the back side, there's Velcro components that allow you to attach arch supports and heel wedges to it, which is really where all the customization comes in. In the footbed is a blue arch support, which is neutral, which is for high arches, and an orange arch support, which is for low arches. Installation and swapping is simple. All you need to do is just peel the Velcro off and then install the new insert. Another area of customization. You can use the included purple heel lift to elevate the heel, which can reduce heel slippage, irritation, or shin splints. Or you can use the included green heel wedge. It's angled, so depending on the way you install it, it can help correct pronation or supination issues. This metatarsalness in the toe and ball area Getting the proper fit is really simple. What you'll need to do is take your existing insole out of your skates. Then all you need to do is line the two up on top of each other and trace and trim to fit. Authorized retailers. And for more information, you can always visit our website at www.roller.rydellskates.com.
From S1 Helmets. We're in the testing lab today. We're going to be testing 3 helmets today. A soft foam helmet, a foam, and the hockey helmet with triple density foam, the S1 Lifer helmet with EPS fusion foam. All 3 of these helmets are marketed as multiple impact helmets. We're going to test which ones actually achieve a velocity of 4.57 meters per second. This simulates a 10-mile-an-hour impact or a 4-foot drop. The same helmet is tested 3 times in the same location. The helmet must reduce the energy pulse to under 300 Gs each time. Anything over 300 Gs can result in a traumatic brain injury or a severe concussion. The soft foam helmet with EVA foam and the hockey helmet with triple density foam did not pass the multiple impact test. The S1 Lifer helmet.
Sometimes when you play roller derby, you're just kind of like, why am I doing this? This is so... I essentially have this job which I spend all my first job money to do. My name's Steph Maney, I skate for the Linden Roller Girls, and S1 is part of my uniform.
For those watching on WFTDA.tv, you probably jumped because there was suddenly a voice that came out of your computer. I'm Cecil B. Puff Daddy, joined by the one, the only, Pass the Mic, as we are ready for half number 2 between Country High Rollers of Charleston, South Carolina, and the Centex Roller Girls from Temple, Texas. Your halftime score, 189 for Low Country and 37 for Centex.
So I've just been handed a very, very important note. I think you'll appreciate this. Directly from the home offices of the WFTDA, we have been given a raise. They are now paying us by the word.
And it's the same rate as originally,
Double.
but by the word
Double.
now.
Yeah, no,
That's
yeah.
great.
Beautiful.
Boy, if I had a nickel.
I'm telling you, for every word we spoke. Good Lord. So listen, speaking of the home viewing audience at WFTDA.tv, we did get an interesting update. Our, what do you call those guys? Our production crew, I guess.
The web stream masters.
Yeah, what did they tell you?
They said that a lot of people are watching this, and they're watching for a long time.
We had somewhere in the neighborhood of 12,000 views on Friday. Now, we're, again, Saturday, Sunday, we're in competition with, that other tournament that will remain nameless momentarily out on the West Coast, only because we're not there. We're not talking about that one right now. But I should tell you, we had over 12,000 views yesterday. Over, what do you say? I think it was 8,000 hours of viewing time total so far for the tournament. 12,000 views on Friday, another 6,000 or 8,000 yesterday, and of course we don't have the totals for today, but whoever you are out there watching, keep doing the same thing. In fact, do us a favor, be sure and tell all your friends on that Facebook machine that you've got in front of you, or the Twitter or whatever it is that the kids are using these days. Get on those machines and tell your friends to double check WFTDA.tv right now, because this one's going to go all the way. We've got another great game going on track number 2, or excuse me, on track number 1, I should say. That, by the way, if you're watching on mobile, you don't get. So if you're wondering why you can't see track number 1, which currently has, if I'm not mistaken, that would be, let's see, what time is it now? It's almost 5 o'clock. Versus Red Stick is coming up at 5 o'clock. If you're watching on mobile, you're not going to see that game. You got to go to the actual dot, the full length, the desktop version.
And you can also go to beachbrawl2015.com because yes, you can.
Come on.
Amazing. Let's talk about things that aren't so pleasant, shall we? And those are the things that get you sent to the office if you're in elementary school or middle school. But here they call them penalties, and the people who send them to you, Team Zebra.
Well, and here's the thing. When you take a look over country, they're really not in any trouble whatsoever. There are 1, 2, 3 skaters currently sitting with 3 penalties apiece, kind of inconsequential. We're not even going to get too far there. When you go over to the other side, though, when you take a look at the HOT All-Stars of the Centex Roller Girls, we do have 3 that I would say are in, let's just say, the danger zone. She's got 4 penalties on her. 5 penalties apiece for April and Lizzie Misfit, numbers 9 respectively. So again, anything under that, there's not worth mentioning. There's a couple of skaters, 3 more, I believe, with 3 apiece, and everybody else is below that. Nothing to talk about there, but we will need to keep our eyes on Z, on April, and Fit moving forward in the second half.
The names you mentioned specifically are the heart and soul of the Heart of Texas All-Stars from Centex. So that could be a big thing to watch in half number 2. We're not even close to being done, because right after we're done here, you get to see the Charlottesville Derby Dames take on that team from Sweden, from Malmo. They are the Crime City Rollers. Their defense is something amazing to see.
And I think they may be in the room right now. I think I just of a Swedish variety. I'm not really sure. I'm excited. I'm going to stay right here at this table. I'm going to go ahead and produce the next game. I'm excited to watch Crime City roll. I've not had the opportunity, and this is going to be fun for me personally. So stick around with us right here at WFTDA.tv, or for those of you in the room, don't move.
As we begin half number 2, this first jam brought to you by Adam Wheels. Boom Wheels, try before you buy here at Beach Brawl. Juke alloy wheels and Swiss bearings are $54 off. Heat molded boots and mounting service right here from AdamWheels.com as we get underway. Powerpuff Girls against Z. It's the marquee matchup, and oh, the speed of Powerpuff Girls. Oh, my.
In battle in the front with a 3-wall there, knocking her to pieces. And Powerpuff Girls had 4, then 3, then 2, now 1, and she is gone. Looking for a hole, another opportunity. She gets another 4 points, puts them on the board, and calls that jam off. Nicely done. Well played.
Two teams with somewhat similar styles. That's what's so much fun to watch. And it's really been fun to watch throughout this Beach Brawl 2015, the different styles of the different teams from the different parts of the country and the different parts of the world.
Let me tell you, she ditched that pack almost as quickly as my friend Sarcastro ditched the salad bowl helmet 3 years ago. He has no idea. Tell him what I just said. It's okay. Off to the races. We got more roller derby in the house because we can. That's why. Don't worry about a thing.
It would be 777 Erin and Carino all by her lonesome out there on the jam because Aphrodite Superstar and her blocking companion 22 Catalyst were holding up big time the efforts of 06 Annie Oops. We've got another penalty called up against 24 Metal Case. She will take a seat. The jam is called off after 4 points by the Low Country High Rollers, courtesy of 7 Aaron and Carino.
I'm telling you, man, fast and furious, right back where we began. 37-28 and change to go. We'll get this one started with Fort Knox towing the line for the Low Country High Rollers. She'll be joined at the stripe by Chloe. Watch this one. We're going to go quick.
Chloe trying to take the outside line, going to the inside line now. She finds an opening and jammer. She's got plenty of company in Lex McCuster, but McCluster has to come on back. And Chloe now having to do a little bit of sprinting as the pack moves around into turn number 2. Fort Knox out on her first scoring pass as well, and they're calling off of the jam as the loud noises coming from the Centex bench maybe meant that she wasn't going to get too many points on that, but she got 2, and that's enough for that jam.
You know, and you watch as they come out of the halftime to kind of see, well, what adjustments have they made so we can kind of talk about them here. Tough to say this early in the second half, but I do like what I'm seeing from Centex. A little bit more defensive blocking, maybe a little bit more aggressive on that frame. We'll see if that's exactly right now. Back to roller derby action on the floor as Nikki Drew Blood with one to beat goes chest to chest and bump for bump with Lizzie Misfit. Finally squirts through a hole, but she's going to get through about a half lap ahead of her trailer, and that's going to be Z giving chase. She's out, she's through, she hits it off the jam, put the 4 points on the board.
And with a little stylish calling off of the jam, Nick very efficient in picking up those 4 points, sending the High Rollers of the Low Country over the double century mark 201 to 39. As lining up next for Centex would be Annie Oops going up against the future PhD holder, the one, the only Powerpuff Girls, 2 and 1 in black. If you're just joining us, it's Low Country in the black, Centex in the red.
4-on-3 opportunity. We have a high block penalty coming. That's going to go against Low Country. Lex McCusker going to take the penalty on that one. She'll do the long lap around the track before finally hitting the penalty box. In the meantime, a 4, then 3, now 2, and then 1. Off to the races goes Annie Oops, who had that 3-wall at the beginning and really quickly worked against. We're going to have the exact same thing on the other side. Powerpuff Girls gets through, hits her 4, puts her head on a swivel and says, where is Annie Oops? I got to call this off right about now.
And right about now, we're going to tell you about Women with Pride. Women with Pride, a dedicated Pride Center initiative providing education, outreach, and linkage services and programming for the South Florida LGBT community. You can find out more at pridecenterflorida.org.
Whistles blowing off they go. Both jammers looking for a hole, looking for an opening, and both jammers coming against a stiff amount of competition. Holy cow. We have a forearm penalty coming. That's going to go against number 99. That's Lizzie. 6, we'll keep an eye there. Rolling. Off to the races goes Chloe. She's got an opportunity now. Erin Incarino not having any luck at the front of the pack, trying to find her way through. And a one-on-one opportunity. Doing working hard against Chloe and finally being able to bring her down. So that power jam opportunity is going to come to a close right there.
And earlier we were talking about a penalty called against Low Country Jammer. And she was literally, as she was called for the penalty, blown up right into the penalty box. I mean, she must have traveled at least 8 to 10 feet. A huge hit. I didn't get the number of the player, but she's wondering what the number of the truck was.
Now, one way in the box, exactly where she was intended to be, and now we go back to work. Z from the sniper position, 15 feet behind the line, and breaks on through to the other side. One to beat, and she's got it cleared out. Catalyst tried to lay the hit, could not get there, so now lead jammer status goes the other way. It's control. Z with an opportunity, and she's going to play it strong, coming in, calling the shots. She said earlier, founder and player, but coach as well. She's going to go ahead and do what she has to and call that jam off. That Erin Incarino had gotten through and scored for on her first pass as well. So 4-4 on that last one before the jam gets called off.
And if Erin Incarino, it sounds like a spy name, very clandestine move as she came out of the penalty box looking for a potential star pass and then puts it right back on her head, gets right on through, and none of the people realized she was the jammer as she came on through. Clandestine operations of the finest order.
Annie Hoops comes to the line. She'll be joined this time around by Fort Knox, who says, let's do a little rubbing. Jammer v. Jammer, and then both jammers try for that inside line. Nothing doing. 4-1 Annie Hoops. Fort Knox on the other side. Gone, man. Gone and in a hurry. Whistles blow. No indication that we could see anyway, but there's going to be another Centex player coming off the track. That's going to be another penalty and a double up now because number 24 is going to go to the box. Mental case for Centex. She'll be joined there in the sin bin by Blaze and Asia number 44.
Away from the lead jammer. Amazing play by Detroit Funk and Lex McCusker. Absolutely. If Annie Hoops took one step forward, they were right in front of her again. Lex McCusker called for the penalty, but an amazing bit of blocking by those two.
Yeah, a little micro pack now. Huge opportunity. This thing is empty. Where are all the blockers? They're all gone. Betsy Poop takes a journey to the box. Now a 3-on-1 red advantage. Hard Knocks is going to battle through one, not even see the other, and get some help on the third. Fantastic job by Detroit Funk to lock one up and cause no issues for Fort Knox as she comes through for her scoring pass.
And she's going to enjoy the ghost points that went with it as well. 18 points on the jam for Fort Knox so far. Meanwhile, Annie Oops not giving up on her own as she's scored 4 so far. But now the blocking has engaged. Full team going on and very quickly calling it off as she was falling to the inside. Fort Knox wrapping up a beautiful jam with at least 18 points.
And a whole lot of action right now. It's a little chaotic on the floor. Did you see the blast by Blazin' Asian over here in that second straightaway on Annie Oops to block things up and cause that trouble over here? Big pop. Let me just tell you that. Big pop over here.
And the reason that you need Sisu mouth guards is for big pops just like that.
Tell me about them.
The astonishingly thin, obnoxiously bright, boomerang-shaped Hunka technology revolutionizing mouth guards across the universe by offering more protection and less mouth guard. Their complete line of high-tech Sisu guards are the ultimate athletic mouth shields you once thought were too good to be true, and they're the official mouth guard of Cecil B. Puff Daddy, who needs them after each bout.
More protection from less mouth guard.
It works.
How is that even possible? They would have to be astonishingly thin.
And perhaps even obnoxiously bright.
Well, I mean, if you made them boomerang shaped, perhaps.
It would be a hunk of technology worth out at SISU mouth guards.
That was almost fun. Hey, back to more action on the track. We got ourselves a power start. We got ourselves a big opportunity right here for Chloe.
Look at the bridging of the plaque. Magically malicious out there with, I believe that was Detroit Funk. And Morgana actually out there bridging the pack. Your lead jammer is the power jammer. That would be Chloe. Fort Knox now coming out of the box for Low Country.
Now, good work on that offensive blocking side. New Tasmania is going to get a multiplayer block penalty as well coming against. That's going to go against number 85. More take a seat. More whistles coming. A high block penalty coming now. That's going to go off on Centex. So number 24 will take a seat. That's mental case. Big bang there. Holy cow. Chloe just wrecked Ringo.
And Ringo looking over to the coach, possibly asking for an official review there.
Yeah, that's one of those unwinnable causes, I'm afraid. I mean, you can ask for it, but man, oh man, are you going to get any relief on that? I mean, whew, brother, I know you want it.
The only question is, they're not going to use their official review here. But that one was memorable for Ringo, but for apparently Centex, it's more like Pete Wentz. Just saying.
Inside outside move does its magic, and Z finds her way free and clear of the pack. She's out and about, but she's got to make it happen in a hurry because Speed Demon coming up behind her. It's Nikki Drewblood chasing.
And that is what you call old school versus new school. Quick points by the grandmother Z. Nikki Drewblood, the young speedster, thought she was going to catch up, but didn't quite. 4 points for Centex, bringing their total to 67.
Nikki Drewblood thought more than that she was going to catch up. I think she felt like she had caught up, like she had gotten some points, and she looked back at Dire Wolf and said, "Where's my number? What's with the fist in the air, brother? How about a
micro pack now as it's 06 Annie Oops going up again. Powerpuff Curls, and Annie Oops has the lead jam, but look at the speed going on with Powerpuff Curls as everybody's taken off. It's a little bit of old school speed skating derby here at Beach Brawl 2015.
This pace in the Belmont Stakes? I'm not sure. This is the fastest pace we've seen in this game for sure. I think this is the fastest pace I've seen the entire tournament. This is fun. And look at everybody going off.
I love the fact that Annie Oops had the biggest smile on her face when Powerpuff said, "Nope, you were never going to." It's great to see, as tough as the competition is here, Pasta, there's always smiles between teams. They respect each other. They love playing this game, and that's why we love Derby.
No doubt about it, man. Absolutely the best thing in the whole wide world. Number 777, it's Erin N. Carino jamming for the Low Country High Rollers. She'll be joined at the stripe by Chloe, forcing her way to the front of the pack. She's got two to beat, but man, where did she come from? Erin N. Carino was out of the box. She was out on the inside line. She was forced out. She had four in front of her, and somehow or other found her way to the front of the hole. Now check this out. 4 on, 3 on, 2 on, and now none on as the wall finally breaks down for Chloe. But man, oh man, were they battling. Number 22 for the Low Country High Rollers. Catalyst will take a seat, I believe an elbow penalty in the midst of all of that fray.
Aaron hits the stop sign, calls off the jam, picking up 4 more. So that's 7 points on the jam for Low Country, 3 for Centex, creating the score of 238 to 70, 16:49 to go in half number 2.
Fort Knox going to toe the stripe this time around. Back behind her, way back behind her, Mad D looking for a hole. 3 on 3. Black jerseys in the back, red up front. We'll see how this one plays out. Fort Knox comes up again. ball. Gets a little bit of help. The chest out. Nothing doing there. Betsy Poop tried to lay the help, and finally they squeeze her on through. Off to the races goes Fort Knox. In the meanwhile, Mad D forced by Detroit Funk and came back in. Thought once about maybe trying to put a hit on Fort Knox as she screamed. Realized she wasn't going to get there and back to the attack. Still cycling back. Gets a little bit of help there. Nicely done. Catalyst reaches out and grabs her by the hips and says, "Don't go out of bounds. We can pull her all the way back here into turn number 2," and that's exactly what they do. Nice job. Good teamwork. Great vision. We're going to have a penalty coming now. That one's going to go against Centex, and guess what? That's going to go against number 95, April. That is, I believe, number 6 there. Another penalty coming. That's a jammer penalty now on Mad D. So a power opportunity coming up now for Fort Knox as she recycles back through the pack.
Fort Knox, the power jammer, quite literally right here, but the styles of jammers, they complement each other so well for low country. You've got Fort Knox with the size and the power. You have Aaron and Carino with the finesse, and you got the speed of Powerpuff Girls. What a great opportunity for Coach Kaiser Sofa. Any kind of style he wants, he can put out there at any time, and it's just a joy to see.
And listen, let's not get carried away. I agree with you 1,000,000%. You know that. Dead on. Absolutely agree with you. Has a lot to talk about. You know, when we take a look at the other side of the equation, we got a team here that has battled all the way through. We've got a team here that has been physical with a very physical team. They're banging. They're working, they're pushing. The teamwork has been fantastic. They're working on that offensive blocking on the other side of the line. I mean, things are going very, very well there as well. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, when you take a look at the score, look, I mean, when you looked at it on tape, you knew this one was probably going to go. But Centex has had some very, very strong success putting 70 points on the board. And again, point differential during a tournament like this means something.
And sometimes you wonder if the skaters are listening to you. And Nikki Drew Blood said, "What about me? What about Nikki?" She was able to scoot out and get 8 points on that jam, 60-70. And I believe one of the people who was in potential penalty trouble may have just fouled out.
Yeah, Lizzie Misfit just picked up number 7, so she's going to be excused from the rest of this one. Powerpuff Girls coming up against Z with an opportunity here to create some damage, cause some havoc, and she's done it all the way through. Powerpuff Girls out first, out front. She's got the lead jammer status. Catalyst is going to cycle through, headed to the penalty box for a couple of seconds of time there. Inside move goes to the outside. 4 points on the board. Powerpuff Girls says, "That's all I need right there. Hit it and quit it. Call it off. Nothing doing on the other side."
One of the things that they here in Beach Brawl 2015 is they actually have purgatory box, for lack of a better term, where if out, they go to a separate box in case there's some sort of official review that would allow the player to come back in. But I'm liking the new, I was about to say new technology, but the new ideas that they have here, and it's great to see it implemented here at a tournament like Beach Brawl.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Always gotta love that. Hey, by the way, at the end of that play, number 24, mental case for Centex Roller Girls on an elbowing call, so she'll sit. A little bit of a discussion going on in the middle, and that could be because, we'll take a quick peek, but that could be because mental case has found her way to you're excused by the purgatory box you were just mentioning. In fact, that might be another foul out right there.
And here we go with our 5-second warning coming up in just a moment, as it will be 7-7-7. Aaron and Carino against 4-1-1 Chloe. Chloe, a transfer from Florida, has really helped out in the Centex lineup. Aaron and Carino, a recent transfer into the Low Country lineup. So let's see what you know. Coming through as your lead jammer, nice and low in a stealth mode.
So quick update on mental case. She had 3 penalties at the half, picked up 4 quick ones. I mean, relatively quick when you take a look. We're, at the halfway mark, basically. 18 minutes in. So 18 minutes in, another 4 to escort her from this one. So, again, maybe because of some of that more aggressive offensive blocking, that, could be forcing some of the issues. We'll keep an eye on it all the way through. But, again, Centex with 2 foul outs already. The first one going on Chloe, the second on, no, I take that back. I lied. That was the first one was on Lizzie Misfit. My apologies. And then the second one now going on Chloe. We'll get it right.
The Blazing Asian against Mad D, your jammer matchup for Jam 17 of the second half. As we remind you, it's Low Country in black and Centex in red.
So we're going to reset this one more time because I'm still wrong. The first foul out, the second was mental case. That's where it was. That's who, that's where. So there you go. Nicely done. Thanks.
As we play, or at least our description of it, 4 points high in the air for the Blazing Eight, as she'll be coming around 95 for Centex. April will be sent to the sin bin, as will number 3. That's guilty. 22 Catalyst is continuing the parade, and Do Tasmania enjoys a parade as well, as the pivot will take a seat.
Nice big hit there coming from Taco. Great job there. We're going to have a penalty coming. That's going to be a 4 against Blazing Asian. She'll take a seat. That'll be a power jam opportunity now going the other way for Mad D. And I believe we're going to get, we did. We just got another foul out. That final penalty coming on April earlier. Number 95 went out a few minutes ago, and that's going to be a foul out there.
Meanwhile, what a great opportunity for Mad D. Only 2 blockers out there getting by Catalyst. She says, I love that. I love getting the cheering, love getting the points. She's got 14 points on this jam so far.
Well, and like the way she came through, she celebrated for a half a second. Nice job staying on the skate. 1 to beat his Catalyst. Great job to grab all 5. As she came through on that scoring pass, pumped the fist, said, yes, I did, and then stayed low in low derby position, kept the crossover going, and came right back around to grab another 5 spot.
Into the final seconds of the jam, she's knocked to the inside. And as time runs out on the jam, what a performance by 42 Mad D, 19 Centex points.
Fantastic job. And again, they're going to go ahead and take a quick look, but there's nothing coming that's going to change that one. We've had our 3rd foul out of the game. They're all 3 on Centex. So again, after Lizzie Misfit mental case, now April is going to be excused. They're going to be down. They were already down a skater. They started rostered only 13 for this one versus 14 for Low Country. So down a skater already to begin with, and now down 3 more.
Time now to tell you about Juice Plus. Bridge the gap between and what you should be eating. Have more energy, feel better, get sick less often. Come to the Juice Plus booth and learn how you can get some free Juice Plus, and learn how you can get it free for your children for 4 years. Juice Plus in the vendor village.
I take some offense at the fact that you think that I'm not eating.
Luckily, we aren't on camera today. I'll just say that.
I need more Juice Plus. That's all I'm telling you. No question about it.
So let's talk a little bit about Z.
Shall we?
I mean, she's such an amazing player to watch. The first time I met her was back at the Stars and Stripes Invitational back in Dallas early last year. And you see this little league that could, Centex Roller Girls, hosting a tournament up in Dallas, Texas, and they bring in who else? The U.S. national team for a start scrimmage in time. We had an opportunity to see that amazing team that would go one and only Baller Shot Caller, and she originally came Baller Shot Caller.
I'm vaguely familiar. Tell me more.
Yeah. Well, she was with the Gold Coast Derby girls here last year and played very well for them, led them to a Clover Cup championship in Dallas. Apparently, Baller in Dallas a little bit. Can't blame her for that, because as Team USA, Baller may not have been on the starting team, but you know she's one of those players to watch. She's moved on to the Atlanta Roller Girls, playing up in that D1, loving every minute of it. And the reason that it comes all the way back around is her mom, Mama Baller, Ms. Linda Harrison, has helped put the tournament together 2 straight years, and you can't thank Mama Baller enough for all the hard work to bring us all here for this.
When you go back to last year's tournament, Baller Shot Caller was a standout. It was just fun to watch. I'll tell you, that was fun to call, it was fun to watch. And then, when Team USA came in here and played against the World All-Stars from this tournament last year, it was a thing of beauty. And just a thing of legend. To absolutely, just to best roller derby in the world right here with Team USA taking on all-stars from around the world. It was just something absolutely spectacular, and Baller was there for the whole thing.
And just think about what has happened in the last year of derby. You could start it back with the Clover Cups and the Stars and Stripes Invitationals and the Beach Brawls. And then you go through the WFTDA championships with that epic final. And then you go to the World Cup and all the great competition, bringing us right back here to Beach Brawl. One of the things that the folks at the Dallas Derby Devils, one of my old home leagues, have done is they put out hashtag, "This is why I love Derby." This is why I love Derby. How can you not fall in love with this great sport that we've all just become rather smitten about?
What's really interesting is I want to check that Twitter feed for the hashtag, "This is why we love roller derby."
Why I love Derby.
I love Derby. Sorry. We're going to be, oh, wait a second. Look at this. I said, yeah, that was not getting overturned. You can official review that one all you want to. You're not going to get anything out of that one. And look what just happened. We may have just had an official review go the other way. It looks as though April has rejoined her teammates on the bench, so we may have a reversal on that one. That's exactly what it was. So there was a question about a clockwise block. That clockwise block would have gone against April. It has been not a clockwise block. Therefore, April is allowed to rejoin the team and goes back to the bench with 6 penalties. Another opportunity.
And we'll resume play here now after the official review. I think everybody's got their paperwork in order. Thank you, Sergeant Major, and our other coming up and giving us the info, the 411 as it were. And of course, at the line, 411 Chloe. Next will be going up against Nikki Drew Blood as we are back on to the blockers. This is going to be fast and furious, and Nikki Drew Blood makes it just that fast. Your lead, Jay.
It was 0.5 seconds. That was step gone. I mean, it was that quick. Bang, bang, out. And speaking of bang, bang, out, JoJo Jit just said, "You're out of here." Bang, bang, they came together, they collided, and there's going to be a penalty called that's going to go against Nikki Drew Blood. She's going to take a seat, coming in hot. She's going to be chased around. Oh, look at this. Z is going to follow her to the bench, to the penalty box. I should both be down for a couple of seconds here, and now Detroit Funk. Haven't called her number for penalties a whole lot this morning, but she's out there as well. So now that micro pack is just about as micro as it was before, at least for the low country high rollers who are down to two. Tasmania and Catalyst are the only ones out there.
The pack went about as far as it could go. Now Do Tasmania will get the help of Betsy Poop joining now a 3 block. And Chloe rams right into him, and a lot of hard knocking by Do Tasmania. And that was a little bit too much with the forearm. She'll get sent to the sin bin.
Yeah, nice job there by Taco, Vicious Cycle, and JoJo Jit holding things together, forcing that ball. That was just a nice job on the offensive blocking side as well. And now 4 more points on the board. She's going to give it another shot. She's got another opportunity. Chloe cycling around. Nikki Drew Blood looking for her opportunity if she can get there. But this one is going to have another back block penalty called. Lots of penalties coming in this one, and that's going to be another Centex penalty, this time coming against Number 202, that's JoJo Jit, who had done such a great job on that block right here directly in front of us just a moment ago, Cecil B.
Chloe will have a look of exhaustion as she comes off the track. She put everything she could into that full of jam, and you could tell the pain that was going on, but she wasn't going to let it so close to the century mark. 283 to 99.
I love me some Nikki Drew blood. I mean, I'm not saying anything. I'm just telling you, when she comes off the track, if the referee tracking her isn't holding her, she's going to complain about it. Wait, what do you mean not 5? What do you mean not 4? What do you mean? Always an extra point that she's digging for, and she always wants it. Fantastic. I love the way she pushes for it every single time.
Well, Pastor, there's always that term called Derby crush, and it's not anything but you fall in love with the way a player plays, and that's simply what so many players in this particular tournament. And I may be getting kind of sentimental, as to use the old SCTV term, a little maudlin, if you will, but we've seen such women. Just absolutely inspiring, empowering, and it's fun to watch.
Well, and you know what? On top of the play itself, it's the characters.
Oh, the smiles. Oh my Lord, you're not kidding.
Just some of the characters and some of the personality that comes out at a tournament like this. And listen, at any game I've ever called, there's somebody that just stands out to you. In this one, this tournament right here, it's been Nikki Drew blood, and that indomitable kind of that will, that spirit. That I thought I had 4. You're only telling me 3. No, give me the extra point. Where's my point at? Every single time. It's actually kind of fun to watch. There have been stories like that throughout. I mean, and you can go back as far as you want to. I mean, and you mentioned some major tournaments, but go back, and that's what I think what for me, what I love most about the sport is I can get that exact same experience next week calling it for my hometown Greenville Derby Dames against the Marietta Derby Darlings. Can't wait for that one, and the spirit and the emotion that comes out of it when those two teams come together, just like I did last week.
And you want to talk about emotion. This was the final tournament for the man who has been behind the Gold Coast Derby girls for many years, that Bear Lee Human. First time I saw him was at Clover Cup last year, and you can tell that the skaters just really love playing for him. The final bout for Gold Coast was up against Pirate City's All-Scars, the team that's so tough from New Zealand, and it was one of the closest bouts we've had the entire. And Gold Coast was trying to do it for Bear. And after the bout, Fricarella, who's the captain for Gold Coast, got up, took the microphone, and said, "We wanted you to know we did this for you." They may not have come out on the positive end in the result, but it will be a moment none of them will that I've ever seen in Derby. Team England dogpiling after that last particular jam. I know we're getting a little romantic here about Derby, but it's such a great sport, and we hope you've enjoyed it all weekend long.
Well, fortunately for us, it's not nearly over yet. This is game number 30. We've got a couple more to go still on this tournament, and we've even got one going on right now in front of us. We are finally back to the action. That was a little bit of an extended time out there, but Dire Wolf pointing the finger and telling you exactly what you need to know, and that is that the lead jammer status has gone over to Powerpuff Girls. Annie Oops gives chase. Another penalty being called on April. That should do it there, as that is again it wasn't number 7 before, but it will be this time, I suspect. We'll see how that one turns out, barring any unforeseen official reviews.
And she'll make her way to I think we should dub it, the purgatory box, to stand and wait to see if there's any official reviews that will get her back out there.
It's actually more like a limbo box, if you think about it. She's kind of in limbo, waiting to see, have I really been disqualified or not? I think that from now on, there should be 2 people on either side holding a limbo stick, and if she's allowed back in, she has to limbo under the stick.
Oh, Pasta, you're taking us back to the wheel of penalties.
It's back to
Aaron and Carino is your lead jammer going up against the Welsh lady, Chloe. Carino coming up to the back of the pack. Both teams working hard. Aphrodite Superstar finally allows Chloe to go, but hello, how are you? Aaron and Carino takes the lead, going past Chloe as they both come to the back of the pack. Huge hit by Z, blowing up Aaron and Carino. And ZEE might have been TNT at the end of that jam. 5 points.
OMG.
Wow.
WOW. That's a whole lot of initials. Holy cow. Big, huge blast and a big celebration or of some kind going on in turn number 1 as two Low Country players kind of dogpiling each other at the back end of that one. But 291 to 99 is where we sit. We're inside the 5-minute mark here in Fort Lauderdale. Low Country High Rollers versus Centex Roller Girls. Lead jammer status goes Fort Knox's way. Low Country High Rollers in control. Mad D will give chase, but she's got that 4 spot behind her.
A forearm called on Fort Knox will mean a power jam opportunity for Mad D. The problem is she's got to get in front of the folks in black. Great blocking going on over there, especially by 313, who sends her way back to recycle.
Yeah, that was a fantastic job on the defensive blocking side of the thing. Low Country High Rollers will do that. They had a whole lot of help up there in the very front of that pack. You had Detroit Funk was. You had Ringo back there as well. It keeps on going. 1, then 2, then 3. How many people you want to throw at us? No problem. We'll keep coming. We'll keep recycling. We'll keep banging on you all day long if you let us. Betsy was back there. Betsy Poop was back there. Morgana was back there. All 4 of them doing work. And finally, that one's going to get called outside line, turn number 4. Great job there by Mad D to stay with it the entire way through. Finally getting that one called off. Inside, 3.5 to go by the time we lace them up. And Centex over the century mark with 103 points on the board.
Blaze and Asian against Chloe. Chloe, one of those smart ones as well, a scientist at Texas University who drives from College Station all the way into Temple. 2 hours for practice and games. That's the dedication of roller derby, and that's another reason why we love derby.
Big hits and a big scrum in turn number 1. Everybody kind of comes together. Who's going to break out of the pack? Well, let me tell you. Plays an Asian, fast and furious, outside, inside move, finds her way through. Big 3 wall there at the beginning of turn number 3. Would have been a 4, but Do Tasmania is going to take a seat. In the meanwhile, Blaze and Asian takes off and gets through. Catalyst, the last line of defense, that 4-3 to 2-1. Gotta love the way they break down the wall, man. It just keeps coming, and they try and recycle. A nice job there. Inside, outside move from the corner in turn number 4 to the outside line of the jammer stripe to grab those points.
Chloe getting the points. Blaze and Asian calling it off and actually had to look up and went, I'm impressed. 7 points on the jam for Low Country, 4 for Centex to make it 298 to 107 as we hit the latter parts of our game as it's Powerpuff Girls against Z, the youth of Powerpuff Girls, the experience of Z. I love this matchup.
Oh, you talk about a power jammer. Bang, bang, bang up against Nikki Drewblood. Great work there at the front of the pack. It's a 2-wall with Nikki and Lex McCusker going up against Z. And Z is just banging, banging, banging away and finally makes her way through. She's got lead jammer status. She's also got a sniper. Powerpuff Girls giving chase, and she's going to force the issue. Powerpuff takes her inside, outside, and that jam's going to get called off at the 120 mark. Keep them running.
And an official review being by Coach Kaiser Sofa.
And how about the resilience of this HOT All-Star team from Centex? I mean, when you think about it, I mean, they started off one skater down. They brought 13 versus 14 for Low Country. Then, late in the game, 3 foul outs to 3 of their, arguably 3 of their power players. And then knocking it out, coming strong, coming hard, never stopping, fighting all the way through. And correct me if I'm wrong, but do they look stronger in the last 5 minutes?
And they're going up against a couple of skaters who didn't skate in yesterday's game. To go up against fresher talent as well. I mean, I've always admired Centex. I called them earlier the little league that could. They have come from, Central Texas. You always hear about Dallas. You always hear about Austin, but you don't hear about the Waco Temple area that much unless you're a Baylor fan. Well, they have been the pride of Temple, Texas and Centex and done quite well. And they've got a lot to be proud of as they head back home to deep in the heart of Texas.
Well, and the Derbyverse is hearing about them today. Hear about them through this tournament for a long time to come after, because they have just really put on a show here tonight. Again, tough lineup for them, tough opportunity, but really making the most of it.
Aaron and Carino against Chloe on this jam. Carino able to break to the outside, and she will be your lead jammer.
Tough assignment, that's what I was trying to say. There we go.
There you go.
They'll come to me eventually.
Carino breaking through, trips a little bit, but is able to keep her momentum going for 5 in the sky. That's a grand slam for Aaron and Carino. Low Country over the triple century mark, 303 to 108.
Yeah, hop, skip, and a jump, and tried to stop hard to avoid contact, and then just kind of hopped over the extended leg of a Centex player to avoid contact and went down, but got back up quickly. No way she's going to do it unobstructed. Aaron Incarino is out. Joins her now. She's got an opportunity, and she's going to force the issue very, very quickly now. Back speed just a little bit as the time keeps ticking away. We'll see how this one ends up, but a nice opportunity here. Chloe back to the back and able to squeeze in. She's got a 1, maybe a 2. We'll see how many she can pull out of this one. In the meanwhile, Aaron Incarino squeezing through quickly, hits it, quits it, falling. Both jammers come together at the bottom of the pack there. I'll take that back. Thought for sure she had gotten caught up with the opposing jammer, but Chloe able to squeeze free. We should have what we believe is a final here. That's the unofficial stoppage. Everybody's left the track. 3:12 to 1:10 is the unofficial final. We'll be back with anything that changes. But man, oh man, how about that?
One special note for Low Country, as it turns out that the last jam just went a little bit too long, because I know Kaiser Sofa wanted to do something special for 3 of his players. 3 players just played their last Low Country high roller game. That's Lex McCuster, who's going on to real life, so to speak. Majorly Malicious is going to be transferring to Carolina due to a move. And also Powerpuff Curls. We talked about her. She's going to go get her PhD, and she's going to be the person that Albie Dam and Kenny Sirens will be talking about down with Tampa. So best of luck to them. Let's hear it inside the arena for the Low Country High Rollers.
Don't forget, for those of you watching from home on WFTDA.tv, you can flick on over to track number 1, where Fort Myers and Red Stick are in action now. Coming up here at 6 o'clock on this track, Charlottesville Derby Dames versus the Crime City Rollers. And what do you say if you're here in the building or if you're at home listening from there? How about a nice big round of applause for the HOT of the Centex Roller Girls. Great job here tonight.
Pass to Mike. It has been my absolute pleasure getting to call bouts with you. It has been a wonderful beach brawl. Thank you so much. Thanks for putting up with all our talk, but the fact is, we love this game, and that's why we tend to talk about it so much. So, for Pass to Mike, I am Cecil B. Puff Daddy. Your final score from the Broward County Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida at Beach Brawl 2015. Low Country 312, Centex 110. You're watching Beach Brawl 2015.
Hey everybody, this is Zach here from and we're here to talk to you today about an exciting new product we have. This is our R-Fit footbed kit. It's designed to help alleviate pain and reduce some soreness that people commonly get. First, let's talk about the footbed itself. It's a high-density foam with a soft top cover on it. It's for a lot more cushion and support for a safer and more effective skate. On the back side, there's Velcro components that allow you to attach adjustable heel wedges, where all the customization comes in. Installed in the footbed is a blue arch support, which is neutral. There's also a red arch support, which is for high arches, and an orange arch support, which is for low arches. Installation and swapping them out is really simple. All you need to do is just curl off and then install the new insert. The heel is another area of customization. You can use the included purple heel lift, which can reduce heel slippage, irritation, or shin splints. Or you can use the included green heel wedge. It's angled, so depending on the way you can help correct pronation or supination issues. This metatarsal pad can be installed on the top side of the foot to help reduce numbness in the toe and ball area of the foot. Getting the proper fit is really simple. What you'll need to do is take your existing insole out of your skates. Then all you need to do is line the two up on top of each other and trace and trim to fit. The R-Fit footbed kit is available now at any of our authorized retailers. And for more information, our website at www.roller.rydellskates.com.
Hey, this is Dan from S1 Testing Lab today, testing helmets to see if they pass the multiple certification test. We're going to be testing 3 helmets today. A soft foam helmet with EVA foam and a terry cloth liner, the hockey helmet with triple density EVA foam, the S with EPS fusion foam. All are marketed as multiple impact helmets. We're going to test all of them to actually pass the test. The multiple impact test is when we drop a helmet to achieve a velocity of 4.5 seconds. This simulates a 10-mile-an-hour impact or the same helmet is tested 3 times in the same location. The helmet must reduce the energy pulse to under 300 Gs each time. Over 300 Gs can result in a traumatic severe concussion. In summary, the soft foam helmet with EVA foam and did not pass.
Sometimes when you play roller derby, you're just kind of like, why am I doing this? This is so weird that I'm essentially have this unpaid off. So you go to champs, so you just go to any game and you're like, oh yeah, this is why I do this. My name's Steph Maney. I skate for the London Roller Girls, and S1 is part of my uniform.
Broward County Convention Center for our next bout between Charlottesville Derby Dames of Charlottesville, Virginia, and the Crime City Rollers of Malmo, Sweden. With me are Vixen to Brawl.
Hey there, and we've got Pass it to Mike.
Hi. And we are be ready to go in just a few minutes. Let's run down the rosters. First up, we're going to introduce the Crime City Rollers from Malmo, Sweden. Number 100, Curly Hoor. Number 1337, Chutet. Number 2, Sister Stitch. Number 20, Treepy. Number 21, Ankafar. Number 22, Juicy Butter. Number 3, Prince Sophia. Number 53, Dyke Stalker. Number 610, Sexual Harassment. Number 77, Terremoto. Number 79, Goldie Blocks. Number 800, Bonnie Bompa. And number 9, Kix DeVille.
Charlottesville Derby Dames All-Stars. Number 00, Boom, Shake the Room. Number 100, Revenja de Nerd. Number 11, Riversticks Phoenix. Number 111, Honey Nut Furios. Number 138, The Big Bangarang. Number 213, Maleficent. Number 22, B1 Bomber. Number 314, Apple Clobber. Number 40, 40-ounce Bounce. 41, Lilu Dallas Multi-Smash. Number 5, Stone. 606 is Miller Miller. 911, Speed 95 Machete.
And we are lined up. Players are ready. The referees seem ready.
For those of you on WFTDA.tv, the yellow team is Crime City, Charlottesville Derby Dames wearing black.
And Vixen to Brawl, you introduced the Charlottesville team with some amount of familiarity. You are their indeed home announcer.
That's right.
You know these players well?
Very excited to watch this matchup. The Crime City coming over here from Sweden for the weekend, having a tremendous weekend, just winning all the bouts. Charlottesville also 2-0 going in.
And your first lead jammer of the game from Crime City is...
And we're looking at a forearm penalty on Lila Smash. Not an auspicious start for the Charlottesville Derby Dames. Hopefully they'll get their head in the game and give us a real good show.
And that's a grand slam for Ankafar. Looking for more.
Big Bang giving a nice hip check to Ankafar, knocking her out, rewinding her back behind the Charlottesville wall. We've got Big Bangarang, Maleficent, and Apple Clobber giving her a hard time. Some bridging there. She is through with 5 more points.
Power jam now over. B1 Bomber out of the box, finishes her initial pass.
We got Shutet in the box with a multiplayer bot on Crime City.
And looks like Crime City picked up 3 on that last pass, none for Charlottesville.
Riversticks Phoenix jamming for the Charlottesville Derby Dames, and she is up against number 100, Curly Hoare. Crime City at a blocker disadvantage as they've got one still serving time in the penalty box. Apple Clobber delivering a great hit and taking down the jammer as Riversticks Phoenix breaks through, and she's lead jammer for
Charlottesville.
Phoenix managed to stay up on her tiptoes as she is just jogging back and forth across the track.
Finally, Crime City gets her out of bounds. Come in on sides. And the Crime City defense not giving an inch.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about the.
But of course, Sweden is on the metric system. I guess that would be the defense would be not giving a centimeter. Jam over. Curly Hoor out of the box. Finishes her initial pass. Meanwhile,
River Styx Venus grabbing 3 extra points there for an 8-point jam and shutting out Crime City. They had 0 that last go round.
lining up on the jam line, we have Prince Sophia for Crime City. And number 95, Machete for Charlottesville. Prince Sophia manages to clear the pack, earns lead jammer.
Lilu Dallas back in the penalty box. That is the second penalty she has and only the third jam.
Meanwhile, Machete having a hard time finding her way to the pack, finally finds a little daylight.
And we've got another forearm penalty on Sweden's Crime City.
While we've got a second, real quick, want to thank a couple of our sponsors for making Beach Brawl possible, starting off with the good folks at Chicks in Bowls and chicksinbowls.com. Their entire motivation is to encourage and inspire both women and men to get into skate parks on their roller skates. Their founder, Lady Trample's right here at Beach Brawl, so check it out, chicksinbowls.com. Also want to mention a good deal going on right now over with the folks at Adams. They've got a $5 off offer for t-shirts, and the sleeveless hoodie that was $50 earlier today is now $35 at Adam Wheels.
Thank you, Passa. We have Onkafar from Crime City. Your lead, good hitting by Charlottesville, knocks her out of bounds. She has to recycle on sides. Meanwhile, we have number 22, B1 Bombers, struggling to get. And Onkafar rings up a grand slam.
Two of. And another forearm block on Lilu Dallas multi-smash.
And we'll line up for our next jam. Your score with 24 minutes to go. Charlottesville 11. Crime City 28.
People have been very excited about this weekend because I think these two teams are some of the best matched up that we've seen. River Styx Phoenix just sailing through the pack and grabbing that lead jammer status. Meanwhile, Crime City with only two of their blockers to do what they can to hold her back. River Styx Phoenix getting knocked out of bounds, so she goes ahead and calls that off before Crime City has a chance to put any points up on the board.
Good play by the Charlottesville jammer. Curly Hoor was coming toward the pack, and she called it off before she could put any more points on the board. Exactly what you want your jammer to do. We have B1 Bomber on line for Charlottesville. Prince Sophia for Crime City. Jam on.
B1 Bomber just juking all over the track as much as she can. She's going down. And we had an out of play block assessed on one of blockers. Charlottesville putting up a nice strong wall up there. B1 Bomber almost out of the pack, but just really getting sucked back in by those two. Crime City has had a reputation of having some pretty amazing walls. And I'm telling you, I'm looking at them and I see they're pretty amazing.
Lilu Dallas multi-smash made a good hit. Finally, the Crime City Jammer out of bounds. And followed it another big hit. Lilu Dallas multi-smash on a roll. And that's the end of that jam.
While we have a second, very quickly want to thank the folks at 5 Second Skate Gear, 5secondskategear.com. Custom helmets, logos, and other artistic designs specifically geared for roller derby. They can make something fun and personalized for you, whether you want a custom helmet, a scrimmage stencil, a badass tank, or even an amazing work of art for your derby cave. Check them out also at 5secondskategear.com.
Back to the action. We have your lead jammer for Charlottesville, Onkafar, who appears to have taken a star pass. Saw the jammer panty come off the hill. It was on the far side of the track. I did not see if it actually got past her. She put it back on, but end of the jam anyway. We'll line up and do it again. 1 point for Charlottesville, none for Crime City. We have Curly Hoare coming to the jam line for Crime City.
B1 Bomber jamming for Charlottesville. Crime City ahead 30, Charlottesville 15.
And Curly Hoare broke out of the pack. Looked like nobody even touched her. Being free. Yes, grand slam for Curly Hoare.
Apple Clobber headed to the box for the Charlottesville Derby Dame. Extremely clean player, but she's herself a foul.
Another grand slam for the Crime City captain. Got an illegal procedure call being assessed to a B1 Bomber. Now she Someone was called for an illegal procedure. We'll see if we can get to the while we have Derby to get to. Prince Sophia.
It looks like B1 Bomber is in the box as the jammer. Must have been something that happened star pass. So we've got a power jam situation for Prince Sophia.
To make the most of this opportunity, they lead 40-15 with 19 minutes left in the first period.
The team of Lilu and Boom knocking back Prince Sophia, rewinding her back behind the wall. Lilu's just not going to let her go. Alas, she has to. 5 more points for Crime City.
And Vixen, between Prince Sophia and Curly Hoare, they rang up an awful lot of points in the game that I watched them play yesterday. So these are their two main jammers, and they score a bunch of points.
And we've got Miller accepting the star cover. She's jammer duty for Charlottesville. While Crime City is sending number 2, Sister Stitch, to the box. Charlottesville starting this with all their blockers on the track. And Crime City down 1 blocker, giving the advantage to Charlottesville. However, those Scandinavian walls are something to be reckoned with.
Have River Styx Phoenix jamming for Charlottesville. Onkafar for Crime City.
River Styx Phoenix goes down as the Big Bangarang goes to the penalty box. So we're going to even up that blocker situation. River Styx Phoenix on a power jam as we have a forearm penalty called on Onkafar.
Power jam for Charlottesville. Angafar going out on a forearm.
River Styx Phoenix jumping to the outside, getting pushed out of the track, being rewound all the way to turn 1.
River Styx Phoenix acceleration around turn 2. Grand slam for Charlottesville.
Big bangerang coming around to try to bust that wall open, deciding to hang back and play defense instead of doing the offensive work. Apple Clobber, the big bangerang, and Machete closing in that Crime City Jammer. Shoving match out there.
Both teams doing a good job on the defense. Finally, Angafar fights her way free of the Charlottesville defense just in time for the jam to end.
River Styx Phoenix grabs 5 more points, and she's going to put 10 up on the Charlottesville. Going to close that gap a little bit. Crime City 47 to Charlottesville's 25.
And on the jam line now, Curly Hoare for Crime City. And Miller taking a jam for Charlottesville.
Miller coming to Charlottesville from Girls. She is a tremendous and can also serve as jammer. It looks like they're just Charlottesville's going to give her a try this time.
Curly Hoare grabs her 4 points and calls that jam off.
Quick shout out to our good friends over there at Bond. Bond.com. Lighter, stronger, faster. They were here Friday and Saturday. They're not here today, but you can always check them out at Bont.com. Check out that new Quad Star Skate. Carbon fiber. The boots are the lightest on the market. You want them, you need to get them. Check them out at Bont.com.
Machete jamming for Charlottesville. And we have number 3, Prince Sophia. And Machete ekes her way out first, and she is lead jammer.
And Vixen, every time Crime City puts on a scoring display, Charlottesville seems to respond and not let him get too far ahead on the scoreboard. And the Charlottesville Jammer calls that jam off after scoring 4 points and none for Crime City.
She did it with style. I saw her do a little jump there. Got through the pack for the 4 points. Meanwhile, Lilu Dallas multi-smash in the box again for what I would believe would be her 4th penalty with only 13 minutes in this half. Hoping she can slow that number down. Miller jamming for Charlottesville.
2 in a row for Miller, huh? But it is Angafar, your lead jammer. Angafar, nice outside, inside, just boundary line, and this is not going to be a power jam. Miller going off to the penalty box for a back block.
B1 Bomber, the and Lilu keeping their eye on Angafar. 1337 comes in with an assist and tries to break that wall up.
Charlottesville's blockers stiffening up, not letting Angafar through. Taking a hit, calling off the jam. A lot of hard grinding derby in that jam, Vixen.
That's a 10-point jam for Crime City, shutting out Charlottesville. And we're looking at Crime City 61 to Charlottesville Derby Dames 29.
Back on the jam line is Curly Hoor and Boom Shake the Room.
So we got a timeout.
Miller in the box.
Looks like it's going to be a timeout called by Charlottesville. So while we got a few seconds, want to tell you about Fester Custom Airbrushing, custom paint and airbrushing on just about anything or anywhere. They're here in the building. Check them out. Also be sure and stop by and see Bodywork by Kelly, massage therapy and kinesio taping. The good folks at Roller Bones are here, rollerbones.com. Wheels, accessories, you know the deal. Try before you buy. Ask about the turbo wheels. And, of course, Cheese Balls. Cheese Balls bearings are hand prepared by skaters, for skaters, and if you're here on site, you get 20% off all weekend long. Check them out at cheeseballs.com. And in case you didn't hear it earlier, Adam Wheels, adamwheels.com. You can try out before you buy them. Juke alloy wheels with Swiss bearings, heat molded boots, and mounting service. Save $54. It's only $150. And right now, that t-shirt that you like, $5 off. The sleeveless hoodie that was $50 earlier, $15 off now, just $35. Check them out right over there, Adam Wheels and adamwheels.com.
Thank you, Pastor Mike. Team timeout over for Charlottesville. I announced Boom Shake the Rim. It looked like she was lining up as a jammer. This will be a power jam start for Curly Hoor. Little hop. Your lead jammer.
And we've got Miller back on the track, jamming for Charlottesville. Meanwhile, Curly Hoor with a grand slam.
Curly Hoor trying to fight her way through, does so. 5 more points for Crime City. Looks like 40-ounce bounce is going to the penalty box. Charlotte's one blocker in the pack. Not news if you're a fan, but excellent news if you are a Crime City fan. Another grand slam for Curly Hoor.
Miller using her strength to push ahead and try to get those blockers out of play. And she's just through on her scoring pass, so she is not given the opportunity to score any points as Curly Hoor calls that jam off.
And we'd like to send a special shout out and hello to all of our viewers on WFTDA TV.
We are sorry that you couldn't be with us in person. We've had a great time at this tournament, but we are glad that you are tuning in.
And we'd like to say a special hello to the folks in Charlottesville, Virginia watching their team take on the team from Malmo, Sweden. Hello to Malmo, Sweden.
Do you know how to say hello in Swedish?
I have no idea. I wouldn't even try. But hello to everyone tuning in. We love having you here for some great roller derby action. And we have Machete earning lead jammer status.
Looks like we've got Stone Wallop headed to the box, and she's going to keep Crime City's blocker.
That is
just tiptoeing along that outside line using B1 jersey to help her stay up, and she snags 4 points.
And that's at the end of that play. Number 53, Dykestalker, got called for a low block, completely inadvertent. She fallen down trying to make a blocking play, and the jammer came through and kind of tripped over.
I always felt like those were sort of the unfair penalties, you know. You've fallen down, somebody hit you down, and then you trip
someone
somebody.
trips over you. It's like, but that is what the rules are, so we're going to go with those. At number 11, River Styx Phoenix jamming for Charlottesville. But capturing lead jammer is number 21, Ankafar, and we have a power jam for Ankafar. You're right.
That was
River Styx Phoenix going off for a track cut. Crime City on the power jam. Malmo, Sweden up and cheering for their girls roller derby. 5-point grand slam for Onkafar.
I think Charlottesville is not playing the best game that I've ever seen them play. I think they've been intimidated what they've been hearing about Crime City. Apple Clobber headed to the box again for a multiplayer block. And when Apple Clobber starts to commit penalties, you know that Charlottesville's head is not in the game. Phoenix muscling her way through.
And Vixen, the Crime City blockers are just making the Charlottesville Jammers pay for every inch of track they earn. The Crime City defense just making the Jammers slow down, skate through. It looks like they're skating through mud. They're just slowing them down to a stop on the track.
And I do find it impressive when these teams travel halfway around the globe. Right now in Sweden, it's about 12:30 in the morning. But that's not stopping Malmo's team. B1 Bomber, though, grabbing lead jammer for this jam.
The Charlottesville blockers responding to the Crime City display by stopping Curly Hoare, getting her out of bounds. She must recycle herself at the back of the pack. And, oh, golly, look at this. Number 22, B1 Bomber, off to the penalty box for a low block. This is going to be a power jam for Curly Hoare. And 40 out. Just unloaded on Curly Hoare, de-rezzed her. Looks like she's getting for it.
40-ounce bounce is a very dynamic blocker. She can be all over the track and just uses her body to really just send those jammers flying. Unfortunately, if she could do it without a penalty, that would be a little bit better. B1 Bomber back on the track, getting beaten up and knocked through.
Good speed by B1 Bomber. She saw a little daylight on the outside of turn 1 and turned on the afterburners and flew right through that gap. And because B1 Bomber jammer, when that penalty was called on her, we have no lead jammer. This is going to go the rest of the 2 minutes.
Crime City over the century mark. And Apple Clobber back to the box for a multiplayer block.
And power jam for Charlottesville. Going to the penalty box for a track cut. And the jam, Charlottesville on the power jam coming up.
That's right, Curly Hoare going at the very beginning of, or at the very end of that jam. So Machete is on the line, and she's going to have a full 30 seconds to try to make up for some points.
Five seconds to action. We have Machete on the jam line for Charlottesville. She has the power jam.
Charlottesville's blockers hanging back.
Machete trying to get through the three wall, now the 2 wall of Crime City. Crime City blockers not making it easy. Managed to slip by. Good concentration by Machete to stay in bounds and upright.
And we've got Curly Hoare through the pack on her scoring pass. Machete calling that jam off, snagging 3 points for the board while she was at it.
While we've got a quick break in the action, let me tell you about my favorite drink. It's Nesquik. Nesquik proudly supports a healthy lifestyle, and that, of course, includes physical activity. Whether you can hardly roller skate or you're a roller derby champ, it's important to refuel your body post-workout. Recover right with Nesquik. Nesquik contains 8 grams of protein, electrolytes, calcium, vitamins A and D, and absolutely no high fructose corn syrup. Not to mention it tastes delicious. Check them out, Nestle.com, for some Nesquik, and get your samples here at Beach Brawl 2015 at the Nesquik Oasis.
And back to action, we have Prince Sophia, I believe. Yes, indeed. Prince Sophia, your lead jammer.
She wound, having a lot more trouble than I usually see her having, and she is going to the box.
Grand slam for River Styx Phoenix, and she's about to have a power jam. She'll be going to the box for a low block.
And that was a low block call. Yeah. And both of us announcers have determined that it was indeed a low block call.
We definitely agreed on that. And what we both agree on now is Prince Sophia got herself a grand slam on the power jam, and nice little moves going through the Charlottesville blockers, kind of split the defense. One blocker went to the outside, one blocker went to the inside, and Prince Sophia split the difference.
40-ounce bounce, speed junkie. Shake the room. And can't quite see the other one out there, but they are holding together.
Oh my gosh. We have River Styx Phoenix going back to the penalty box. I was just about to praise her for getting around that pack speedy-like, but turns out she used the forearm to do so. She'll be going to the box and feel shame. Prince Sophia rigs up a grand slam at the end of that bout. At the end of that jam, pardon me. And we'll line up for our next. Your score: Charlottesville 44, Crime City 124 with a minute to go in the first period.
And that was a nice 20-point jam by Crime City. Ankafar for Crime City as River Styx Phoenix finishes her punishment in the penalty box.
Ankafar keeps her feet moving, managed to push her way through the blockers, and she is lead jammer. Ankafar, almost gets knocked out of bounds, manages to stay in. Another grand slam for Crime City, and Vixen, I'm starting to get the feeling that Crime City is pulling away in this bout a little bit.
Charlottesville's been known to be a second half team, so let's see what their coach has to say to them to try to inspire them to play like they usually play. Miller taking the star pass.
This is a power jam for Charlottesville.
Crime City also down one blocker. Miller with a grand slam. The big bangarang coming up to offer a little assistance to Miller. Miller takes a different route and heads to the inside and just decides that she's just going to shove those players forward.
And expired in the first period. We are on the jam clock, and that's nearly expired. We'll see you can score some extra points at the end of this period. 5 more points for Crime City.
Big bangarang comes, does her best. She does a great job of getting people out of the way so that Miller can snag some points. That's a 10-point jam for Miller.
So that's going to be halftime. We are done for the first half here at Fort Lauderdale. Beach Brawl 2015 continues not too much longer. We got a whole bunch of action still coming up at the half. Crime City Rollers up big over the Charlottesville Derby Dames, 133-54 for Stash and Vixen. I'm Pastor Mike. We'll be back right back here in about 14 minutes. Stick around. Oh, hold the door, hold the phone. We've got an official review going on. We're not going anywhere. We're going to stay right here during this official review. So while that official review is going on, allow me very quickly to just mention, should, if you haven't already, checked out sugarandoats.com. Right here in the building is our good friend Nina. She's local to Fort Lauderdale. She created Sugar and Oats and sugarandoats.com. They're certified vegan, cruelty-free, and eco-friendly skincare line. Nina carefully formulates all of her products with the purest plant-based oils, organic certified shea and cocoa butters, and completely all-natural skin-loving ingredients. At Sugar and Oats, the promise is to stay away from harsh chemicals, sodium lauryl sulfate, and palm oils, because they love the rainforests and the animals that live in them. Everything is always cruelty-free, which means never tested on animals, and always vegan. So check them out either on site here at Beach Brawl 2015 or online at sugarandoats.com. All here in the building are our friends at the Women with Pride organization. Women with Pride is a dedicated Pride Center initiative providing education, outreach, and as well as programming for the South Florida LGBT community. If you're not here with us, you can check them out at pridecenterflorida.org. That's pridecenterflorida.org. And just for those in attendance in the room tonight, I should tell you about the after party. It's the after hours party spot for Beach Brawl tonight. Sin Nightclub. You want to come check it out. It's 111 Southwest 2nd Avenue. And if you're not there, trust me when I tell you, you are missing out on a whole bunch. That's all I'm going to tell you. That's not all I'm going to tell you. I'm also going to tell you, because a little official review time, I'm also going to tell you about our friends at Sisu Mouth Guards. It's an astonishing, that's a tough word to say, an astonishingly thin, obnoxiously bright, boomerang-shaped hunk of technology, revolutionizing mouth guards by offering more protection and less mouth guard. Their complete line of high-tech Sisu guards are the ultimate athletic mouth shields you once thought too good to be true. We are officially at the half now. The score as it sits after a 10-9 final jam in favor of Charlottesville is now 133-54 in favor of Crime City. We're getting some information from our announcer ref, or a ref announcer, or whoever, however. We'll get that information for you on the official review here in just a moment. In the meanwhile, don't forget, also, if you're in the building, the good folks over at Adam Wheels have a special deal going on right now. It's $5 off their t-shirts and $15 off that sleeveless hoodie. It was once $50, now it's $35. So now, perhaps we'll head on over to Stash to wrap this thing up. Stash, what on earth was going on with the official review?
Charlottesville was saying that there was an illegal block out of bounds, and the call was upheld, so we're going to halftime.
There you go. Easy enough. So no overturn on that one. So that's where we're at. Once again, for Stash and Vixen, I am Pastor Mike. We are back right here in 14 and a half minutes, give or take. In the meantime, if you're checking us out on WFTDAT.TV, I want you to head on over and check out track D. That's track number Speak, maybe, perhaps. Fort Myers Derby Girls and Red Stick Roller Derby might still be going on, although that's behind that wall over there. We can't see it, so I'm not sure if they're still going on or not. However, coming up over there, Calio's Rainbow versus Alamo City Roller Girls at 7 o'clock. We're back in just a bit. We're just being told Fort Myers actually won that one, so that one's over. Don't bother going over there. Stay here with us. We're back in 14 minutes.
Hey everybody, this is Zach here from Rydell Skates, and we're here to talk to you today about an exciting new product we have. This is our Fit footbed kit. It's designed to help alleviate pain and reduce some soreness that people commonly get while skating. First, let's talk about the Fit footbed itself. It's a high-density foam with a soft top cover on it. It allows for a lot more cushion and support for a safer and more effective skating session. There's Velcro components that allow you to attach adjustable arch supports and heel wedges to it, which is really where all the customization comes in. Installed in the footbed is a blue arch support, which is neutral. There's also a red arch support, which is for high arches, and a support, which is for low arches. Installation and swapping them out is really simple. All you need to do is just peel the Velcro off and then install the new insert. The heel is another area of custom. Green heel wedge. It's angled, so depending on the way you install, correct pronation or supination issues. This metatarsal pad can be installed on the top side of the footbed to help reduce numbness in the toe and ball area of the foot. Getting the proper simple. What you'll need to do is, for more information, you can always visit our website at www.roller.rydellskates.com.
Hey, this is Dan from S1 Helmets. We're in the testing lab today to see if they pass the impact certification test. We're going to be 3 helmets today. Foam helmet with EVA foam and a terry cloth liner. The hockey helmet density EVA foam. The multiple impact test is when we drop a helmet to achieve a velocity of 4.57 meters per second. This simulates a 10-mile-an-hour impact or a 4-foot drop. The same helmet is tested 3 times in the same location. The helmet must reduce the energy pulse to under 300 Gs each time. Anything over 300 Gs can result in injury or severe concussion. In summary, the soft with EVA foam and the hockey helmet with triple density foam did not pass that test. The S1 Lifer helmet with EPS Fusion foam did pass the multiple impact test.
Sometimes when you play roller derby, you're just kind of like, why am I doing this? This is weird. I essentially have this second job, which I spend all my first job money to do, and then you go to playoffs and you go to champs, or you just go to any, like, oh, yeah, this is why I do this. My name's Steph Maney. I skate for the London Roller Girls, and S1 is part of my uniform.
And we are back. Minute 22, the second period. Your score at halftime, Charlottesville 54, Crime City 133. Vixen, what are your impressions of the first period?
I think in the first period, Crime City has just held it together, kept their heads in the game, and has been they've been a very steady team. And of course, they're very talented, and those blockers are something to be reckoned with.
Crime City's blockers absolutely making Charlottesville's jammers fight for every inch of track and every 30 seconds ago until the second period. We have our players lining up.
And one of the other things that coming into play, as usual, penalties. Charlottesville with 21 penalties at the half, Crime City with 14. And I'm pretty impressed by Prince Sophia, Crime City's jammer, jamming every other, maybe every third jam. No penalties called on her. Curly Hoare on the track, jamming for Crime City, and we have B1 Bomber jamming for Charlottesville.
And we have Ankafar trying to get by on the inside, tried the outside, can't do it. Number 22, B1 Bomber, jamming for Charlottesville, but Ankafar, your lead jammer. Crime City fans up in the stands looking what they see.
And we have low block penalties called on both of Crime City's, two of Crime City's blockers, and they are going. Crime City racking up 4 points, Charlottesville 0. River Styx Phoenix jamming for Charlottesville, and she is up against Curly Hoare. And Curly Hoare with just 2 blockers to help her out.
The captain of Crime City, Curly Hoare, trying to push her way through on the outside, has to recycle herself.
And River Styx Phoenix grabbing that lead jammer status. Miller, boom shake the room, and Lilu Dallas holding back Curly Hoare.
Also holding back River Styx Phoenix. They're just out of real estate, and Curly Hoare just made a breakout move away from the pack.
Meanwhile, River Styx Phoenix with that grand slam. River Styx Phoenix taking the outside line. 5 more points for Charlottesville.
She turned on the jets and got by the whole pack. Meanwhile, 40-ounce bounce is just cleaning house. The hitting has picked up, I think, from Charlottesville.
River Styx Phoenix dancing along that outside line. She grabs 4 more points, and that is a 14-point jam for Charlottesville.
Charlottesville's bench fired up.
Charlottesville coming to this bout down 1 jammer. Spank Puncharella, one of their best and most regular jammers, off on a work trip this weekend and unable to be here.
95 Machete, your jammer for Charlottesville. But getting lead jammer is number 3, Prince Sophia. Picking up right where she left off in the first period. Let the bodies hit the floor. Over here by turn 4. Massive pileup. I don't see anyone going to the penalty box. No, I do not. Everyone seems to get up and skate away and play derby another day. 21, Ankafar for Crime City.
Miller jamming for Charlottesville. An empty penalty box. Hoping to keep it that way. Miller along the inside line, handily grabbing that lead jammer status.
That was an excellent power move by Miller. Daylight and just kind of hauled her way through that opening. Skated right through and earned her lead jammer status. And she got put down back over on turn 2, and she looks like she's a little slow to get up. She's skating away, seems to be fine.
Miller with 3 points, shutting City. We've got Crime City at 142, Charlottesville Derby Dames 71.
Five seconds says our jam timer, and I believe her. Curly Hoare trying to push her way through the Charlottesville line. Charlottesville doesn't want to give a River Styx Phoenix also trying to get through, but Curly Hoare is successful in breaking free first. She is your lead jammer.
And we've got Lilu Dallas multi-smash in the penalty box for a 4. That looks like her 5th penalty of this bout.
Good.
Well, we've got a second quick shout out for the good folks at Juice Plus. Bridge the gap between what you are eating and what you should be eating. Have more energy, feel better. Often come to the Juice Plus booth and learn how you can get some Plus and get it for free for your children for 4 years. Also check them out online, juiceplus.com. That's juiceplus.com.
Prince Sophia on the jam line for Crime City. And Machete took a star pass at the beginning of the jam. Now your jammer of record. We have one of the Charlottesville blockers, that is Miller going to the penalty box for a back block to feel shame.
That's 3 points for Crime City. Charlottesville 0. That was a very well executed star pass. River Styx Phoenix jamming for Charlottesville. She is up against Ankafar.
Crime City fans up in the stands having a good time shouting for their team, and they have reason to shout. With lead jammer yet again is Ankafar.
River Styx Phoenix getting beat up out there.
Nifty little hop move. Did you see that, Vixen?
That was beautiful.
That was gorgeous.
Hey, I learned something interesting today. Did you know that Ankafar means duck dad?
Duck Daddy.
Ankafar, duck.
Well, that's interesting. I had no idea.
And you thought you wouldn't learn anything watching roller derby.
And actually, Vixen, it's gotten to the point where I've met so many derby players from other countries and this country that I just don't ask any names. Okay, that's your derby name. I'm fine with that. Action, that's what's really important. Curly Hoare is the jammer for Crime City. And
B1 Bomber being beaten up at the back of the pack. Still not through. However, we've got a out of play penalty assessed on the Crime City's jammer. So B1 Bomber with that power jam opportunity, if she can get out. Oh, excuse me, that's Machete. Machete still being held back. Speed Junkie trying to offer some assistance. And B1 Bomber knocking out one of those blockers, rewinding her back. Okay. And we've got Crime City's Jammer back on the track. Meanwhile, Crime City sends two of their blockers to the penalty box.
And another grand slam for Curly Whore. The Crime City fans love it. Let them hear you, folks. Cheer for your team.
Curly Whore, just such a fast jammer. And we've got clockwise blocking penalty.
Vixen, did you see that pretty move by Curly Whore? And almost did it twice. Curly Whore just skated up to the pack, suddenly cut to the outside, skated right by the Charlottesville defenders. Pass the mic. What you got for?
Well, first of all, we're going to have an official review, I believe, or at least a team timeout. We'll see which way it's going to go as of right now. A team timeout going to Crime City Rollers. And let me tell you something about these Crime City Rollers fans, because they're over here. Now, I'm not sure, but I think that's our good friend and colleague Bulldog sitting over there with the Crime City Rollers fans. One thing I will tell you, they're loud. Bulldog brings the attractive quotient down quite a bit. Gorgeous and Bulldog. They sing. I don't know what they were saying. They sounded fantastic. A little off key, but beautiful, beautiful, beautiful people and having a great time cheering on their teams. I'm blaming that on Bulldog as well. I think that was probably his fault. I'm not sure. Here's what I know. I know that there's still some official review going on over there, so I've got time to tell you about chicksinbowls.com. So the official review is now official. Chicksinbowls.com, their entire motivation is to encourage women and men to get into state parks on their roller skates. Their founder, Lady Trample, is right here at Beach Brawl. Check them out, chicksinbowls.com. Also want to thank the folks at 5 Second Skate Gear. Custom helmets, logos, and other artistic designs specifically geared for roller derby. They can make you something fun and personalized for you. Whether you're looking for a custom helmet, a scrimmage stencil, maybe a badass tank, or even an amazing work of art for your derby cave, you can find all that and more at skategear.com. Also want to thank Passion by TLC, yourpassionconsultant.com, bringing passion to life. Their purpose, their passion. OrigamiOwl.com. You can check out Holly Dresson. That's Holly, DRESSON.OrigamiOwl.com. Every purchase supports local roller derby. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the good folks over at Bont Skates. Lighter, stronger, faster. Check out the new Quad Star Skate. Carbon fiber boots are the lightest on the market. Bont.com. And of course, what derby sponsor call would be complete without mentioning the good folks at Cheese Balls. Cheese Balls bearings are hand prepared by skaters for skaters. If you're here in the building, you get 20% along. Everybody else, go to cheeseballs.com for more information and to order all the groovy stuff you could possibly want. Adam Wheels, Boom Wheels. Try them before you buy them. Juke alloy wheels with Swiss bearings, heat molded boots, and mounting service. Save $50. Check out adamwheels.com. And while you're checking stuff out, good Lord, if you're not going over to the after party, you don't know what you're missing. It's at Sin Nightclub, 111 Southwest 2nd Avenue, right here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. There's a free party bus to and from the club until it closes. That's going to depart from the Renaissance Hotel at 1617 Southeast 17th Street. If you got your wrist to go, those will be provided to all the beach ball participants and staff, including the volunteers. Of course, it is a 21 and up club, so respond accordingly. Looks like we've got ourselves some an end to the official review. We will hope to get an answer here shortly on what happened. In the meantime, we're going to kick things back on over to my good friends Vixen and Stash. Y'all take it over.
Thank you, Passa. We have Prince Sophia on the jam line for Crime City. Prince Sophia is your lead jammer.
And she is in a power jam situation as Machete finishes up her time in the box.
This is a power jam for Crime City. 5 big points for Prince Sophia.
And Maleficent headed to the penalty box. Machete back on the track. And Crime missing a beat in blocking her. Finally, she is able to break through. B1 heard on Prince Sophia. Not enough, though. That's 5 more points for Crime City.
Prince Sophia calls off that jam. Pass the mic. What you got for us?
So, yeah, 50-Foot Queenie was good enough to come on over and tell me what just happened during that extended official review. So Charlottesville was questioning the call on the jammer at the end of that last jam prior to this one, saying that she had cut the track. They said there was no yellow jersey in front of her. The official review said, yes, there was. Therefore, by the way, the call stands.
Thank you, Pastor. Onkafar on the jam line for Crime City. And one more time, Onkafar earns lead jammer, but the Charlottesville jammer, that Phoenix, got a jump on her, and Onkafar had to call off that jam. We'll line up and do it again.
That's right. Onkavar not wanting to give Charlottesville any opportunity to score any points, so we went 0-0 that jam. Big Bangarang taking the line for Charlottesville for the first time this evening. She is up against Hår. Did you know that Hår is the Swedish word for hair?
I know that now. We're getting all kinds of an education in Swedish. Right now we have Miller.
Once again, that jam being called off before any points are scored. I just want to tell you, Stash Merk, I've exhausted my Swedish vocabulary. You're going to have to look elsewhere for more words.
My gosh. Well, I have to say, my Swedish vocabulary has doubled, if not tripled, after this bout. Not only do we get roller derby, we get a lesson in linguistics.
That's right. I think locks might be a Swedish word, but I'm not sure. We'll find out later. Anyhow, back to the important stuff. Bomber jamming for Charlottesville, looking like Crime City. Number 3, Prince Sophia, once again lead jammer. She's doing a fantastic, and I don't believe she has made it to the penalty box yet. So just such a clean, but still an aggressive player.
Several blockers going off to the penalty box. It looked like it was Trippy for Crime City. I did not see who the Charlottesville blocker was, but that's the end of the jam.
And Lelu Dallas in the box with her 6th penalty for a clockwise.
Thank you, Vixen. Crime City rings up 4 more points at the end of that jam. And looks like we have a timeout called.
Crime City 178, Charlottesville 82.
No, we don't. We have an official review called for by Crime City.
Okay, that was cool. Do that again. Always be pandering. That's what they that's what they teach us at announcer school. Always be pandering to women lifting their tops up. I'm not exactly sure why they're doing it. And by the way, for the audience listening at WT, good. See, I'm all confused now because they're lifting their. HOTA.TV. That was belly only.
And Passa, I'm from the southern Louisiana area. When I see that, I want to throw Mardi Gras beads. And the official review stretches into its third day.
Looks like I think Charlottesville's cleaned up its act as far as penalties, accruing some, but not at the high speed they were the first half. Crime City, I think probably a few more penalties than Charlottesville. I'm just guessing here.
Seems that way.
And the action continues later, all the way later this evening. The Leeds Roller Dolls at 8 p.m. are going to play the Lehigh Valley Rollers.
Lehigh Valley, one of the stronger teams in the tournament.
And if you get tired of sitting around during official reviews, you could switch over to the other WFTDA.TV feed and watch Calio Rolling Rainbow taking on the Alamo City Roller Girls. But don't stay over there for too long, because Charlottesville and Crime City will be back at it before you know it.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you're here in the arena or watching on WFTDA TV, we have an impromptu dance-off going on the track. The Crime City fans up and chanting and yelling for their team, their players, loving it. Give high fives, blowing kisses, dancing around, because right now they're in the lead, 178-82.
You know, I could be wrong. I may have misread this earlier. I think that might be Nidaros.
Is that Nidaros?
I think that's Nidaros.
Excellent. They played an excellent.
That's who it is.
I called Nidaros's game a couple hours ago. They're a strong team. They are the Trondheim, Norway. I got a thumbs up. I must have said it right. They're a great bunch of players. They come to root for their Scandinavian neighbors. I'm seeing yes. I'm seeing yes. And all of the teams and everywhere. This is why I love coming to Derby tournaments. See these great fans from other countries, from other states, and that you wouldn't have ordinarily met just traveling with your league.
Well, I'll tell you, I got to call them last year here at Beach Brawl 2014 and had an absolute blast. I learned some language. I learned some new words that I had not learned before.
Hang on, Pastor. We're on the
Some of those I can
internet.
repeat, others I cannot. But the last year they had a cheering just crazy. It was a lot of fun. We had a blast with them here last year. But anyway, we are minutes away, seconds maybe, from hearing from 50-Foot Queenie on exactly what that official review is all about. In the meantime, quick reset, because it's been a little bit. Minutes of official review time already gone by and ticking. 82-178 Crime City Rollers.
And probably a loud, rowdy cheering section going on in Malmo, Sweden, the home of the Crime City Rollers. A big hello to you if you're watching on the internet on WFTDA TV. We love having you in. Send us a tweet to say hello. And right now, Nidaros approves that Ankafar from the Crime City Rollers is your lead jammer.
The big bangarang and 40-ounce bounce, unable to hold her back. I'll tell you, yeah, Ankavar is a tremendous jammer. This is an all-around fantastic team. Leilu Dallas having to let her go.
And look at that blocking by Chutet.
We've got a high block penalty assessed on B1 Bomber. She's only on the track for a few seconds before she has to head back.
And give Chuchet the assist for that because her tenacious drew that penalty. Good play by number 1330.
Big bangarang working on blocking, but getting swallowed up by those Scandinavian blockers. And I tell you what, they are a force to be reckoned with.
Power jam now over. Star pass has been completed. Trippy, now the jammer of record for Crime City. And Vixen, do you see something else that I see?
Charlottesville with a star pass to River Styx Phoenix becoming jammer, getting knocked back. Meanwhile, Speed Junkie headed to the box.
All right, so on that official review from the previous jam, on jam number, I believe that was 12, here's the deal. Yellow called a timeout. Crime City said, hang on a second, we want to talk about this. B1 Bomber, number 22 for Charlottesville, had placed her two hands out of bounds and was not called for the cut track violation that occurred when two yellow skaters then went by her because she lifted her hands back and brought herself back into play, basically having gained position on those two yellow skaters who had drawn back. So again, two hands out of bounds. She was considered to be out of bounds at that point. When she raises her hands back up, she's now cut two. She went to the box. We started that first jam back after the lengthy review on a power jam with B1 Bomber in the box.
Thank you. Pass it to Mike. Such complicated things going on here. But we have Machete in a power jam situation. A multiplayer block called on Crime City.
Power jam over. We had a penalty called on power jam for Charlottesville during the explanation of that official review. Now over. Curly Hoare out of the penalty box, looking to score some points. Look at her approach the pack. Absolutely fearless. Doesn't even slow down. Look at that. Dunce through on the inside. How did she not go out of bounds? 5 big points for Crime City.
Juicy was headed to the penalty box, but the penalty box was full. She had to come back on the track and wait her turn. Now she's going to serve her time. Meanwhile, we've got 5 more points for Crime City.
Curly Har dances through on the outside. 4 more points for Crime City. Crime City pouring it on.
And looks like there is a track cut penalty pulled on Crime City's jammer. River Styx Phoenix on the line for Charlottesville, hoping to make up some of those points in a power jam situation.
Curly Hoare going to the penalty box. Looked like she got called for a track cut at the very end of that play. With River Styx Phoenix, a power jam to start us off. She earns lead jammer, works her way through the Crime City.
Crime City with all 4 blockers on the track. Charlottesville down 2 blockers. Dunwallop back out of the box.
River Styx Phoenix trying to get through the wall, does so.
And she gets a grand slam.
And another penalty coming up to Curly Hoare. A low block, so this will be another power jam for River Styx Phoenix on a roll. 4 points this jam for this scoring pass.
Charlottesville moving forward. swarming around trying to break that wall open. Crime City just reforms as if nothing ever happened.
River Styx Phoenix almost cleared the pack until Crime City blocker came out of nowhere, knocked her out of bounds. I believe that was sexual harassment.
It's interesting way
That's
that
the player's
name is
name.
used.
I'm not making any
I know.
accusation. That was the player's name. 5 points for River Styx Phoenix, having a monster jam this time around. And Curly Horror out of the box.
Looks like River Styx Phoenix is having a little trouble over there. This has been a tournament beset by quite a number of injuries. We do want to thank our EMTs for being available. They are taking great care of our skaters.
I agree with everything that she just said.
Miller muscling her way up.
Prince Sophia, your lead. Nidaros shouting their approval.
Miller on her way to the penalty box. And that is a power jam for Crime City.
Grand slam for Prince Sophia.
Charlotte's breaking over the century marks thanks to River Styx Phoenix. However, Crime City over the 2-century mark.
Looks
and
like
we have a penalty on number 9, Kickstaville.
And the Charlottesville Jammer approaching the pack is Miller trying to fight her way through. And Vixen, I gotta say, is as much as impressive as Crime City has been in this game. Oh, Miller takes a spill. She gets right back up. Looks like she's going to be okay. I'm impressed with Miller as a jammer. Does she normally jam for your league, or is she a two-way player?
She's she didn't start out as a jammer. She was blocking, but we had Miami Beatbox who left us recently to move up to Philadelphia. So we've had Machete and Miller picking up the slack. It takes two people to pick up what Miami Beatbox could do. She was amazing. Philly should be very happy to have her. And we've got Crime City's jammer in the box.
Good hustle by B1 Bomber. The Charlottesville caused the Crime City jammer to commit a track cut, which is going to give Charlottesville a power jam.
Meanwhile, while all that was going on, the Big Bangarang accepted the helmet star cover, and she is taking on the jammer duties. So,
Charlottesville jammer knocked out of bounds, has to resolve on sides. Meanwhile, power jam now over. That is Ankafar. Looking to get some more points. Skated into a wall of Charlottesville skaters. Bouncing off. Can't get her out of bounds. I have to let her go. Grand slam for Ankafar.
and the Big Bangarang. And B1 Bomber headed to the box for a back block penalty. Oh, excuse me, a back block penalty for B1 Bomber. And we've got a forearm penalty on Crime City's jammer, the Big Bangarang. Got that power jam situation. And she just grabbed 5 points for the Charlottesville scoreboard.
That's the Big Bangarang. I believe, jamming her first time in this bout. Has she taken a jam before this, Vixen?
She can do it. She can do it, but I'll tell you what, she is a blocker and an amazing one at that. However, it looks like she's headed to the penalty box, possibly.
And that's the end of that jam. We're coming up on 4.5 minutes to go in this second period. Your score, 121 to 226. Crime City on top. Our jam timers. Number 3, Prince Sophia, jamming for Crime City. Dances right through the Charlottesville pack and gets her lead jammer status.
Hoping to control the pack by holding 40-ounce bounce. And we have a penalty on number 20, Trippy.
Sophia got a grand slam on that last pass. She's looking for more. Trying to push her way past 40-ounce bounce. And
the
room.
Big Bangarang coming back on the track and then committing a track. So she's going penalty box. So we're going to just continue this power jam for Crime City. Bonnie Bampa going to keep the Big Bangarang company over there. Apple Clobber, Miller, 40-ounce bounce. Holding back Prince Sophia long enough where she decides to go ahead and call that off. Meanwhile, that was a 15-point jam for Crime City.
Out on the track. Looks like Charlottesville has called a timeout. Mr. Passamike, have you got anything for us, sir?
Well, you know what? I can tell you about the folks at greenmonster.com. It's not I think. It's grnmstr.com. That's grmstr.com. Green Monster Roller Sports. They got the boots, the laces, the equipment bags for all rollers. Out grnmstr.com. Also want to thank the folks at Kurgene Sports, RollerSkateUSA.com. Skate supplies, including a skate supply that'll carry all of your skate supplies from vendors here at Beach Brawl. Check them out, RollerSkateUSA.com. Is over. Let's go back to the track, back to Stash and Vixen.
Thank you, Pasa. During that timeout, the Nidaros players have continued with their delightful shenanigans in the stands. We love having them in there.
Maleficent delivering an out of play block far. But Ankafar is going to just say, why not give me 5 points?
And Vixen, this is my first time seeing Crime City. Ankafar just moves so well on her skates. Did you know that last pass she as she slips and falls? That last pass, she make one of the Charlottesville blockers completely out of her skates. Nice move, side-to-side lateral movement, very agile.
And we've got the Big Bangarang back on the track trying to shove her through all 4 of the blockers. Maleficent attempting to clear a path. The Big Bangarang getting rewound. Multiplayer block called on Crime City. Number 53, Dyke Stalker.
Charlottesville Jammer, they have to let her go. They're outside the engagement zone. Looks like Bumpa is going to get a penalty for it. Engager got to play. I did not see the referee signal it, but it appears what she was doing.
Crime City with 16 points. That jam locking out Charlottesville with 0. Crime City Rollers 257. Charlottesville Derby Dames 121.
Curly Horror coming up to the jam line for Crime City. Miller. Excellent physical jammer for Charlottesville. Found a little daylight on the inside. Earned lead jammer. The Charlottesville fans now have their turn to go nuts in the stands. Let them hear you. Miller engaging in some jam carnage with Curly Hoare.
Miller just doing a little juke to the little fake out as far as I saw it. And Miller showing us what Charlottesville can do right here.
Curly Hoare and Miller just in a wheel-to-wheel foot race. Miller takes a little jump to the inside trying to get around the Crime City wall. Curly Hoare runs into the Charlottesville wall, finds a little daylight. 4 more points for Curly Hoare.
40-ounce bounce with an out-of-play penalty. Got an apex jump that didn't land quite as expected.
4 points for Miller.
Whoa.
Curly Hoare looks like she got tossed out of bounds. She has to come back in on sides. Miller with a slam Del Grande for Charlottesville.
She made it look so easy. Meanwhile, Reforms decides to let her just slide through anymore.
Curly Hoare breaks free. One final hit by number 41, Lilu Dallas multi-smash. As she lived up to her name, came up and just put us pasting on Curly Hoare. The Nidaros fans are giddy with delight seeing their friends from Crime City probably taking the win. It's an unofficial final, but looks like Crime City has been leading the whole way.
Crime City with 269. Charlottesville Derby Dames 136. An excellent showing by both teams. However, Crime City just much more organized. And their walls, I'm sure the people are tired of hearing me say it, but they are stupendous walls.
And how nice is this? Charlottesville was lining up to give Crime City the bridge salute that American Derby leagues are do when they want to say an extra good game. Crime City said, every one of them a hug. What a nice showing. What a good sportsmanlike display from the Crime City Rollers.
That's right. That is Derby love for you.
And that's one thing, Vixen, one thing I love about Derby. The players are out there on the track for an hour, going at it hammer and tong, knocking the crap out of each other. All over. It's all Derby love. Give each other a hug. Say good game.
That's right.
Doesn't matter where you're from, what country you are. That's what Derby's all about.
That's right. You'll even see them giving each other fist bumps out on the jammer line. You know, dancing a little bit. Derby's all about having a good time.
Crime City finishing their victory lap. Congratulations to Crime City. Now Crime City is setting up the bridge that Charlottesville wanted to give them. The fans telling the Charlottesville players, good game. They did play. Crime City just too high-powered octane for them.
Crime City given the treatment for Charlottesville. And I tell you, I think teams must be relieved because they are done for Beach Brawl. Time for them to just relax, hang out, have a cold beverage if desired.
At the after party, no doubt.
Last call for all Beach Brawl merchandise. During the last out. Right now is last call for all Beach Brawl.
And attention in the Derby facility, we do have an announcement. We have one more game coming, but right now is last call for any Beach Brawl merchandise. If you've been putting off getting that t-shirt, getting that button, getting that glass, now's the time to go do it. At the Gold Coast merch table and right by the front door. I think that's about does it.
That about does it. Thanks for all of you at WFTDA.tv for joining us for this amazing bout.
Hey everybody, this is Zach here from Rydell Skates, and we're here to talk to you today about an exciting new product we have. This is our Fit footbed kit. It's designed to help alleviate pain and reduce some soreness that people commonly get while skating. First, let's talk about the Fit footbed itself. It's a high-density foam with a soft top cover on it. It allows for a lot more cushion and support for a safer and more effective skating session. On the back side, Velcro components that allow you to attach adjustable arch supports and heel wedges to it, which is really where all the customization comes in. Installed in the footbed is a blue arch support, which is neutral. There's also a red arch support, which is for high arches, and an orange arch support, which is for low arches. Installation and swapping them out is really simple. All you need to do is just peel the Velcro off and then install the new insert. The heel is another area of customization. You can use the included purple heel lift to elevate the heel in the boot, which can reduce heel slippage, irritation, or shin splints. Or you can use the included green heel wedge. It's angled, so depending on the way you install it, it can help correct pronation or supination issues. This metatarsal pad can be installed on the top side of the footbed to help reduce numbness in the toe and ball area of the foot. Getting the proper fit is really simple. What you'll need to do is take your existing insole out of your skates. Then all you need to do is line the two up on top of each other and trace and trim to fit. The Fit footbed kit is available now at any of our authorized retailers. And for more information, you can always visit our website at www.roller.rydellskates.com.
Hey, this is Dan from S1 Helmets. We're in the testing lab today testing helmets to see if they pass the multiple impact certification test. We're going to be testing 3 helmets today. A soft foam helmet with EVA foam and a terry cloth liner, the hockey helmet with triple density EVA foam, the helmet with EPS Fusion Foam. All three of these helmets as multiple impact helmets. We're going to test all of them today and see which ones actually pass the test. The multiple impact test is when we drop a helmet to achieve a velocity of 4.57 meters per second. This simulates a 10-mile-an-hour impact or a 4-foot drop. The same helmet is tested 3 times in the same location. The helmet must reduce the energy pulse to under 300 Gs each time. Anything over 300 Gs can result in a traumatic brain injury or a severe concussion. In summary, the soft foam helmet with EVA foam and the hockey helmet with triple density foam did not pass the multiple impact test. The S1 Lifer helmet with EPS Fusion Foam did pass the multiple impact test.
Sometimes when you play roller derby, you're just kind of like, why am I doing this? This is so weird that I'm essentially have this unpaid second job, which I spend all my first job money to do, and then you go to playoffs and you go to champs, or you just go to any game and you're like, oh, yeah, this is why I do this. My name's Steph Maney. I skate for the London Roller Girls, and S1 is part of my uniform.
tournament. I'm Hazenberg, and with me is,
Scarlett O'Hurtia.
and we are going to be your announcing team for this. We're just a few minutes till we get started, but we're going to go ahead and take care of some business here. We're going to talk about these two teams. Yeah, we're a little overly loud right here.
Can we turn that down a bit? Thank you, sir.
Check it, check it, check.
Check, check.
Check, check, check. All right, significantly more tolerable.
Still too loud? Still too loud?
Still too loud.
Still too loud.
The audience are telling us that it's really booming.
Thank you for the feedback, guys. I feel like I can't hear me at all. But
All right, let's see. This
guys hear
seems
me?
totally acceptable. How about you guys? Yeah? Yeah, it's all good? Thank you to our audience right here.
just a little bit, just a smidgen. Is that good? No? Not quite? Up, down, what? Okay. How about now? Okay, that's good? All right, cool. And you want to talk so we can get this?
All right, fantastic. And thank you to all of our home audience or UFTDA.tv. We are the last and final bout of this tournament, and we're going to go right into it. Charlotte, why don't you tell us about these Lehigh Roller Girls All-Stars?
Lehigh Valley Roller Girls All-Stars. We've got number 111, Stella Mack. Number 1222, Toxic Avenger. Number 13, Sylvestra Shalom. Number 1311, Thunder Crusher. Number 18, Christy Winkler. 215, Double Barrel Hot Guns. Number 28, Levelin Levi, excuse me. 29, Tortellina Temptress. Number 3, Greek Lightning. Number 42, Anya Ash. Number 53, Wayward Stay. Number 612, Razor Ramona. Number 66, Lynn Diesel. And number 932, MJ Slamher.
And the lineup for the Leeds Roller Dolls Rebel Roses starts with 0, Feral Fairy. 16, Tripping the Velvet. 209, Sheer Carnage. 45, Livid Doll. 56, El Nasser. Number 6, Killaroo. 69, Immodesty Grays. 72, Rigor Morris. 777, Sally Jones. 800, Miss Trixie. 88, Nina. And V0 Punzel. We got just over 2 minutes until we get this started. What can you tell me about these teams' performance so far in the tournament?
Well, I was just racking that up real quick. It looks like Leeds has a couple of wins under their belt, winning 258 over 101 the first day of the tournament. The Rock and Roller Queens of and another win, 669 to 79 over Vet City.
Wow.
Pretty significant point spread there. And then it looks like Lehigh, going into their second game of the day, they have had some other play going on with a loss to the Rock and Roller Queens, 102 to 272, followed by a win against Vet City, 313 to 116. And then earlier today, a loss to North Texas Derby Revolution, 188 to 81, which actually, given the caliber that North Texas has been playing at, that's really not that huge of a point spread.
And the sound guy has run off. Yeah. No, I'm very loud.
No. They've been telling us, and they had my mic level set, but now. Okay.
Yeah.
We've got less than a minute to go before we kick things off. Still messing with our sound levels a little bit here.
Just over 30 seconds left to go. As soon as the officials decide to blow the whistle, we'll have this started off. It looks like we've got number 777, Sally Jones, on the line for Leeds.
In the black jersey. And in the pink for Lehigh Valley, we've got number 932, MJ Slamher, jamming for Lehigh Valley.
And our producer, Stash Merkin, warming up the audience for us over there. Thanks, Stash. Scarlett, this has been a heck of a tournament so far, wouldn't you agree?
Indeed it has. We've definitely seen a lot of really great action out on the track. I know that statistically, a lot of these teams have moved pretty significantly, especially the international teams. And as that first whistle blows, Leads off to the outside. Sally Jones trying to contend with really high blockers, and she manages to get through, and she is your lead jammer for Leeds.
Very well done on Sally Jones's part right there. And now number 13-11 Thunder is off to the penalty box, followed by number 13, Sylvester Shalom. Sally Jones gets through, grabs a big handful of points, calls it off. No points for Lehigh on that jam. And no volume for Scarlett over here. Come on.
No volume for Scarlett.
Help us out.
Back to the action on the track. I hope everybody at WFTDA. Better than people can hear at the convention center. Rapunzel now jamming for Leeds, number VO5.
And that looks like number 1222, Toxic Avenger for Lehigh.
Right out in front from the get-go, we've got Rapunzel, your lead jammer for Leeds. Jukes to the inside, manages to slip up on the infield. And actually, Toxic Avenger, defensive move there rather than focusing on points, making Rapunzel recycle. Now, Toxic Avenger has not made her initial pass through the pack yet, so I'm kind of surprised that that pullback happened.
Yeah, we had some serious jammer-on-jammer carnage happening right there. Talk. Say stuff.
What?
Say stuff. You're adjusting your volume.
Leads with a strong defensive wall up in the front. Still holding back Toxic Avenger, not yet made it through on her initial pass. So Rapunzel using this opportunity to rack up some points, widen that spread from the get-go. 15 points so far this jam for Rapunzel.
Lehigh ranked much higher in the WIFTDA rankings, or rather, 10 points lower in the WIFTDA rankings than Leeds, but this should be a pretty even match as far as they're both concerned. This tournament has contained all of Leeds' sanctioned WIFTDA bouts this year, whereas Lehigh has come off of 3 losses in bouts.
20 points on that jam for Rapunzel and the Leeds Roller Dolls. Still shutting down Lehigh Valley. Leeds at 25, Lehigh Valley at 0. Left in the half. Who's on the line?
It looks like we've got a timeout being called, and with that said, we're going to go to Stash Merkin, who's going to pay some bills for us.
Thank you, Hayes. We would like to give a big shout out and thank you to chicksandbowls.com. Our entire motivation is to encourage and inspire women and men to get into skate parks on their roller skates.
That's right, and as we're coming back from this timeout, looks like we've got number 0, Feral Fairy, jamming for Leeds.
And number 93... 932, MJ Slamher once again, donning the Jammer Star for Lehigh Valley.
Both the jammers working hard to try to get their way through the pack to no avail. Feral Fairy getting slightly recycled and then bowled over by number 112. This looks like 112.
Feral Fairy through the pack, but not Leeds, and quickly calls off the jam, preventing Leeds from putting any points on the board. That's the first lead jam we've had for Leeds thus far in this game. However, they have yet to get on the board with any points.
No points for anybody there. And now we got number 777, Sally Jones, on the line for Leeds. And number 215, Double Barrel Hot Guns, on the line for Lehigh. Double Barrel Hot Guns is first time on the jam line.
Second time for Sally. Split wall defense, and Sally is able to bust on through. She is your lead jammer for Leeds Roller Dolls.
Sally seems to be very productive over there while she's been wearing the star tonight. I believe she has scored the majority of Leeds' points so far.
Rapunzel.
Oh, I'm sorry. Rapunzel has been scoring the majority, but let's see if Sally can turn that around.
Well, Sally had 5 points in the first jam of the night, so definitely giving Leeds some good momentum going into the game. Sally, go ahead.
And double barrel high away pass, but it wasn't enough as Leeds calls it off, grabbing 4 points on their way out.
Now we have lead top scorer taking the line, Rapunzel, number VO5, with 20 points on that previous jam that she was in. Going up against, once again, MJ Slamher for Lehigh.
And it looks like we had a pass on Lehigh's part there, going to number 18, Christy Winkler.
So she is the jammer in the front, but she is not the lead jammer. That honor belongs to Rapunzel from Leeds, who has gotten lead jammer status in all 3 of her jams thus far.
And Christy trying to find her way to the front, working very hard for it. And she does, grabbing a big handful of points.
Lehigh officially 4-34. Leeds in the lead by 30, but no points for Leeds thus far in this jam.
So is not in the lead.
Lead is not in the lead for the first so far this game. Looks like we got 6 points total for Lehigh Valley officially on the board. Leeds Roller Dolls racking up 4 more for a total of 38.
And number 0, Feral Fairy, wearing the star for Leeds. While number 1222, Toxic Avenger, wears it for Lehigh. All these European teams at the tournament have been really rough and tough. But it looks like Leeds' Toxic Avenger is your lead jammer. Or Lehigh's Toxic Avenger, rather. Lehigh has lead. Leeds does not have the lead. And Toxic Avenger makes it through, grabs a big handful of points, and calls it off.
4 points on that jam for Lehigh Valley. 38-11 Leeds in the front with 22 and a half minutes left in the half.
And number 777 line for Leeds once again, up against number 932 MJ Slamher for Lehigh. Score is currently 38-11 in favor of Leeds, but
Lehigh Valley on a streak here. Third time they've gotten so far. Definitely busting up that momentum we saw at the beginning of the game.
Absolutely. A couple more jams like that, and we will definitely have a lead change. And it looks like Lehigh managed to grab 4 points and 0 points for Leeds. It looks like we've got a timeout happening here, which gives us a chance to go back over to my buddy Stash, who's going to tell us about some of our cool sponsors.
Thank you, Hazenberg. We'd like to thank the Derby Vixen. Your skates were expensive and they are valuable to you. Why not protect them with Derby Vixen toe guards? The Derby Vixen makes each toe guard by hand with a care and precision you can't find anywhere else. Visit derbyvixen.etsy.com, Facebook, or Twitter. Standard designs always available, customs by request, made by a skater for skaters. And it looks like we're ready to get back to action. Take it away, Scarlett will hurt ya. Number
VO5, Rapunzel, jamming once again for Leeds. And number 215, Double Barrel Hot Guns, jamming once again for Lehigh.
That's correct. And I want to give a big thank you to Stash Merkin for being here. He's my usual announcing partner back home. This is the first time we've gotten to rock the mic together during this tournament.
Rapunzel getting a bit of a shove to the inside there. But it doesn't seem to stop her. She is out in front, your lead jammer for Leeds.
It looks like her teammate number 200 over there, 209 rather, Sheer Carnage, is off to the penalty box.
Four points for Leeds on that jam. Total of 42 points. Shutting down Lehigh Valley on that last jam. 42-15, 21 minutes left in the half.
Yeah, we got Sally Jones on the line for Leeds once again, up against MJ Slamher. These two have been going head-to-head all night long, although we're only like 9 minutes into the bout.
Oh, 1 foot slip around the apex. And that is MJ Slammer out in front, your lead jammer for Lehigh Valley.
Absolutely gorgeous move on her part. And now she is dancing right through the pack like it isn't even there, and she grabs a big handful of points, calls it off.
Lehigh Valley shutting out Leeds during that jam. 4 points for
And
the
this
ladies
is the kind
in
of
pink.
derby that they need to keep playing over in Lehigh.
Obviously, some Lehigh Valley fans in the stands. Jamming for the first time this evening for Leeds is number 88, Nina. And for Lehigh Valley is number 1222, Toxic Avenger. Leeds pivot going to the penalty box.
Nina and Toxic Avenger are both struggling their way through with the pack.
Looks like we do have lead jammer called on Lehigh Valley. Nina is your lead jammer for the ladies.
And she's sliding on through, and she calls it off. But not before Leeds manages to grab 2 points, looks like. Which is their first time scoring in several jams, isn't it?
In the past couple, yeah.
You know, I see Rip Hunsel on the line for Leeds up against, looks like MJ Slamher for Lehigh.
Rapunzel tries to juke on the outside. MJ Slamher tries to follow a similar path. And both jammers get through at about the same time, but that lead jammer status is going to go to Rapunzel. Jammers are neck and neck as that pack is picking up quite a bit of speed.
Oh, and some great jumping and jiving by MJ there. Which is just enough to grab Lehigh a couple of points. Dos puntos.
44-21. Leeds in the lead with 18 minutes left in the half. Sally Jones taking the line for Leeds.
And it looks like Rip Hunsel on the line once again. Oh, sorry, derp. Now I owe her a drink at the after party. Yep, double barrel hot guns for Lehigh. And Leeds number 7-77, Sally Jones is your lead jammer. And it's a big 5-point grand slam for Sally Jones right there. And now it is a power jam in favor of Leeds, which they will need to increase their lead. And another points for Sally Jones.
Sally Jones busts through for 5 more points. 15 so far in this jam.
It looks like one of the lead's blockers has hurt her shoulder here. She's favoring it significantly.
Leeds bringing the pack to a complete stop. Double barrel hot guns takes a hard fall to the inside. Uses the confusion that caused to sneak on by on the outside, racking up slam. Ooh, fancy footwork by Sally Jones there around the outside. Gets shoved out, but manages to get 4 before calling it off. 28 in that jam for Sally Jones and Leeds.
Wow, that was absolutely monstrous.
Stash, what's the good word?
What's the word? Thunderbird. We'd like to thank 5 Second Skate Gear, 5secondskatergear.com, custom helmets, logos, and other artistic design geared for roller derby. They can make something fun and personalized for you. Whether you want a custom helmet, a scrimmage stencil, or a badass tank, 5secondskatergear.com. Back to Hazenberg and Scarlett.
And Leeds' very own Rip Punzel blew through the pack on this jam. Jammer.
Pack picking up significantly, and Rapunzel takes a hit to the outside, courtesy of Razor Ramona.
Looks like she grabbed 2 points before she called that off. And now number 12, Toxic Avenger on the line for Lehigh, and number 0, Feral Fairy for Leeds.
The bat, Feral Fairy takes a hit to the outside and then back to the inside. Lehigh job of recycling here, trying to shove her out, but she manages to stay in on those toe stops, trying every path she can think of. Meanwhile, Leeds using that 3-woman rotating triangle defense up at the front. And Lehigh's pivot is sent to the penalty box.
And we've seen that rotating triangle so in use by European teams this weekend. It seems to be a very popular tactic for them, but with good reason, it's extremely effective.
Looks like Lehigh Valley, number 28, Levelyn Levi, took a hard hit to the inside, took a bit to get up. And Feral Fairy sneaks by on the inside, complete, I think pretty much unnoticed, for 5 points on that pass.
Yeah, nice, great big old grand slam for Feral Fairy as she goes through again. The inside is wide open right now for a full 5 points. Oh, and she does a little apex jump there, grabs another 5 points. It's been 50 so far.
Toxic Avenger having a really hard time breaking through this Leeds defense. Meanwhile, Feral Fairy manages to shrug off number 18, Christy Winkler, for Lehigh.
Another 5 points, 20 points for her so far.
Oh!
She's gotten herself a back blocking penalty there and making this a power jam for Lehigh with 1 second left in the jam, which means that they'll start the next jam fully fresh.
And we've got a timeout called by Lehigh. So that gives to hear from our good buddy Stash Merkin.
Why, thank you, Scarlett. We would like to give a special shout out and thank you to Holly Dresson at origamiOwl.com, and she told me her name is Holly Dresson, not Dress Off. A percentage of, and I talked to her earlier, the lovely lady. We'd also like to thank Gates. Lighter, stronger, faster. They're only here for Friday and Saturday, but you can certainly go over and check them out online. Take a look at the new Quad Star Skate carbon fiber boot. They're the lightest on the market.
Looks like we are starting off this jam again. MJ Slam Her on the line for Lehigh, starting off in a power jam.
And Farrell Ferry still in the penalty box for Leeds. Lehigh trying to force that pack to give their jammer some space, and she manages to break on through. Your lead jammer for Lehigh Valley is MJ Slam Her.
She's only going to attend with 2 of those Leeds blockers right now. She takes full advantage of it to grab a 5-point grand slam.
Look at Lehigh stretching out this pack the entire length of one side of the track from turn 1 through from turn 4 through turn 1. Clearing a path and then forcing again. Farrell Ferry recycle all back. And it looks like we have a cutting the track penalty called on number 932, MJ Slam Her. So now that power jam fortune on Leeds, and they have an opportunity for a power jam. So we've got a full 2-minute jam on our hands.
With just under a minute to go in the jam. Score is currently 94-31 in favor of Leeds. 99-31 in favor of Leeds.
Five. Farrell Ferry on that pass, largely uncontested. Both jammers back into the fray. As Farrell Ferry tries to sneak past Lehigh's pivot number 53, Wayward Stay. And she's going to go to the penalty box for an out-of-play penalty on that one.
Both of these teams have been playing hard this weekend, and they're starting to show it. And at the end of that jam, looks like Leeds managed to grab 4 more points.
18 total for Leeds on that jam. 5 points for Lehigh Valley, slowly ticking away. Oh, sorry, no, they put some late points on the board. 10 points total for Lehigh Valley on that one. Brings our score to 112-36. Leeds ahead with 10 minutes left in the half.
Leeds living up to their name as Sally Jones takes the line for them up against her frequent opponent, number 215, Double Barrel Hot Guns. Jones getting recycled way back and then fighting her way through.
Double Barrel Hot Guns, your lead jammer. But look at this, Sally Jones passing her right there around turn 3. She quickly calls it off before either jammer can rack up any points.
Looks like 2 of the blockers, 1 from each team, were assessed penalties right at the last second there. I saw a multiplayer block being called.
Yeah, I think that was for that 2-woman Lehigh Valley do, but it looked like their hands had actually clasped, so that counts as a multiplayer. MJ Slammer jamming once again for Lehigh Valley.
And we got a lot of fans out there for Toxic Avenge Her. Although MJ Slam Her is the jammer for Lehigh Valley right now.
But Rapunzel is out in front, your lead jammer for Leeds.
And Rapunzel just grab a big 5 points.
2 Leeds players in the penalty box currently. Pack speed. Refs having to work a little harder to keep up. And a nice jammer takeout there right at the end by number 111, Stella Mack. As Leeds racks up 3 points on that pass, 0 for Lehigh.
That was an 8-point jam for Leeds, it looked. And now Farrell Ferry for Leeds is on the line up against number 215, Double Barrel Hot Guns. less of a jam and more of a brawl right now as they go into turn one. Not a whole lot of pack movement in total.
Oh, a little bit of a skater pile up there, and 3 Greek Lightning and leads jammer Farrell Ferry. Multiplayer block penalty called, and Farrell Ferry is declared as lead jammer. Whistles being blown all over the place. Multiplayer block penalty actually called on the Lehigh jammer, number 215, double barrel hot gun.
Making this a power jam for Farrell Ferry. Takes advantage of it for a big old handful of 5 points right there. And 5 more.
Leeds only has 2 blockers on the track currently, but that doesn't seem to be doing a great job of controlling this pack. Lehigh trying to scoot them up and make this pack go a little bit faster, making Farrell Ferry work a little harder.
Farrell Ferry definitely playing a good mix of offensive and defensive maneuvers here to try to get her way through.
She is the lead jammer, but I think she's just trying to milk this as much as she can. They got to let her go as they get 20 feet away from the rest of the pack. For Leeds on that pass. Farrell Ferry manages to sneak on through for another handful before calling off the jam. 20 points for Farrell Ferry on that jam. Shutting down Lehigh 140-36 with 11 minutes left in the half. Pivot line to start this one off.
Sally Jones on the line for Leeds. And let's see, who is that for Lehigh?
MJ Slammer jamming for Lehigh.
Slammer is your lead jammer. Jammer, who is still Sally Jones, rather.
MJ calling it off right as Sally hit the pack. A point apiece for both teams.
And now Rip Punzel is on the line for Leeds up against
Double Barrel Hot Guns, number 215. Leeds in the black jerseys. Lehigh Valley in the pink. Rapunzel telling her pack to move back for a scrum start right on that jam line. And right off the bat, Double Barrel Hot Guns passes the star to her pivot, but she's just getting trampled in the pack. Rapunzel out in front is your lead jammer for Leeds.
Look, star has been lost for Lehigh. It is on the floor and waiting for the pivot to grab it.
Leeds tried to stand over that helmet cover and protect it from being picked up, but they get a penalty for that one.
And number 18, Christy Winkler, is your Lehigh. So it was 4 points for both of them on that pass.
And we'd like to send a special shout out and thank you to Cheeseballs at cheeseballs.com. They make bearings that are hand prepared for skaters by skaters. And it looks like we're ready to get back to action. Let's get back.
All right, we got Farrell Ferry jamming for Leeds. And let's see, who is that for? Looks like that is... I'm going to be able to tell when she comes around.
MJ Slammer jamming for Lehigh Valley.
I'm so glad you have better vision than me, Scarlett.
MJ Slammer Beautiful footwork sneaking by on the inside for 5 points on that one, while Feral Fairy is still in the pack.
They're still trying to make her initial pass. And that's another big 5 points for Lehigh Valley. Oh, and 5 more. It's a 15-point jam for her so far. This is getting...
All that while Feral Fairy is still in the penalty box. Now,
20 points. Yeah, you don't usually see a quadruple natural grand slam like that.
not at all. And this is definitely a rarity, as Feral Fairy, her last jam up, she got 20 points on the board, 4 leads. Actually, 2 jams she's gotten 20 points, 4 leads. So to see her get shut down and then they get 24, that is really impressive for Lehigh Valley's defense. Definitely turning things around.
Over a third of Lehigh Valley's points came from that one jam. And number 777, Sally Jones on the line for leads. Number 42, Anya Ash, her first time on the jam line for Lehigh Valley. And Sally Jones is your lead jammer.
Four points on that jam, 4 leads, shutting out Lehigh Valley. Score is currently 153-65 with less than the game clock in the first half here.
Just a few seconds left. This will probably be the final jam of the half.
I would dare say it most likely is.
As Rapunzel gets on the line up against MJ Slamher. And Rapunzel is your lead jammer.
MJ Slammer in very heavy rotation. I want to say she's playing pretty much every other jam with the exception of 1 or 2. Incredible endurance from that athlete, MJ Slammer. Rapunzel shrugs off a hip check there from number 28, Levelyn Levi. Lehigh running a much rotation. Well, about the same actually. Rapunzel sneaks through. I mean, not even sneaking, actually. That was a wide open pack, not very tight at all.
Looks like Toxic Avenger got herself a low block penalty right there.
And I believe that is the half, although I haven't heard the official whistle blow yet.
Is it halftime? Is it? Can it be halftime?
The clock says it is, but we haven't heard the refs blow the official halftime whistle. So, oh, we have an official review on the track, so it is not halftime yet. I believe that is Lehigh Valley calling an official review there. That's a good time for us to hear from our buddy Stash Merkin.
Why, thank you, Miss Scarlett. We'd like to thank greenmonster.com, GRNMSTR.com, roller sports, boots, laces, equipment bags. They got the goods for all sports. We'd like to thank Kirjan Sports at Roller Skate USA, skate supplies that carries all of your skate supplies from vendors here at the Beach Brawl. And Adam Wheels, AdamWheels.com. Boots, boom wheels, try them before you buy them. Juke alloy wheels with Swiss bearings, only $150, save $54. And a mounting service. And Marge, join us for the after party at Sin Nightclub, 111 Southwest 2nd Avenue. They're the official after-hours party spot for Beach Brawl. And, folks, if you have never partied with Derby Girls, you are missing out.
There ain't no party like a Derby Girl party because a Derby Girl party don't stop. ever.
I've just been given information from track D1 that Callio is just won their game, so they're well on their way to winning the after party right now. I think it may be. I think it may be as much of a contest to see who wins the after party as as much as who wins the tournament.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And I'll hand this back to Miss Scarlett because it looks like we have.
Looks like we're about to get back into it.
Looks like we have the official review.
And by into it, I mean into
looks like the
halftime.
official review did not stand. Lehigh Valley lost it.
Hopefully, one of the alternate refs will come up and actually tell us what that was all about. That'd be great. Passively aggressively saying that from the announcer nest. Yeah, hey, you over there. I mean, your announcers would love to know.
Miss Scarlett.
Since the WFTDA.TV would love to know this. Although our mics are about to get cut off in 1 minute. Hi, yeah, you. Come here. Well, it's going to commercial. Okay, they were contesting the backblock penalty assessed to the Lehigh Valley Jammer, but the penalty stands. She is going to start this next half in the penalty box. And Scarlett and I will be back in about 13 minutes for the second half of this. Don't go away. Reaction to come.
Hey everybody, this is Zach here from Rydell Skates, and we're here to talk to you today about an exciting new product we have. This is our R-Fit footbed kit. This is to alleviate pain and reduce some soreness that people commonly get while skating. First, let's talk about the R-Fit footbed itself. It's a high-density foam with a soft top cover on it. It allows for a lot more cushion and support for a safer and more effective skating session. Components that attach adjustable arch supports and heel wedges to it, which is really where all the customization comes in. Installed in the footbed is a blue arch, which is for high arches, and an orange arch support, which is for installation and swapping them out is really simple. All you need to do is just peel them and then install the new. The heel is another area of customization. You can use the included purple heel lift to add on the boot, which can reduce heel slippage, irritation, or shin splints. Or you can use the included green heel wedge. It's angled, so depending on the way you install it, it can help correct pronation or supination issues. This metatarsal pad can be installed on the top side of the foot help reduce numbness in the toe and ball area of the foot. Getting the proper fit is really simple. What you'll need to do is take your existing skates. Then all you need to do is line the two up on and trace and trim to fit. The R-Fit footbed kit is available now at any of our authorized retailers. And for more information, you can always visit our website at www.rollerskates.com.
Hey, this is Dan from S1 Helmets. We're in the testing lab today, testing helmets to see if they pass the multiple impact certification test. We're going to be testing a soft foam, EVA foam, and a terry cloth liner, the hockey helmet with triple density EVA foam, the S1 Lifer helmet with EPS fusion foam. All three of these helmets are marketed as multiple impacts. We're going to test all of them today and see which ones actually pass the test. The multiple impact test is a helmet to achieve a velocity of 4.57 meters per second. This simulates a 10-mile-an-hour impact or a 4-foot drop. The same helmet is tested 3 times in the same location to reduce the energy 300 Gs each time. 300 Gs can result in a traumatic brain injury or a severe concussion. In summary, the soft foam helmet with EVA foam and the with triple density foam did not pass the multiple impact test. The S1 Lifer helmet with EPS fusion foam did impact test.
Job, which I spend all my first job money to do, and then you go to playoffs and you go to champs, so you just go to the game and you're like, oh yeah, this is why I do this. My name's I skate for the London Roller Girls, and S1 is part of my uniform.
So Derby fans, we're still a few minutes away from the second period. I want to take a moment, if you would, join me in a huge round of applause for this weekend's announcers. They have been doing a fantastic job. People like Shady Hawkins, Albie Dam, Pastor Mike, Scarlett O'Hurtia, Cecil B. Puff Daddy, Darth Paul, Mr. Glitter, Willem Scream, Vixen to Brawl, Bulldog, Hazenberg, Stash Merkin, and Piggy Fatness. Thank you so much, guys, for all your hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for this weekend's announcers.
Just to, folks, I'm going to steal it because he won't do it, but I don't know that just like the referees work and the NSOs work and all the volunteer, Gold Coast did a great job. I don't know that everybody realizes the work behind the scenes to announce an event like this. And this man right here gave so much direction and scheduling that whether you guys want to applaud him or not, I'm going to take a second to Piggy Fatness for making this happen.
Thank you so much, Albie Dam, for the touching tribute to a man who brought us all together. got it. And we'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, if you are here in the audience, hi. If you're watching us live on WFTDA.com, also hi. My name is Hazenberg. You're tuned into the second half of the final bout of the 2015 Beach Brawl Tournament here in beautiful Fort Lauderdale, Florida, the Broward County Convention Center. You are currently watching the halftime of the Lehigh Valley Roller Girls All-Stars versus Leeds Roller Dolls Rebel Roses bout. And again, this is the final bout of the tournament. Currently, leads commandingly with 161 points to Lehigh Valley 65. But we've got a big, long half to go, and Lehigh have been playing very strong, so they can easily turn. I, for one, am looking forward to seeing what's going on here, and we've got several skaters who have racked up 4 penalties, and as you may or may not know, if you rack up 7 penalties, you are fouled out of the game and no longer able to play. And those are for let's see, the ones for Leeds are number 209, Sheer Carnage, number 45, Livid Doll, number 56, El Nasser, number 72, Rigor Morris. And for Lehigh, they only have number 28, Levelin Levi, and number 66, Lynn Diesel, in danger of fouling out here. So all 6 of those players need to be very, very careful about their penalties in this half, because they could easily end up knocking themselves right out of the game.
And to recap a few more stats from our first half, on the Leeds side, our top scorer is 0. That's Farrell Ferry with 58 points. VO5, Rapunzel with 54. Number 777, Sally Jones with 47 points. Not to be outdone by the Lehigh Valley girls, who have a total of 65 points going into the second half. 45 of those points have come from number 932, MJ Slamher, with 45 points going into from the first half. 2/3 points coming from one single player. She has played 12 jams so far in the first half, almost half of the jams in the first half were played by MJ Slam Her. They definitely have been working her out for sure. So going into the second half, I hope they let her have a breather, if nothing else. Top scoring jam of the first half, 28 points by Sally Jones. And we're back to the action.
Yep, that top scorer is your lead jammer right now. While Lehigh Valley's jammer is sitting in the box. And we want to take a moment while we're racking up points here to say a huge round of appreciation to all of our medics today. You guys have been so hardworking keeping our people maintained, and unfortunately having to take one to the hospital yesterday. And we want to thank you guys from the bottom of our hearts. And we also want to mention, as Sally grabs a big 5-point grand slam here, that all of our vendors are currently having closeout specials. So if you've been waiting to grab that special T-shirt or whatever, now is the time. Not that we want you to stop watching the bout.
$10 points for Sally Jones on that jam. 13 points. They added a last 3 there late in the last second.
And now we got 9:32. MJ line for Lehigh up against Rip Hunzel's B05 for Leeds. Rapunzel wildly juking around, trying to make her way around these.
Rapunzel gets shoved to the inside, but so does the blocker that had knocked her out. She actually managed to get lead jammer status before incurring that no pass, no penalty. Hot on her tail from Lehigh Valley. MJ Slam Her, definitely making her sweat a bit. Looks like we had a Rue from Leeds knocked down there. Leeds manages to take 2 points on that jam, holding Lehigh Valley scoreless. 28 minutes left in the game.
As number 215, Double Barrel Hot Guns. Looks like she was lined up, but now she is being recalled out because they are starting off in a power jam in favor of Leeds with number 0, Feral Fairy, on the line.
Feral Fairy out in front, lead jammer for Leeds.
And she is just slowly taking her time, cruising around, looking for her opening. Juking her way through.
Number 18, the pivot for Lehigh Valley, Christy Winkler on Feral Fairy like white on rice, just unrelenting there in the front. Fairy manages to rack up a grand slam on that pass right before, and then hits the pack rather right before MJ Slam Her re-enters the pack. She's now through on her initial pass, now eligible to score points. Feral Fairy
looks like she wanted to call it off and then decided against it.
She was looking for some guidance from her bench coach, and her bench coach kind of said, yeah, do. And what she run the clock a little bit, play with MJ Slam Her, and tease her a bit, calling it off right before MJ hit that pack. 9 points Fairy on that jam. 185-68, 26 minutes left in the game.
Number 215, Double Barrel Hot Guns on the line for Lehigh.
And number 777, Sally Jones, jamming once again for Leeds.
Oh, yeah.
Sally Jones tries to go right to the inside, right in between Stella Mack and Greek Lightning. But they are forming a very tight 2-woman wall. Level and Levi with a nice recycle, forcing Sally almost line there. Oh, Sally tries to stay on her feet after a hit there from Levi, but ends up falling. Lehigh Valley doing a great job bridging backwards and making these Leeds jammers really work for those points.
Oh, I was about to say the same thing. London
Leeds.
Bridge may be falling down, but Lehigh Valley is bringing it right back up.
Leeds jammer Sally Jones out of jammer, but not far behind. Double barrel hot guns also now on her scoring pass. That took almost a full minute for those two jammers to emerge from that pack. So that's just a testament to the defense that we're seeing from both of these teams here in the second half. 4 points for Leeds on that jam, 0 for Lehigh.
Lehigh is definitely on their blocking here as number 932, MJ Slamher, steps up to the line along with her nemesis, Rapunzel, which is a great derby name.
It totally
Rapunzel. So fun to say. And Rip, with the fun to say name, is your lead jammer.
Ooh, nice little hop, skip, and a jump. They're not quite an apex jump, just jump in the corners. She racks up 5 points on that pass, largely untouched, pretty much making it look effortless. I gotta tell you, I've really enjoyed watching Rapunzel. She just makes it look too easy.
I want to give a special shout out to all of the fans watching from Yorkshire, England, home of Leeds Roller Dolls. It's 1 a.m. right there. Appreciate you staying up this late on a Sunday to watch your girls win.
3 points for Lehigh Valley on that pass, 2 for Leeds. Leeds has officially passed the 200-point mark, 201 to 71. Lehigh a little behind, but can still make it up with 23 minutes left in the game. Farrah Ferry pulling far back behind the jam line as she lines up with the star for Leeds.
And number 1222, Toxic Avenger, on the line for Lehigh. And Farrah Ferry drifted back up to the line right before the whistle blew, and is currently going hip to hip with Toxic Avenger. And she breaks through to become your lead jammer.
We'll throw to you next, okay? Toxic Avenger now on her pass. Farrah Ferry trying to break through to get some points, and she manages to get a few. 4 points on that pass for Leeds. Oh, yeah. Can we get from your mic? Yep. Your battery's dying. Keep going.
We would like to take an opportunity to thank Sisu Mouthguards, astonishingly thin, obnoxiously bright, boomerang-shaped hunk of technology, revolutionizing mouthguards across the universe by offering more protection and less mouthguard. That's Sisu Mouthguards, the ultimate athletic mouth shield you once thought was too good to be true. Now back to Scarlett and Hazenberg.
Well, West Dash was telling us about those awesome mouth guards. Number 932, MJ Slamher, manages to break on through for Lehigh Valley. She is your lead jammer. Sally Jones now on her scoring pass as well. MJ gets knocked to the inside and quickly calls, racking up 3 points in the process, shutting out Leeds.
And after just a little bit of micro maintenance, I am back with a fresh battery. Awesome. When we've got Rapunzel on the line for Leeds up against, looks like number 42, Anya Ash.
And that is the first time we've seen Anya. I'm sorry, no, it's not. That is the second time we've seen Anya hit the track for Lehigh this game. First time this half.
You are correct. And it looks like they've been holding her in reserve. But Rapunzel becomes your lead jammer regardless.
Rapunzel gets shoved down and forced to recycle about halfway around the track to re-enter legally. Anya Ash, not unlike Rapunzel, having to do something very similar. Rapunzel, of course, is your lead jammer for Leeds, racking up 4 points on that pass. as Anya Ash just keeps getting thrown around to the outside. Rapunzel left to contend with number 53 in the pink. Wayward Stay manages to get through for 5 points on that pass.
Oh, Rapunzel gets through. Takes a spill, calls it off. But not before grabbing 4 big points for her team.
14 points total on that jam for Rapunzel and the Leeds Roller Dolls. 219-74 with under 20 minutes left in the game. Number 932, MJ Slamher, jamming once again for Leeds. For Lehigh Valley. The L's are mixing me up. The LE to start with both names are mixing me up.
Oh, yeah, me too. Like left and right. Only left.
Farrell Ferry out in front, lead jammer for Leeds.
But with MJ Slamher hot on her heels.
Pack speeding up, jammer speeding up. It is a pack at this point, and the pack isn't making it any easier. Got a little ref tango going on in the middle there as they get tangled up. 0 points for either team on that jam.
I love it when the girls are rolling so fast that it sounds like a rainstorm.
And we've seen a lot of that here.
And we'll see some more as Sally Jones steps up to the line up against, looks like number 1222, Toxic Avenger.
Lots of instruction coming from the benches of these respective teams. Look at this Toxic Avenger out in front, your lead jammer for Lehigh Valley. And I do believe this may be the first time she has got, no, it's not the first time. I take that back. It is the second time she's gotten lead jammer status during this game.
Well, every time counts if you make it.
Toxic manages to break through for 4 points.
And calls it off. Making no points for Leeds on that one.
Sorry. No, that's good. That was exactly what I was going to say. You know, I can't get over how frequently they are running MJ Slamher. She is literally in pretty much every other jam. That girl's endurance is truly impressive.
And especially with Lehigh Valley running such a longer bench than Leeds here.
Rapunzel out in front. Forearm penalty as she tried to skirt past that last Lehigh Valley blocker. That means we have a power jam on our hands. Lead jammer MJ Slamher wearing the star for Lehigh Valley. Lehigh Valley trying to make some holes for MJ. And she spins around those Leeds blockers there on the outside around turn 2 for 5 points.
Cruised right on through and grabbed that high five.
Leeds again employing that, this is the box defense that we saw a lot of the Scandinavian teams use.
Looks like Leeds are trying it out. Oh, they were using it frequently in the first half. They abandoned it here in the early part of this one.
Well, we had seen them using that triangle defense, but just now we saw them do the box, the actual 4-blocker rotation, whereas before it had been like the triangle and leaving one in the back as sort of an alternate defender, or an offensive player.
The triangle of death.
I'm just gonna start calling that like the Bermuda Triangle or something.
I've been to the Bermuda Triangle and it wasn't all that deadly.
No, okay. Well, you made it back, so I guess it's not.
I've seen more injury here than I saw in the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, that's true. Power jam to start off jam number 12 here for Lehigh Valley. Double barrel hot guns jamming in the pink. She is your lead jammer for Lehigh Valley.
Wow, it sounded like crazy when she got that lead. There must be some serious Lehigh fans in the crowd.
we got girls playing leapfrog there around turn 1. And Rapunzel, beautiful spin moves to get through the arch of the track right there.
Yeah, but still completed her initial pass. And now eligible to score.
Double barrel hot guns racking up 5 points on that pass, calling it off after she has a little bit of trouble getting past Rigor Mortis, number 72, for Leeds. 2 points for Leeds. 221-91 with 15 minutes left in the game. Leeds ahead. But 15 minutes is an eternity in Derby.
Oh, it sure is. Anything can happen at this point.
Well, right now we've got Sally Jones jamming for Leeds. And number 932, MJ Slammer, jamming for Lehigh Valley.
And Leeds gets lead jammer. There goes Sally Jones with that big L again.
Oh, hard hit.
Ouch.
Sally falls flat on her back, but manages to recover relatively quickly. Racks up a grand slam as MJ Slammer emerges from the pack and Sally calls it off.
I hear some cheers happening out there in the stands.
And cowbell.
And lots of cowbell. What this jam needs is more frickin' cowbell.
Ooh. But Lehigh Valley, not to be outdone, starts their own chant. Toxic Avenger starting off as the jammer in this jam. However, handing off the star directly off the line to her pivot. And before her pivot is able to break through, Feral Fairy gets lead jammer status for Leeds.
And that pivot being number 18, Christy Winkler. And Christy has now donned the star and is fighting her, which she does.
Ooh, nice little jump there by Feral Fairy. Calls it off after racking up a few points, holding Leeds scoreless. Stash.
Why, thank you, Miss Scarlett. This time I'd like to send a very special thank you to our own head announcer, Piggy Fatness, and the rest of the crack announcing crew here in the closing moments of Beach Brawl 15. It's been a pleasure working with all of you. And thank you, Piggy, for putting together such a great crew. Back to action with Hazenberg and Scarlett.
Oh, thank you very much, Stash. And we've got, looks like we had an attempted star pass. It didn't quite go through with MJ Slam her. But she's out in front, and Rapunzel is hot on her heels, has the lead status, calls it off. No points for anyone on that jam.
And we've got the wave going in the stands. Thank you, fans, for entertaining yourselves.
And now we got Sally Jones on the line for Leeds up against, it looks like, double barrel hot guns for Lehigh. And this is the last 12 minutes of Derby for this entire tournament. So if you got anything left that you've been holding back, home audience, you need to let that all go.
Double barrel hot guns getting shoved to the, having a really hard time breaking past that Leeds 3 and 4 woman wall. And as I'm analyzing that, Sally Jones manages to break through and jammer. Double barrel hot guns now on her scoring pass as well. Sally Jones. 239-91. Less than 11 minutes left in the game as number 932 MJ Slam her dons the star for Lehigh Valley.
And number 0, Feral Fairy for Leeds. They're being joined up here in the announcer nest by Shady Hawkins and LB Dam. What up, guys?
And it looks like we have an official review that was called by Leeds. we'll be sure to update you guys on what that one is all about. But in the meantime, it's a great time for us to hear from our buddy Stash Merkin.
Thank you, Scarlett. We would like to thank Women with Pride, PrideCenterFlorida.org. Women with Pride, a dedicated Pride Center initiative, provides education, outreach, and linkage services and programming for the South Florida LGBT community. We would also like to thank chicksandbowls.com. Our entire motivation is to encourage and inspire women and men to get into skate parks on their roller skates. And you might have met the founder of Chicks and Bowls, Lady Trample, playing with Pirate Bay earlier today. Delightful. Trample is chicksandbowls.com.
Oh, yeah, Lady Trample is a total Derby legend in New Zealand.
About.
All right, looks like we're about to get an update on this official review. Hi. Okay. And looks like a penalty was assessed on the pink jammer, but it was in fact a no pass, no penalty. So she will not serve time in the box, and she is returned. As MJ Slam Her takes on her arch nemesis, Feral Fairy. And MJ Slam Her is your lead jammer.
Look at the speed of this pack speeding up pretty significantly. Slam Her getting tied up behind El Nasser. Gets 1 point before calling it off, shutting out leads in that jam. It's not often we see this lady wearing the star, number 42, Anya Ash, going up against Rapunzel for leads. And we've got the battle of the fans going on in the stands right now with battle cries from both sides. Rapunzel out in front, your lead jammer for leads.
And when fans fight, everybody wins. As long as they fight verbally.
Oh, Rapunzel, beautiful. One-legged switch up there to stay on her feet and inbounds, racks up a grand slam on that pass. Nobody in the box, so she does it the hard way.
The very best jammers are the ones who can stay on their feet even after taking a hit. And that requires a great combination of balance, grace, and strength, which Rapunzel is demonstrating in spades tonight.
Anya Ash moving those feet nice and fast, trying to break through. Again, that box of death that we've seen a lot of these other teams employ as well. 3 points for leads before it gets called off. 0 for Lehigh Valley. 252-92 with 8.5 minutes left in the game.
That's right. Now we've got number 777, Sally Jones, on the line for the leads.
Going up against MJ Slam Her once again. Now, that has got to be the hardest working lady in this game.
Oh, absolutely. She's been up there almost every other jam, it seems like.
Yes. Both jammers getting tangled up there around the outside. Sally trying to take one path, MJ trying to take another, and then they seem to go up the same. Out in front, MJ Slammer, your lead jammer for Lehigh Valley.
And Sally Jones hot on her heels.
Cutting the track penalty called on number 88, Nina. As both jammers are neck and neck, MJ calls it off before hitting the pack, shutting out both teams. That pack just sped up so significantly. We even had a breeze over here.
It was nice. It was getting a little overly hot up here with all these people crowding our announcer nest.
I like all these.
Although it's their home, too, just as much as it is ours. Right, Shady Hawkins?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Number 215, Double Barrel Hot Guns, jamming for Lehigh Valley.
That's right.
And 0, Feral Fairy, jamming for Leeds. And look at this. Double Barrel Hot Guns got taken out on the inside, did a bit of a spin move on her behind. And while she was doing that, not even she manages to get lead jammer status for Lehigh Valley.
Oh my God. This last few are the most exciting thing I have seen all weekend.
Look at the speed of this pack. We've got people doing barrel rolls left and right. And Leeds' penalty box has filled up rather quickly. Only one blocker still on the track for the ladies in black. Both jammers still fighting their way through. Oh, Feral Fairy seemed to hit her head on one of the Lehigh blockers' shoulders.
Lehigh Valley are burning like a wildfire right now.
Four
they may
points.
not be able to win this bout, but they are damn sure not going to give it up.
4 points apiece, and we have a team timeout called by Leeds.
Yeah, they sure have. And boy, this has been one heck of a weekend, hasn't it, Scarlett?
Indeed it has. We've seen a whole lot of games, a whole lot of talent, and it's been interesting to see the style of play from all of these teams, how they're different, how they're the same. And, you know, it's still fun at the end of the day. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. It's still Derby, and at the end of the day, we all still have this great sense of sportswomanship and sisterhood, and I love it.
Oh, absolutely. And Derby is just this beautiful international community. You can go anywhere in the world and find somebody to talk Derby with. We've got just over 6 minutes left in the bout here, which means just every tournament. After the bout finishes, don't forget to stop by all of our vendors because they are all having closeout specials. If you've had your eye on that something special, it's now or never, basically. And it looks like we're getting back into it with number 932, MJ Slam her on the line for Lehigh Valley.
And Rapunzel VO5 up for Leeds.
And looks like MJ Slam her got out front and become your lead jammer. Boy, Lehigh have been getting leads so much the last several jams. Loving it.
They're definitely trying to turn things around here in the second half of the last game of Beach Brawl 2015. And that's how you do it. Hurry up, get those points, and quickly call it off before the other team gets a chance. 4 points for Lehigh Valley on that one. They officially passed the century mark. 256 to 100. 5 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen, here in the arena. This is the last 5 minutes of the tournament. If you got anything left, I want to hear it come out. I want to hear y'all make some noise. As number 777, Sally Jones, takes the line up against number 215, Double Barrel Hot Guns.
Out in front, your lead is, Sally Jones. I almost said the wrong player's name. Oh, and it looks like we have a cutting the track penalty called on Double Barrel Hot Guns.
Oh,
so we have a power jam on our hands for the ladies from Leeds.
Oh, you hate to see that, but Sally Jones isn't wasting any time taking advantage of it, grabbing a full 5-point grand slam.
Multiplayer block penalty called on one of Lehigh Valley's blockers as well. Leeds doing a good job of making that pack come to a complete stop. And I'm not going to lie, when number 16 just fell down there, her foot seemed to turn in a weird way, but I'm glad she got up very quickly. And 5 more points for Sally Jones on that pass. 15 so far for Leeds in this jam. 20.
If this jam gets any more monstrous, it's going to stomp its way through Tokyo.
Just now, Leeds was utilizing a strategy that we've seen Lehigh use a couple times as the jammer was re-entering the pack. They stretched it out about 50 feet or so all the way around that one side of the track. 4 points again for Sally Jones on this last pass. Sally Jones just making a marathon of it. 29 points so far in this jam. Double barrel Hotguns having to make her initial pass once again. Sally gets pushed to the outside and decides to call it off. You know, I think I might too after racking up, 33 points? 33 points for Sally Jones on that jam. I do believe that is the highest scoring jam so far this game.
Just over 3 minutes left in the bout, and it looks like a team timeout has been called by Lehigh. And while I've got these timeouts, I want to say hi to all these awesome announcers who have gathered up here in the announcer nest. I see Piggy Fatness, Shady Hawkins, Albie Dam. It has been so fun working with all of you guys this weekend. I know I keep saying that, but much Derby love to all of you. And much Derby love to Tonka here, who is Shady Hawkins' service dog. Tonka Truck on Facebook, who I'm not supposed to pay attention to, apparently.
No, ignore the dog. It's like the man behind the curtain. Pay no attention. I want you to pay attention to what's going on in the track. Number 932 jamming once again for Lehigh Valley, going up against Farrell Ferry for Leeds.
And Farrell Ferry took a rough hit there, which let MJ Slam Her become your lead jammer.
Ooh, Farrell Ferry taking a nice little shove there from Toxic Event. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Razor Ramona manages to stay upright and on. So she keeps on going as MJ Slammer is now on her scoring pass, getting trapped up in that 3 and 4 woman wall of Leeds blockers in the front. Manages to rack up 2 points on that one. Leeds taking 1.
And it's like we got number 215 Double Barrel Hot Guns on the line for Lehigh.
And number VO5 Rapunzel jamming for Leeds.
These two have been hip to hip so much tonight, they're starting to look like twins out there.
Lots of communication on the track. Double barrel Hot Guns looking for a little bit of help there. Lehigh Valley trying to speed up that pack and make some holes there for their jammer, and it work. Lee jammer, that is Double Barrel Hot Guns for Lehigh Valley.
Boy, and the crowd really went wild on that one.
We've got one blocker apiece in the penalty box. Double Barrel Hot Guns breaks through for 4 points and quickly calls it off, shutting down Leeds on that one. No points for the ladies in black. 106 to 290 as we head into the last minute and a half of the game and the last minute and a half of Beach Brawl 2015.
And this may very well be the final jam of the tournament.
So those of you that are joining us at WFTDA.tv, thank you for tuning in and staying with us along at Beach. For those of you here in person, we'd love for you to make some noise. Jamming for Leeds, number 777, your current lead jammer, that is Sally Jones. And still caught up in the pack, number 932, MJ Slam Her, who has truly been the workhorse of this game.
Absolutely. And you here at our audience county, get on your feet and make some noise.
Pack speeding up pretty significantly. MJ gets through on a scoring pass for 4 points. Not far behind. Sally Jones racks up another 4 with 30 seconds left on the period clock. This jam will go until Sally says it's over.
And when she says it's over, it is over. Don't call it. Go for two. Yeah, and 4 more points for MJ Slam Her.
Period officially expired. And that means this is indeed the last jam of the evening. 4 points for both jammers there on that last pass. 12 and 12 as Leeds 100-point mark.
Just a few seconds left.
Sally calls it off with 30 seconds left, and the jam clock. Unofficial final score leads Roller Dolls 306, Lehigh Valley 119. A very exciting conclusion.
Oh, absolutely.
That speed, that tenacity, the fierceness that we saw all the way to the bitter end, so memorable and so enjoyable. While we wait for these teams to take their victory lap and for the officials to finalize our score, any final reflections?
Oh, man, this is an amazing last quarter of the bout. Lehigh had been as tenacious with the rest of the bout, it would be a much closer score. But either way, they have definitely done a hell of a job. I feel like there's a lot to learn from this, and they even managed to break through the triangle of death a few times. Oh, and Lehigh doing the arch for their opponents. Very classy move on their part.
Doing the, called it earlier, in the southern hemisphere direction for their victory lap here, going the opposite direction of what we typically do. I expect to see that from the New Zealand team. It's an okay team, but that's okay.
I want to give a huge thanks to everybody who came out today and everybody who watched us live on WFTDA.tv. This has been Beach Brawl 2015. I'm Hazenberg.
I'm Scarlett O'Hurtia.
And with us is Stash Merkin. We are your final announcer team for the night. And a huge thank you to all of our NSOs, critics, merchants, sponsors.
And you fans watching at home and here in person, we greatly appreciate it, and we hope you had as great of a time as we did and enjoyed all the action here at Beach Brawl 2015. As we said, I'm Scarlett O'Hurtia.
And I'm Hazenberg, and we are out of here. We'll see you at the after party.